Hello travelers, and welcome to the Horror Green Book, the channel that takes you from coast to coast and con to con. I am your travel guide Brendan, and we are back in Las Vegas, Nevada for Days of the Dead Las Vegas 2025. This is my third year in a row, so you guys know I had to come back for more fun in the desert. So many guests here. You know, you have the cast of Return of the Living Dead, you have the cast of the Terrifier franchise, you have so many people in the house. You have the Hellraiser cast, you have Tom Skerritt from Alien, you have Felissa Rose, you have Vincent. So many people in the house, guys. So we're gonna do cosplay contests, so many things, great panels of course. So come along with me as we get into all the fun stuff. Of course, we're back in Plaza Hotel and Casino for this fun event. As you can tell by the Rat Pack right here over my shoulder. It's always fun coming back here to experience Days of the Dead and a fun city such as Vegas. So I highly recommend coming if you haven't experienced it. Alright, and you guys see the signage right there, so you know that the Terrifier crew are right there. That's where they're getting all the autographs to all the adoring fans who have come from all over to check them out. If anyone has seen David Howard Thornton at a convention lately, especially after Terrifier 3, you know that the lines are getting longer and longer. So definitely go check him out, guys. He's always a fan favorite and such a nice guy. Guys, check it out. We are here at the booth of October Studios. You will recognize them from some of my other videos, like check out these masks right here. Absolutely gorgeous masks, guys. You got the clowns over here. Let's take a step over here to see some of these other ones over here. Oh man, very creepy, guys. Gotta love these. Oh, look at the teeth on that one. Guys, absolutely amazing masks, guys. And from right here, you can see where you can find them, guys. You can find them on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even YouTube, guys. October Studios. You want to get some amazing masks, you know where to go. Okay, travelers, we are here with two gentlemen here who have brought to us The Fetus here, upcoming film here that had an early screening that was starring, as you can see here, Lauren Rivera and Bill Moseley, two very popular people in the horror genre. So guys, if you could tell us a little bit about The Fetus here, what can fans expect from this upcoming film that I was so privileged to see early?
Yeah, well, of course we've got Bill Moseley, the iconic horror actor, and also Lauren Rivera, who's fresh off the Terrifier 2 and 3, and they give some amazing performances, and it's really about a couple who get pregnant with a half-human, half-demonic fetus with a thirst for blood, and just craziness ensues after that. So.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, guys. I can't tell you how much fun I had. Like, I can't accurately express the fun that I had in this film. Like, seeing the trailer, it gives you a good idea what you're in store for, but I can't tell you the amount of laughs that you're gonna have along with it. It's gonna make you think as well. It's very timely in regards to the topics that you can talk about with this film. So guys, I could definitely say you wanna check this out. I mean, great special effects as well. I mean, hey guys, there are a few points in this film that are gonna be talked about for anyone that's seen it. I can already tell you now. So travelers, when you guys are able to see The Fetus later, when it does come out for mass viewing, trust me, we're going to talk about this more. But also be on the lookout for my channel, because I am going to give you guys a spoiler-free review on my thoughts of The Fetus. But I can say I really enjoyed it, and I'm very privileged enough to come across these limited edition The Fetus condoms, and I will be giving away some of these on the channel, so stay tuned, travelers. But also, you see all the cool stuff here. Very nice, guys. Very nice. So, when will The Fetus be able to be viewed by the general public?
So it's going to be out in March. We're looking at March 7th as the theatrical release. So hopefully everything stays on target for that.
Hey, yes. Wishing you guys the best of luck with the film and all your future projects. Thank you so much for spending some time with me and talking to the travelers about The Fetus. And guys, I can definitely say, be on the lookout for The Fetus. Hopefully in March, guys. Early March, go check it out. You will not be disappointed. Thanks a lot, guys. Hello, travelers. Editing Brendan here with a special announcement for you. It's 2025, and I was thinking of ways that I could give back to all of you guys for your amazing support to the channel. And with that being said, I think that it is beyond time to start giveaways back to all of you. I obtained some very cool items from the weekend in Las Vegas, and I'm going to give away 4 items to 4 lucky travelers. So with that being said, we have a Days of the Dead poster, official one for Las Vegas. That was a very cool one. From the premiere of Screamboat this weekend, the early screening, I should say, we have a Screamboat poster as well. Very nice, something that would be very cool to get David Howard Thornton to sign. And lastly, I have 2 boxes of the Fetus condoms, which are amazing promo materials that I was able to receive from Joe Lamb, the director himself, and the production team on that very fun film. So travelers, if you would like to be one of the lucky ones to receive one of these items, there's 3 things that you have to do. 1, like the video, or as we say, give one of those Ash Williams severed hands to us. Comment on your favorite thing from this particular video of Days of the Dead weekend in Las Vegas 2025. And lastly, subscribe to the channel and make sure the notification bell is turned on so that you are notified for any future content on the channel. The 4 lucky travelers will be chosen by a random generator. And what I will do is I will respond to your comments that you left with my email in order for you to send me your mailing address. And what I will do is I will go ahead and send those items out to you so that you can enjoy them. Travelers, again, I want to say thank you so much for your support, and I will continue to give back to you all as you have given to me. Good luck.
Yes, I know. Well, that's what happens when they're telling you.
What's up, guys?
Welcome, gentlemen, both of you, to Days of the Dead. I'm going to kick us off by asking you a couple of individual questions about other projects you've been on besides Friday the 13th. I know. Want to keep it interesting here, and then I'm going to throw it out to our audience for some of their questions. Sound good?
I'm on board, Senator. I'm on board.
Sweet.
Okay, I'm going to start with you, sir. So, you were in a movie with my friend Charlie, The Legend of Resurrection Mary.
Oh, really? Yeah, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago, and a very indie film about, I live in Chicago, about a Chicago ghost legend.
It was?
Right.
Was that a good movie? I'm not trying to be mean.
It was questionable at best.
We got in trouble there because during the premiere of it, they had to do this thing where they aged me up really quick, and they had no budget, and I had to be on set in like 30 minutes for another show.
Oh, no.
And so they fucking threw this thing on the thing, and when they showed it on the screen, I was with 4 of my friends, and we were dying laughing. The only people in there, and the director looked back at me, and later on he's like, "What the fuck was that all about?" I was like, "Dude, that was a joke, right?" And he was
He was so serious.
What show are you guys talking about?
This movie called The Resurrection Mary.
Indie film
Okay, cool.
about the Chicago ghost.
Sorry if my friend is-
Resurrection Mary.
Okay, got it. I'm on board now.
Yeah.
It's all good there.
It was not the best movie in the world, however, there are not a lot of movies on Resurrection Mary, and so it's kind of all we got for that urban legend.
Well, I'll have to rewatch it one of these days.
I have it on DVD. Like I said, my friend Charlie's in it, so it goes for my bed, right? This is before you became a friend, right?
Here's something really fast. Trade me, mic. I think your mic is terrible.
Am I dying? Am I dying?
There we go.
Okay, cool. Okay, next up, American Horror Story, sir.
Yes.
Can we talk about that?
Sure, that was a fun one. So I did the first season of it, so nobody had any idea of what that show was to become, obviously. I remember I had just done an episode of one of those NCIS shows, and we were shooting on the same lot right after that. She's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm doing some new show called American Horror Story," and she was like, "Oh, that'll be canceled." And
Yeah, it's still around, although they haven't asked me to be on it again.
Right.
Bastards.
Season 1 was my favorite season, though.
Liar.
No, it was a great season. I loved all the urban legends they threw out there for us. Thank you.
You get too close to yourself, that's all
Thank you.
Sorry, we're actors, technique. Got thumb distance.
And then last but not least, we got Felicity.
You bring that some old ass shit. Yeah, Felicity. That was
All of my favorites. All of my favorites.
the very first show I ever did.
Is that so?
I did, and Joanna Kearns, the mom from Growing Pains or something, right?
Yeah.
So she directed that episode.
Did she really?
Yeah, she directed that, and then like 2 years later, they brought my character back randomly because it was like a dream sequence. The thing that's crazy with that is Scott Foley, years down the road, I did this TV show called Monk, and he actually directed my episode. So it's a weird whole thing like that. So
How is he as a director?
he's awesome. He's just a cool guy. Anyway, I run into him at the store all the time. So he's a nice chap.
That's amazing. I'll have to let him know that your host at HorrorCon brought it up.
I will. Now, Derek, sir.
Your turn, sir.
You're gonna bring up, I don't like all crap.
Yours are a little bit more horror related because you're a professional monster. You know that.
Thank you, question mark?
Yes. All good things. How about we start with The Hills Have Eyes 2?
I remember that movie.
How was that movie?
Crazy. One fun fact about Hills Have Eyes 2 was actually, though it takes place, I believe, in Arizona, we went to Morocco and shot in Morocco for some crazy reason. I'm assuming it was a tax reason, but we were in California, like, nah, we're not gonna pop over here. Let's go all the way across the world. Cool.
Yeah.
But super exciting, great life experience. Working with Wes Craven again. Wes was such a kind man to me. The one point when I met Wes years ago on Cursed, because I had worked with Rick Baker before, and Rick was the one who kind of gave me my start of my career. And he's like, hey, you want to come meet Wes Craven? He wants to meet you for a project. I'm like, what? And when I went into the office to meet Wes, he's like, so Rick tells me you're the guy. And I'm, as a horror fan like everybody else, I'm like, nope, look how cool and professional I am. Nope, not nervous at all. But we became good friends, and he kept putting me in shows after Curse. I put The Werewolf and Cursed. He brought me on The Hills Have Eyes 2, and I just wish he could have been around when for Swamp Thing, because he loved, directing Swamp Thing before. I wanted to show Wes, I got to be Swamp Thing. But yeah, very, very fortunate.
How was Swamp Thing filming that one for you? Because, it was short-lived, but everyone I talked to loved it.
Honestly, the Swamp Thing is the best thing I've ever been a part of. And if you guys haven't had a chance to it, not because I'm in it, but as a horror fan to another horror fan, I've never heard one negative word about it. It's like 94% on Rotten Tomatoes, and we made it. James Wan is our producer, and James Wan, who's one of us, he made it for horror fans. It's hard R, gothic horror. James Wan produced. I think it was like $100 million. It was insane. And the reason it was canceled had nothing to do with our show, but honestly, it's the best project I've ever been a part of. And we all kind of knew we had lightning in the bottle. And unfortunately, the studio wasn't very on board with that.
They ruin everything, don't they? Right? So you did already talk about Cursed a little bit, but I really like Cursed.
I like Cursed.
People don't like Cursed. I like Cursed. I know it was a troubleshoot, but I really enjoyed the final product of what came out of Cursed. Some actors chose to go uncredited on Cursed.
Well, yes and no, because we had shot for Cursed. In case you guys don't know the stories of the Wes Craven's Cursed, the studios wanted to do basically a Scream with werewolves. And so we shot a whole feature where I had never seen it. Like, I shot it with Rick Baker. Rick Baker brought me in. After I finished filming, they go, look, this film's never going to see the light of day. And I'm like, okay. And then they go, hey, here's the deal. Kevin Williamson he rewrote it. Do you want to come back and play the werewolf again? Because we have some people returning, some people not returning. Like in the original, like Steve Ulrich was in it. Who else? There's a bunch of other celebrities and stars. Like the killer was supposed to be Scott Baio.
Yeah.
And if I thought, I went, oh, Baio Wolf. I get it. I sent it to somebody, one of the producers, and they're like, what? And I went, never mind. Moving on. But it was a trouble to shoot. In the ending, we shot like 4 different times. They kept adding on to it. But again, being a horror nerd, I mean, work with Wes Craven, do what? Yeah, okay, I'm on board. This is great.
I talked to one of the other actors that was in, I think he was in both versions, and he had a good role, like a substantial role in the final that we all seen, but he chose to go uncredited.
Oh, wow. I didn't tell me later. I want to do that.
I will, and I talked to him at a convention. I said, can we talk about Curse? Because I'm wondering, did you choose to go uncredited? He goes, yeah.
Well, there was one time Netflix made an error.
And this guy's was not a nobody. He'd done things at the time, and he had many scenes. And I was just like, so what happened with that?
That's wild. I was saying is Netflix made an error at one point, and they put a thumbnail clip for the movie Curse. They had it on there, but the thumbnail clip was me and Skeet Ulrich. Where I'm literally we're fighting, and they're oh, we made a mistake. But a lot of fans caught it. Like, wait, Skeet's in what? So really, really wild. Yeah, I'm a lot of history guys. We're dishing the dirt.
And 2 more for you. I know. Hatchet 3. We all love us some Hatchet in this room, I think, right?
Adam Green is a lovely, lovely human being. Adam is also like, him and James, like, well, they're both giant horror fans. And working with Adam, I asked Adam, every time you write a character for me, and any project you do, they're always a douchebag. Why? And was Adam replied this? If you were me, he goes, oh yeah, thanks buddy. Yeah, real close, me and Green. Yeah. Good to spend Christmas? It was with Green. Yeah, thanks a lot, Green. Sure. He's the sweetest dude in the world.
I love him. He's so nice. And I will not be mad if you don't remember this. You're credited on IMDb. I don't even know if it's true.
Right.
But I was a die-hard Passions fan. I am not kidding.
Oh, yeah.
Can we talk about Passions, if you remember? Is that even true?
It is true.
Okay.
Elaborate. I did an episode of the soap opera Passions. Guys, settle down. No, stay in your seats. Everyone's losing their minds.
I losing my mind right here.
No, I came in for a day and I was unaware of how they shot soap operas where it is go, and I was like, what is happening? I played like a prisoner in a jail cell. I had to like threaten the guy or beat him up or something. And literally, we did it like 1 or 2 takes. Or okay, we're done, moving on. And I'm like, what? I thought we were just warming up. No, we were not. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're happy. Okay. Yeah, really wild and weird.
Yeah.
Wild.
You played a prisoner. I played a drug dealer.
No,
General Hospital.
Yeah. Soap opera family right here.
Guys, sorry, we're bragging. No big deal.
No, so yeah, that was my favorite show. But you know, it's so hard to pick out each individual character because you only see it once. It's gone. You never get to see it again, right? It's like, is this even true? And so yeah, I have to ask.
So funny.
I love that show. I may or may not own a lot of it on DVD. Like someone ripped it from their VHS. And I haven't watched it, but someone gifted it to me for Christmas a few years ago. And so I have every episode, 5 days a week, for like 9 years on DVD.
I'll be the person in the audience right now like, what the fuck are we talking about? Passions?
Passions was a horror soap opera.
This is not a Passions panel.
It was like Dark Shadows, okay? It was horror, right?
Yeah.
Witches and living dolls and shit. Okay, guys, audience questions. Do we got them? Because I can talk about Passions all day long. No? All right, so about Passions. I'm just kidding. Are we sure we don't have any right now? All right, okay.
Okay, I have a big thing for horror-related television shows, so could you tell us about your experiences on True Blood and also on Dexter?
Oh, sure. Fine.
Dexter, yeah, that was a good one. That was actually one of the only shows I've ever been offered. never been offered anything. And I was shooting American Horror Story, and they said, "Hey, you want this part?" I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And so it was crazy. We got to shoot that, and I played Doomsday in season 6, one of the followers of Colin Hanks' character on there. And I think there was one of 2 people who ever got killed by Dexter, not strapped down to the table. I was killed by being stabbed in the heart when he caught me on the boat when I was killing the hooker. Fun times, right? But yeah, it was a great show, and it was weird because I already knew Colin a little bit, and my very first movie I ever did was Catch Me If You Can with his dad, Tom Hanks. So it was like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon thing going on. So yeah, it was a blast. I had fun times.
Yeah, I think for True Blood, I came in for 2 episodes towards the end of the season. I forget the character's name. I killed one of the lead characters off camera, but I didn't think that I actually killed her. I go, oh, she's been around forever. There's no way they're going to kill her off camera. Oh no, that's exactly what happened. I have no idea why. But I do remember everyone was really delightful with the show. I remember meeting Anna Paquin, but when I first came, Paquin, I remember coming over to her and before the scene and introducing myself, and her doing this. Like I'm this like bloody vampire, like big burly vampire around the scene. It's like I'm sucking on like a person's arm or whatever, and I come up to her and I call it gross and I make it sexual where I should suck blood from her. Terrible. But at one point I'm like, oh hi, I'm Derek. I'm just being myself. You're Scaredycast. And she walked out, I'm like, okay, nice to meet you. This is cool. But no, she was super sweet, but it was a wild experience. But thank you for asking, my friend.
That was a good impression, Derek.
I've known my voiceover stuff. Pretty good. Don't feel shy. We're all horror fans. Maybe stuff that we're not even a part of. I will. You want to debate different movies? I'm down. Like, I love it.
I got more questions, but this is your show, guys. Don't be shy.
I'm curious, were you guys fans of the Friday the 13th franchise before? And if so, do you have a favorite out of the series?
100% yes. Before me being an actor, I'm a huge horror nut, and Friday the 13th is my favorite franchise, and Jason is my favorite horror character. And it was so surreal to be able to play Jason. So much of the fact that I met with casting, they were like, hey, are you familiar with the series? And I started rattling off all of it. The series, I go, well, part 4 is my favorite, Ted White's my favorite guy. But you know, I started breaking it together. What? Like, oh, you're, I go, yeah, I'm a nerd. But then also we started talking about the character, and I started breaking down, like I started getting into Greek mass theory and different ways to approach it. And they're like, you might be overqualified for this. I'm like, I am not at all. What about yourself?
Oh, everybody always hates me for this because I never liked horror and stuff really, so I was always scared of it.
Fix that.
Derek, come back. I need you. No, I was always scared of it because Poltergeist, when the clown came out from the bed, I was always terrified of that, and my mom collected antique clown dolls, and so my brother would fucking come into the room at nighttime and had little bells on it, and would jingle it, and I'd, hello? What's going on? And he'd just keep doing it, and then fucking jump on the thing, and he would do that all the time. And so I was always terrified to watch it. And then Pet Cemetery, when the kid came out and sliced the person's Achilles tendon. And I mean, the list goes on, so I just was always scared of those type of things, so I never got into them. And now half my career is horror movies.
Wow, that's so
And when I did Friday the 13th, it was one of those things that I kind of got off for that too, because I did The Hitcher with Brad. And then Brad called me and said, hey dude, you want to play this guy who gets his head cut off? And I was like, shit, dude, that's awesome. And then I remember on set, they were like, oh yeah, dude, later on this is going to be cool because you'll be known for this, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Oh wow, that's so neat.
So,
who else, and I'm assuming everybody, with the show I had, who else was traumatized by that damn clown and Poltergeist?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
We're all in therapy together.
And also the tree, right? The tree.
Oh, the tree.
Oh, when he's coming, God, that shit scared. I had a tree outside of my window this one like 6 years ago, and it grew really long, and it was windy, and it would just click against the window, and I was like, Oh shit.
Cutting the branches. You know the scene that traumatized me in Poltergeist, which is a PG movie, and I saw it when I was 10, was not the clown, not the tree, not the other things, not the skeletons, but dude ripping off his face and chunks in the sink. That got me so bad, and there's only been 3 gore scenes in the horror films that have ever affected me ever, to the point where I had a reaction and had to turn it off. That was one of them.
See, that's what I want. I want to be scared. Like, I want to have something that
It made me physically nauseous. I was 10, of course, but I turned it off, and then I came back to it the next day to stop me. But I've already been like consuming all things horror for 2 years already, so this was not my first horror film.
It's fun because my daughter, who's almost 9, I showed her Friday the 13th because she said she wanted to watch it. Scary. And then I showed her the thing, and the part where the boobs came out. I was like, well, let's do that. She's like, oh, Mama has those. But she literally was not scared at all. She's like, this is just all make believe.
Yes.
Because in my house I have like pictures of things like that. And she loves wearing the mask all the time. So.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I get so being a horror fan, I love going to the haunted house, like Hollywood Universals, like Hollywood Horror Nights. Like, I want to be scared, but it's kind of a bummer because I get recognized now. And so a lot of times what happens is like, I'll walk through, I want to be scared. Someone will jump out, like, oh, hey man, it's cool. Hey, sorry. It's cool. I'm like, no, werewolf with Converse, come back. Why? Because you're so sad.
Anyone else out there? Yeah.
Which look do you like better, the hockey mask or the sack?
Ooh, good question.
I personally, honestly, I don't want to choose because I like them both. But a quick story about the sack one. When Scott Stoddard made it, at one point, I was sitting there, the first thing we're doing was the sack mask. I'll explain it in a second. I'm there, I go, no, I think Jason, because the way that his mouth, with the makeup that was under, we had designed, I go, his mouth doesn't like kind of closer, so there'd be more drool here, there'd be more like a viscous thing. I go, hey, I'm yelling to the makeup department, guys, can we get more KY over here, please? Guys, I just want can you please rub it all over my mouth? Like that? And that's an actual thing because a lot of times for prosthetics, they put KY on it, KY jelly, because when the light hits it, it gives it different organic movement, so it looks more moist and gross. And so people on set didn't know that. And so when you're playing the lead going, hey, give me some more KY in my mouth. And like, what the fuck is that guy doing? And that guy's insane. So when you watch it, you see me in the sack match, just imagine me in a high-pitched voice going, just KY, please. Just not so scary anymore. Or even more scary. One of the two.
I can't wait to watch it.
What about you? Do you have a favorite look, sack or mask?
I mean, I honestly think the sack is scary looking to me, but in the right lighting, the hockey mask is fucking scary. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But I think when you come down to the thing in the bar and originally you wear the mask, it's fucking creepy as shit. Like this tall dude who has a machete with a mask over his thing, high as shit. It was pretty scary.
And you were the fast Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's like you went.
It's always funny, people say, like, oh, you're the Jason that ran. I go, technically in 2 and 4, he did run.
Yeah, no, I said you just went. You walked with urgency.
The cool thing about the script was, I always try to, as a horror fan, I go to these horror, I work with celebrities, I really kind of don't care. But when I go to the horror cons, I get to see a lot of horror actors that I grew up watching. We become friends. I'm like, oh, what? Oh, we're going to go to dinner. You're going to tell me what really happened in the film that you can't tell the general public? This is insane. Wait, what was your question? I went on a tangent there.
I don't remember. What was my question?
Oh, God, I was going to make a point now. I met Derek and he's dumb. Crap.
I don't even know.
I'll get back to it in a second. I totally forgot what I was going to say. I've been hit in the face a lot in my career, guys. A lot.
Any other audience questions while Dan thinks? Yes.
Which Friday the 13th sequel was your favorite?
Which Friday the 13th sequel is your favorite?
Part 4 with Ted White.
Have you seen any of them yet or no?
I've seen the one there.
That's it, dude? Come on, sir.
I don't know.
Know the lore.
I haven't seen it.
I'm just messing with you. If he came in late, he doesn't really watch it. Yeah.
I think I like 4 the most because also I grew up with, I still have it, I have alopecia. alopecia, and my hair would fall out. And this, at the time when Corey Feldman shaved his head and came down the stairs to try to represent Jason, to confuse Jason, he had little patches of hair here and there. And I was about the same age, and that's basically kind of what I look like. And I was like, oh, I'm like a younger version of Jason. Full mind twist as an adult going, oh, I'm going to give a whole new generation nightmares because I am now Jason. It doesn't seem real to this day.
Do you have a least favorite?
A least favorite? I don't dog anybody's work, man. Like, nobody said something like a bad film, but there are some.
No, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm saying least favorite. Some things are not for everybody, right?
I don't know. I don't know for Friday.
It's never good to tell people's least favorite at a horror con. Those people, like the director.
You're like mine. It was mine, okay?
Oh, don't get me wrong. Todd Farmer and I from Jason X are close friends. Like I loved. He played Alice, and he also wrote Jason X. And I will tease him from time to time about Jason X. And he's from the South. And he has this thing. Makes me think, Derek, before I was on board, Jason was here. And then when I was on board, I put Jason here. And I'm like, shut the F up, Todd. Also, it's what I was told to do. Fair enough.
Now, I could have my names wrong, don't hate me. Did Todd Farmer also do the remake of My Bloody Valentine?
Oh, yes. Yeah, no. A lot of times, if you see a nude bald man in a horror or a film, that's a lot of times Todd Farmer. He did My Bloody Valentine, he did Drive Angry 3D, both films. He got naked in.
Yes.
And I'm like, you wrote
and
these.
Directed and wrote.
You wrote these, you know the characters. Are you an exhibitionist? Like, why? You guys know the part I'm gonna get. So funny.
Okay, good. I'm glad that I wasn't mistaken.
Not at all.
Any other questions out there right now? Brendan?
Do you all have any memorable, embarrassing moments on set?
Memorable, embarrassing moments on set, Kyle.
On set?
We shot this in Austin, so there was some fun offset moments on 6th Street and all that fun stuff. Probably won't tell those. No, it was, so originally when we shot it, they had chopped my head off. And then months later, came back, Brad called me and said, hey man, we need you back here, we need to reshoot it, which is what you see in the thing now. In between that time, I had my spinal cord fused together, so I was only a few months post-surgery. And I was so terrified to do it because I was already not feeling good and my neck wasn't fully healed. And so I was telling Derek, he doesn't remember now, but I was telling Brad and Joe, I was like, dude, he just needs to be careful when he's grabbing because one wrong move and my neck could literally be snapped. So I remember after like 6 or 7 takes, I was like, I'm fucking done. I can't do anymore.
Wow.
It was, yeah, that was brutal.
I'm glad you're okay. Holy cow. On my, great question by the way. I think for my, I don't think I've told this one. Down when I'm in the mining tunnels, the scene where Padalecki and Panamaker trigger the alarm, and I know they're there, and Jason's working, he gets pissed off, like, and it just bolts out after aggressively to find out who's trespassing in his area. During one of the takes, because when you're wearing the mask, I have one eye covered up, so you lose some of your depth perception. And being that it's a lower ceiling, and there's different things hanging from time to time. The first thing we did, they yelled action, I get up, pissed off, and like a freaking strip, a giant train, going towards where the sound is. There is a beam, support beam, about this tall, and I'm running with my peripheral vision. I'm looking here for all the debris on the ground. I literally go poof, and legs up in the air, flat back, like on the ground. You hear one of the producers go, and cut. Derek, you okay? Lay on the ground. Yeah. Life, pain is temporary. Film is forever. Yeah, that was one of my, champion. I'm a professional, guys. Yeah. I'm a professional.
That was Brad laughing for sure.
Yes.
Derek, had you met any of the actors who played Jason before you got the role?
No, that was like a wild thing, because like being a big fan, like I didn't meet them until doing cons later on. And like, it was just a wild thing when like, I feel like I'm jumping in my TV, and a lot of the guys became friends. And originally when I met Hodder, he was very kind of standoffish and kind of like, oh, hey man, and he was like that, yeah, hey. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm a big fan of this. I go, hey, I just think my whole thing is like, I'm a horror fan myself, I'm for the job. I'm trying to build what you guys build, and the analogy I use is kind of like keep the game of keep the balloon from touching the ground. I go, if the balloon's right at 13, my job is to keep it up, because it's similar to like a character, like a comic character like Dracula or Frankenstein. I'm not going to be the last guy playing Jason. There's going to be other guys in the future. But growing up, just a big fan of you guys. And after a while, Kane warned everyone, oh, he's not against me. Like, I had no attitude, and Kane and I became friends. And I went, oh, Kane Hodder and I are friends. Like, this is the coolest. So, super stoked.
I know they're only joking, but C.J. Graham and Kane Hodder, they give you the hardest time at these shows.
Oh yeah, a lot of it's like a weird brotherhood. A lot of the Jasons give each other so much crap, and they don't. Like CJ will do a thing. He sat next to me at the last con, and people would come over to CJ, and Kane has already signed like their mask, and CJ go, I will do this for free if you let me sign over his autograph. Let me sign over his autograph. I had never seen anybody take him up on it, but some fan gave it. They go, hey, who signed up? Oh, someone did. This is so okay. I know this bit. So people actually take him up on it. It's so freaking funny, because then they'll show Kane, and Kane will get pissed off, and then they'll be, someone will write some, wiener or balls on some sort of like picture, and hey, go give that to CJ. Like, it's ridiculous. Same thing with Robert Englund and Kane going back and forth and all their fun antics. But it's cool because it's all in good fun, but also they're like us. They just want to have fun as horror fans. They want to make sure everybody else is having a good time and they're entertained. So it's pretty cool.
So was the first circuit, or was it for action?
No, on a convention circuit.
Was he still being aloof when you guys did action?
No. He was really cool on Hatchet.
Okay.
Yeah, because what happened, the reason I did Hatchet 3, I was supposed to do Hatchet 2. Adam wrote me a character, but I was on Predators, and it ran too long, and I couldn't get over to Hatchet 2 in time. So he took the character that Adam wrote specifically for me, and rewrote the script and broke it into 2 different characters and cast 2 other guys to play them. So when the third one came around, I was like, hey man, I know everybody in the world has asked you to fight Kane. He's like, look, we don't have a budget, like we're doing this for the fans. Would you come in and fight Kane for Hatchet 3? I go, you know what? I go, my background is like fighting, and I go like, I would say everybody's a hobby. I go, oh, it'd be fun, and we didn't bang it. I could shoot, and I throw high kicks. I go, we can get down and dirty. I think it'd be really fun to see Kane and I go at it. And he goes, yeah, maybe you should read the script first. So those who haven't seen it, it's a very Indiana Jones moment where it's the big build up, like, oh my God, these 2 guys who play Jason are gonna bang it out, and I die instantly. It became at one point, it was very funny because Kane when he performs, everybody approaches, all as actors, we all have different techniques, everybody approaches it differently. But Kane likes to stay away from the main cast, and he gets into his own world, and he stays in the character, and he wants people to be afraid. So he does a break. So when that part where he and I lock up, for those of you, has everyone seen Hatchet 3 though? Majority of people know? There's a part where we lock up together for the first time, where the big build-up, and we lock up, and my dialogue, pardon me, there's any children in the audience, but I'm like, let's do this, you little bitch, to Kane. And so we did it, and the director, BJ McDonald, was like, hey man, we got it. I was like, hey, I know your background's improv comedy. And he goes, dude, just do a series, do whatever you want. Like, okay, cool. And action. Second time we do it, we lock up. He's like, Kane's like, he's like slobbering and spit's coming out face to face. And I'm like, oh my God, Mr. Hodder, I am such a fan of your work. This is an incredible moment for me. And he goes, spitfully goes, you ever, I can't. And we're both laughing, going, dang it. So yeah, Kane and I got along great. It was super fun.
That's amazing. Any other audience questions? Yes.
Favorite boobs in the series? not counting mannequins.
Gina. She took my virginity there.
Gina, he's referring to was what he called the girl. He's improvising. A lot of the stuff, by the way, people don't know. Kyle is absolutely brilliantly hilarious. A lot of the stuff in that scene, he's improvising with Gina, the girl, and the actual the fold-out dirty man. He names her.
The only scripted thing was with me and Jared when I talked to him and said one line about his sister. All the other stuff, that was never in the script. Brad just said, go fucking do something with that man. So yeah.
My favorite moves in Friday the 13th franchise would probably be Shelley's. People love it.
Part 3.
He's part 3 where he got the mask for the first time. He's the comedian guy. He's very sweet.
He or he. So yeah.
Zing.
Yeah. Anyone else out there? Way in the back. Yeah.
Sorry, my came in late. It's a little off topic. You may have addressed this already. Can you describe a little bit what it's like working with David?
100%, my brother. Yes. R.I.P. Mr. Lynch. Like, I was so grateful and lucky to be able to work with David Lynch. A couple of anecdotes about working with him. He was such a kind, open, creative gentleman. Like when I first meet him, I'm like, it's David Lynch. Like, he's a legend. And he's like, so what are you thinking about for the scene? And I'm like, well, what? Because also, I've been on lockdown shows where like, you have an NDA, you can't say anything. I've been like on Indiana Jones, where they're like, you like destroy your call sheet after you're done. Like the lockdown, I did the Twin Peaks, the second, the newest one. They did part 2, I guess. What it was called. But when I came in, I didn't know what to expect. All I knew was, the size that I have, I didn't know any of the script. We didn't get the script. We only got our scenes. And my scene was, I'm like, okay, I'm playing a big bad biker guy, and I'm gonna arm wrestle Kyle McLaughlin for my gang. Okay, that's all I knew. Didn't have any context. I would go around to some of the other cast and crew. I go, hey, is this gonna be like a TV show? Is this a movie for Twin Peaks? What? And this is what I got. And we would walk off. No one would say anything. I go, what is going on? So everyone was so loyal to David, and like he would do wild things. He was such a creative innovator. Not the day that I was shooting, but I heard from my friend George, who had been on the entire show, that there were times where he would set up a shot, which all the departments are working on. He would go and have a lunch. All of us would have a lunch break. David would go and meditate. And come back and go, hey, I had this vision while I was meditating. Let's not do this. What's over here? Let's build. And normally crews would freak out because they have to change everything and go work even harder. Not one of them complained. They're all like, oh, what do you want? Okay, this is what we're going to do, Mr. Lynch. We're going to change this. So on the personal side, the very end of when I was wrapped for the show, I went to David, and I went, David, I go, I can't thank you enough for having me on the show, but the biggest compliment I can give you is I applaud you for the family you've created between cast and crew, because everyone is so loyal and loving to you because you lead out of love and not out of fear. Because sometimes directors will, they think if you're afraid, they're like, hey, then you'll work harder, which is completely opposite the case. But if you lead as a leader, you lead out of love, going, hey, what's your idea? You get so much more. And so he went, by the way, everybody on set had their own Lynch impression, which was fantastic. So David looks at me like, well, thank you very much. But just know this, that you're a part of that family now too. And I was like, I got emotional. I started getting watery-eyed. I'm like, this is amazing. So rest in peace, David Lynch. Thank you for your stories and sharing your creativity with all of us.
Did you have any Lynch interactions or no?
I did not.
Okay. Okay, so one final question before I let you guys loose from me. I would love to know, you guys have both been in this industry for so long, you've learned a lot. What is,
an important lesson you learned on a set, any set, that you still carry with you today?
Okay, honestly, I think it's just being respectful and kind and treating everybody with dignity and kindness. Honestly, because I've been on some sets where directors or other people are assholes and it ruins the whole vibe. You don't even feel like doing the show anymore. But when everybody's just cool, becomes a family, it makes it so much fun to do. You have so much downtime in this business where you're not even shooting, you're just hanging out with people. So if there's one dick on the set, it ruins it for everybody. So I've just always been nice to people. I guess that's just who I am in general, but I've just never really had a moment where I've been a dick to anybody on set.
My answer is very similar to Kyle's answer, where a lot of times when I do interviews for the different projects we're part of, a lot of times the actors get all the praise because we're the front person of this team. And they're, oh, you did this, Eric, or you did that. I can try to explain, hey, thank you so much, but you have to understand, I'm not there alone. We're all, each different department, we're all artists in different mediums. And that's what's so special about TV and film, is you never know what the final taste of the soup that you're making is. Every department adds their own flavor to it. I go, look, they're all pros. I am myself. I go, but if you can't see me, if you can't hear me, if I don't have food, if I don't have transportation to get me here, I go, we're all a team working together. So I try to empower, because some people go, oh, I'm just this. Even like the PAs, which are the lowest on the totem pole, they work their butts off. So trying to empower them more, like, hey, you're a part of this too, because if you weren't here, it's not going to happen. So that's, to me, the biggest lesson I've learned is that equality, I don't care what department and what you're doing, we're all a team, and to have that respect for yourself and respect for everybody else. That's what I learned.
100%. PAs are there, first one's there, last one's to leave, and they don't get paid shit. Most of them, they want to become directors, so that's why they're doing that, and that's how you come up with the product. So.
For sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies, welcome. Mr. Matthews, how are you? All right. We're missing Beverly.
She's in the toilet. Give her a minute. Give her a minute. She's got a blimp in her hanger.
In the toilet. There you go.
She's in the loo. She's got a juicy loo.
Gentlemen, welcome to Days of the Dead. It's so great to see some of you again. So great to meet some of you for the first time. It's such an honor. I would love to kick this off. I want to ask each of you a question about something that's not Return of the Living Dead related, okay? Or Children of the Corn related. And then, because I know that all of our audience is going to just take care of that, right? And then we'll throw it out to the audience for their questions. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. So let me start off. I'll start at the end.
Ladies first.
I will start at the end.
Start with the ladies. The ladies first.
With Linnea. So good to see you again.
You too.
Thank you. Can we please?
Oh no!
What are you on?
So I did my homework, my notes 2 months ago, and I just remembered what I wrote. Okay, so part of me wants to first talk to you about Pumpkinhead 2. Okay. Can we talk about that? How did that come into your life? How was your experience filming that?
Pumpkinhead 2 was fun because I got to, just like be in something that's already been, a movie. So it was like, it had like an audience and everything like that. So, and pumpkins, and I love pumpkin pie.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you? And so it was just so fun, and I got to work with R.A. Michaela. Is that how you say his name?
I honestly don't know how you say his name. I think it's Mihailov. I could be wrong. Don't come for me.
What's his name?
Yeah, him.
R.A. Yeah. And Jeff Burr, which was great. So I had a fun time.
Oh, here comes the cupcake.
Cupcakes here.
Oh.
With sprinkles.
Freddie,
Come on up, beautiful.
Freddie.
Okay, so. Did you have anything else to add, or are we that's it? Okay. Miss Jewel. I'm skipping over Jewel. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna run right down the line.
See,
Go ahead, ask her question. She's got a question first.
Can we talk about Scatter Cop 2?
oh, we can?
Can we?
I don't know. Yeah, there's a movie on it, right?
Yes, it is. Do you have any stories from the set of filming that?
No, can we move on?
Come on.
I don't remember. I cannot remember that.
How?
Remember.
No, I don't remember Scanner Cop 2.
All right. How about Zapped?
Oh, well, I really don't remember that. Zapped.
Hold on, turn it in.
No, we'll talk about Zapped. I'm naked, topless. Was I topless?
I think so.
Yeah, Scott Baio.
She was that most of the time.
Scott Baio has his telekinesis power on me, and so I got my top and 200 other girls, and it was bad. It was a huge hit. I mean, it was really bad.
Why wasn't I in it?
Because everybody was topless.
I would have done it.
You would have done it. Why did you have done it? Actually, Linnea and I go so far back that we've been naked quite a few times together.
Awesome.
I was naked with you. Okay, so you're gonna, yeah, okay.
Moving on.
All right. Thank you, Joel. All right. It's your turn.
I'd like to do ladies
No,
first.
we're just going to run right down the line here. Because we only have 3 months. We're playing musical
Which
now.
one?
One of my favorite shows, Tour of Duty. You had a major role in all 3 years on that. Can you tell me about your experiences of filming that fantastic, beautiful war drama?
That was the first TV show I ever had. That was 1987 through 91. It was a hit show on CBS. It was about a platoon in Vietnam. And we shot in Hawaii for 8 months. And I was making $10,500 a week the first season. And I didn't have a bank account. So, and 22 episodes is a season. So every check I cashed, stuck that motherfucker in my wallet, and spent every single dime. On a whole lot of shit. Rolexes, Mercedes, bought my grandparents a car. But it actually was really good because the second season I was making $17,000, and third season $25,000 a week. I didn't spend a dime the next 2 seasons because everybody, all the actors said, "Oh, nobody." I'm like, "Yeah, I already did that." "Hey, I'm gonna watch it." I already did that. I ended up saving more because I did that. And the next 2 years I didn't spend shit. I was buying houses and equipment. So that was one experience.
Cash that check number 20 days. That doesn't make
I don't need no bank. You don't need a bank account to cash a motherfucking check. All you need is your signature. You just go ahead and signature and send it. You don't need a bank account to cash a check. I said you don't need a bank account to cash a check. All you need is to go find the bank.
Very impressive.
Your memory.
How about for you, sir?
What?
Point Break.
Point Break.
Yeah.
What? Oh, what do you want to hear? A story about Point Break?
Yeah, well, let's story about an experience on set.
water.
I don't know about the shark one.
Okay. Well, are there any surfers in the audience? What, bro?
time you got raped by the shark?
I got raped by a shark. No. My friend was raped. I had done a movie with Patrick Swayze when we were younger, so we were friends, and he became my best friend in that movie, and he took me skydiving when he went skydiving, and he took me water skiing. I went to his house, and I met his Arabian horses and his wife, Felissa, and we did make out.
His brother? Did you meet Donnie, his brother?
What?
His brother?
Met Donnie, who's a professional skydiver. We did a movie called Shy People together after Patrick Swayze. But so yeah, I fucking love that guy, and he was so generous and kind and loving and such a good actor. I just, I think everybody really loved him. He had something special going on, but he took such good care of us. So the skydiving was the coolest thing. But I guess the one thing I wanted to say was Keanu Reeves was the smartest guy in the room everywhere we went, but he never let me know. He's super humble and kind and really generous. So I feel just lucky that I got to be in a movie with two guys that are just, iconic movie stars, but also really kind and really friendly. Just point break.
That's a great story.
Good times.
Sarah, one of my earliest memories of watching TV at my grandma's house. I spent a lot of time at my grandma's house. She influenced everything that I watch today, including horror, my love of diagnosis murder. Another show that all of her foster kids watched was Paper Dolls.
Paper Dolls.
Can we please talk about Paper Dolls?
Yes. I auditioned for the MGM lot. For those of you who don't know, it was basically like a Hinckley character. He stalked some of the models, Sheridan and Terrifier and stuff like that. So for my audition, I had the lines, but I went in and I brought a stuffed animal. And through the audition, I just pet him. And that was creepy enough for me. I got the role.
Thank you.
Morgan Fairchild was on that show. Dak Rambo was on that show. Minnie Rogers was on that show.
Yeah.
Minnie Rogers. Tom Cruise is on.
Right.
One season it was back in that.
Yeah. And it was a spin-off. Not a spin-off. It was a TV movie first, and then they made a show from it. Did you know that? Yeah, it was a made-for-TV movie. Alexander Paul played the Terrifier character. You can see the similarities in their body types. But yeah, and then they made the show, and unfortunately the show didn't last very long. But I have memories of watching that with my grandma's high school foster children. I'm like 5.
Wow. Yeah, people were really upset it got canceled. They were like petitioning the studios and the networks and stuff like that. It was fun.
Jack.
Hi. So you are quite an accomplished puppeteer. You have done many Muppet specials and movies. Can you talk about your experiences on those, just in general, of working with such an iconic company?
Wow, that's a pretty broad topic that covers 50 years of my life.
Covers everything, right? Everything.
That
should be easy for you.
1982 was, interestingly, that's the year I was able to quit my day job for the last time. Because we were touring with Erlene Mandrell, who used to have a TV series on with her sisters, the Mandrell sisters, Shirley. And so she was touring with this puppet band, okay? So that was my first tour and chance to really work full time. And I was working at a place called Leo's Stereo at the time, selling car units. Used to go under the dashboard and 8-tracks and things. And I was able to quit for the last time. And I had a fantastic time doing that. But yeah, I started working with the Jim Henson Company in 1990. The first thing I did with them was the Muppet Vision 3D show, which I understand now is finally closing for the last time down in Florida. So if you haven't seen it, there might still be a chance to run down there and see it. It's really cool. And after that, they brought me in for things like dinosaurs, and it's, when you're working for a company like that, that was founded by somebody like Jim Henson, we all wanted to promote and keep alive his vision for the Muppets, but for every other kind of character and project that his imagination would come up with. We always felt a strong sense of responsibility to keep that flame alive, and it's still there among all the puppeteers and the writers who continue to work on Sesame Street and all these other productions that have come in its wake. Anyway. Yes, now we're doing a show called Puppet Up, which is it's a puppet improv show live that we're touring. Again, I'm back on the road. Well, we mostly do it in LA now. But it's kind of like PG-13 R-rated, and
Mary Avenue Q of you.
Kind of. But it's live on stage, and it's mostly improv, and we do some of these old recreations of old Muppet stuff from like the Ed Sullivan show that people haven't seen in 50, 60 years. So it's a fun show to do if you're over in LA.
Where can we find more information on that if we are in LA and want to see it?
Puppetup.com.
Okay, puppetup.com.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Beverly.
Ready?
So I'm going to bring Linnea back on this one too, because you guys are kind of related on this question a little bit. So you missed the intro, but I'm asking you both something about anything that's not, the movie you're here for today. You guys both did a movie for my friends, different movies, the Caesar and Otto series. Paranormal Halloween was yours, right? And I think Deadly Christmas was yours. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was just, they're so quirky, those two guys. They're so quirky. And I played a character who was the mom of one who had superpowers, and oddly, weird, you have to see it. I had these hidden superpowers, and I had a crazy name, and it was good though, it was fun. Yeah.
It's a fun little series. You can watch them on, I think they're on TV right now, but they're kind of everywhere. But I just talked to Dave a few weeks ago, so yeah.
Paul,
Yeah, Dave and Paul.
Lovely guys.
Yeah, they're fun. They're wonderful.
Yeah.
Dave has a new movie coming out pretty soon too, as well.
In the same series?
No, a very serious horror film. Yeah, very excited for it. Yeah, it's going to be great. Audience questions out there. Yes, Brendan.
All right, I wrote this one down. I'll get up there.
Can you talk loud, sir?
Yes.
Stand up. Stand your ass up.
All right, as far as a shining example of what a stellar ensemble cast is, for me, it's The Thing and Return of the Living Dead. It's apparent that you guys had chemistry then, and it still shines today. I had two quick questions. For one, this movie is full of quotables. Everyone has their favorite quote in the movie. Mine is Miguel saying, "I'll bust it in his damn head." Was that an improv line, or was that written in the script?
That was improv. Now I'm sitting my shit.
For sure. My second question is, what is everyone's favorite line that your character said in the film?
Oh, God. That was mine.
It's just as me, I don't like to cuss. And
My favorite line of yours is,
Friday!
well, I didn't have that many lines. You didn't have any,
Brains.
Or maybe more brains. You can't decide between them.
Send more cops.
My favorite line is, "Do you like sex?"
Fuck off and die.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Thank you, brother. That's my sister, y'all. Leave it alone.
Not all heroes wear capes.
I'm like spooky. Any other questions out there in the back? Yes.
So this is really for Tom, though if you go for all of you. We've heard you all talk about how wonderful James Karen was. And I've seen some of the videos that Joel posted in the past when James was still with us. But did any of you know who he was prior to filming this?
Yeah.
I didn't. I have no idea.
I didn't have any idea. I didn't know him, who he was, Clue was, anybody. I didn't have a clue.
I didn't grow up with, like, people on the East Coast know him as the Pathmark Man. Do you guys know anybody know him? Like? So Pathmark was a supermarket. It's a small chain of supermarket on the East Coast. And he did the specials. He did the voiceover specials, and he was on camera for 30 years for the Pathmark chain. So if you're on the East Coast, oh, that's the Pathmark Man. So that's how you know if you're a kid growing up. But yeah, Pathmark. Pathmark supermarket chain.
Never heard of that shit.
Yeah. It's like Kroger or something.
Is that a California thing? Because I've never heard of that.
But yeah, no, we were definitely blessed with him, you know, coming to the set. If I was a producer, I would hire him. I would hire him just for his energy on the set. Because he was just so, he loved being there, always positive, and just his energy was just so great. And yeah, we became very close. All of our scenes, we had a lot of scenes together, of course. And it was great rehearsing with him and talking about the scenes. And, you know, for us as actors and young actors, it was that film was a total collaboration across the board. Dan was nervous, so so normally if you're a writer, director, they want it their way or the highway. That's it. They don't want to talk about it. But Dan was open to it, and we talked about every scene. A lot of the stuff was improvised or just came out when we were filming. So we were really blessed. I remember we were 3 weeks into filming, and this is what made me think of it at the time. We were 3 weeks into filming, and I asked my mom something, and she had said no to me, and then I realized I haven't heard no in 3 weeks. So then I'm like, oh my God, something special's going on. So it was really great. And then lucky enough, I knew James's wife before I met him because we were in acting class together, but we also found out on the second one that we were born on the same day. We had the same birthday. So we shared our birthdays every year after that. You know, until he passed, and I would have him come up for the holidays and stuff like that. But every year we would celebrate our birthday together.
But basically, he was a nice guy. And everybody loved him.
For sure.
He really was.
And you can wear Marilyn Monroe.
Really?
He was also, he collected antiques before, and that's how he would. So I asked Albert for something, and she gave me a antique as a memento of him. That is, it's a metal antique, and it's a cowboy with a lasso.
Can I try?
Pretty cool. But yeah, from Buster Keaton, very close with Buster Keaton. Jason Robards was a good friend of his. I remember him coming to the set. He would tell me all these Hollywood stories because we did our makeup together, so we had a lot of time to hang out.
He told you all about Nancy Reagan, right?
No, he told me a great story that I'll never forget. He was doing a play with Jason Robards. Jason Robards was doing a play, and Jimmy would go to it all the time and see it. And Marilyn Monroe was in the play. She was in the first act, and she was in the fourth act. And the bar was in Jason Robards' room. So if you wanted to drink, you would go to Jason's room and get a drink. So Jimmy had seen the play 100 times already. So during the second act, he goes to Jason Robards' room, and there's JFK pounding Marilyn Monroe. No. He said, yeah.
Boy, they had cameras back then.
So JFK apologized to Jimmy, and he gave him his lighter. They had the same initials, JFK. These are the same initials. And he showed me the lighter and told me the story.
So where's the lighter now? I'm sure his mama said that.
I'm sure I'll pass it.
Jimmy got a lot of girls.
So wait, hold on. I want to go back. He really saw him pounding better than According to him, I've never done it. I've never done it in life. Wow. I don't think she would lie either. But I can't believe she would do it. Oh, sorry, guys, we got to go big one. Next question. Because I could go all day on that one.
So speaking of James Karen, another one who's passed, Don Calfo.
Oh.
I like working with him, and then kind of a weird one, but I think the soundtrack sometimes gets overlooked. The person who did the original score. So how did you met the person who did the original score too?
I love Jay. I love him, man. He was the first person to taught me how to smoke weed. We used to go to his apartment in Hollywood, and we would smoke all day. He would talk, tell you all these great stories.
He's the gentleman who did the soundtracks going to be doing Linnea's movie soundtrack.
Yeah.
With who? The gentleman who did our soundtrack is working on your Trashes for Men. We're doing the soundtrack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same guy.
Same guy. That's that guy.
So do you know?
I forget his name. I've got it on at my table on there.
Going back with our Calfa shit we passed. Next!
He
has a story.
He would call me on Sundays. He wanted to talk about movies and recipes. This is what I'm cooking this time. What are you making? Because I mean, he does this all the time. And he just would call up out of the blue. He'd like to sit in his hot tub and smoke his marijuana. He'd call me sometimes from the hot tubs. He's a good
What we do, like us up this.
Y'all got all in the hot tub.
Yeah, we all.
Oh yeah, we went to museum one time. We were working on some video and Christmas dinner.
His house and he cooked his stuff. What was on his stuff?
It was great.
Oh, well, that was
So when he was working on the dead body movie, he wasn't smoking tobacco.
Yeah, he wasn't. But wow. I'll tell you one thing though. We go to the airport together, and he would come to my house, leave his car, or stay the night, or whatever, because he was out in kind of by Palm Springs. And one time he wanted the fella to push him through the airport. I'm thinking, what the heck? And he goes, yeah, honey, I got my marijuana in here in the foil. They pushed me through. There's no problem.
Oh my God.
He was a character. He was lovely.
He really was.
He's one of those guys who just walks in a room and he's funny. You know, it's impossible not to laugh at him.
Yeah.
And he's such a good actor at the same time. And so you get drawn in immediately for anything he does because you just can't take your eyes off him.
His sweatpants that took that long time on film, cutting his sweatpants. That was really freaking brilliant. It's really hard to do. When, to do that, I just want to say, doing nothing. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, brilliant move on his part. Also, one time he was at my house. I'm sorry, it's a funny story. Maybe it's funny. It's funny. He stayed overnight. He said, "Wow, that soap you have in there smells really good." I'm like, "Oh, thank you. I just got it at like Trader Joe's or something." And it comes out like, "Wow, I just can't believe how good I smell." And I'm like, "Dom, do you want to take the soap home?" "Can I?" Of course you can't take the soap home. Just so funny.
Talk about Clue too.
Yeah, Clue.
Clue.
Oh yes, Clue. Of course, he's hilarious. We used to be at a convention, and we'd all go and have dinner together. And Clue would say, "I'm going to have a nap now," and this is in the middle of dinner. And he, honest to God, would close his eyes and go to sleep. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And when he was done, he would wake up and he'd carry on. And he was ready to go all the time. We'd go into the VIP parties. The music was so loud. And he'd do the same thing. He goes, "I'm going to take a nap now." And he would do this and then wake up, 20-minute, half
I love that we announced it.
And you couldn't wake him. And you would go Clue, couldn't even wake him.
I would always find Clue sitting on a bench in Hollywood on his way to some theater. And I'd be driving by and I'm thinking, that looks like Clue. And I'd have to go around the block again. I'm going, Clue. And he goes, "Oh, hi, Joel." I'm going, "Where are you going?" And he's like, I'm going over to Burbank, but he's in Hollywood. And that's like, oh my God, that's on the hill, Laurel Canyon. Well, do you want to ride? No, I can walk it. And I would force him into the car, and then he would sit there, and what are you doing? He goes, "Well, I'm watching a lot of movies. I mean, we still watch movies, don't we?" And it's like, "Oh, yeah, okay." And he was just this way. He was like that classic Virginian kind of character, that man of those types of films, and still was really passionate about those films, and you know, I miss that guy. But he also was really a pain in the ass. You know, he and Dan got into a huge argument, and
Don't go there.
Oh, I will.
Don't tell him about that.
I will. And so one of our reasons that we had to close the set down for several days is, are we going to say it? When Clue tried to kill Dan? Yeah, no, this is not a joke.
Yeah.
He tried to kill Dan. Oh, that's Dan's version. As the paint can was coming over to hit him, about to hit Dan, you're kidding me! And just what I posted videos of Dan doing things like those. Anyway, that's what he was doing. And that's honest to God, I mean, we had to close the set for 3 days. That and her, when you had to be readjusted.
Oh, right. Out there.
Oh my God. I guess we got
right there.
Have a cup.
You're up.
So stand up, sir. Hey, sit down, Vincent.
Yeah. Good Movie Adventures 40 this year, so there's been 40 years of horror movies, but your guys' movie is one of the more pivotal ones for zombies. I'm just curious, what franchise that you're not a part of, horror-wise, would you want to be a part of?
Franchise you're not a part of horror-wise that you would like to be a part of.
Scream. Just because how much money those guys make.
I was going to say Star Trek, because they make way more than the screen. Star Trek, every time they have a line from here to Oakland.
He said horror.
What's that, horror?
Yeah.
Shit, I like to turn it in Friday 13. You can't get bigger than that. That's what I'm saying. You can't get bigger than that, so don't answer that.
He doesn't care.
Friday 13th for Beverly.
No, they're not. I said Scream.
Scream's on at 2 levels.
That was Nightmare on Elm Street. Anyone else?
If Cabin in the Woods were a franchise, I would
Disney's, we're going to be quiet. Silence is
Yeah, I know that one. Demon Lane, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, no. That's, what's his face from The Office?
John.
Yeah, he did it. When I was
Okay, somebody else had a question?
No, that man had a question.
Okay, Mr.
No,
Logan.
he came to the set and he
Stand up, sir.
Stand up. And I'm
Okay, go. He's never done this in his life.
Just want to trail your about the chemistry. I visit these guys on the set, and the chemistry is what you see here. It was everybody was like a family, and didn't know about the whole trying to kill the guy, but I wasn't there that day. But the chemistry that translated onto the screen, everybody it was a brotherhood and a sisterhood, and that's what I saw when I showed up that day on the set.
We were lucky because Dan had us rehearse for 2 weeks before we started shooting, so I think that kind of helped us.
And nobody really does that. Was this Dan's first movie? Yeah, that's why he did it. And it really helped a lot. Okay,
that guy.
Yeah. Stand up, sir. All right, good.
Just because there's so many of you here tonight, can you describe or do you have any memories of opening up premiere night of the
That's a good question.
in 85, what that would have been like?
This is not the Michael Jackson thing.
So many presidents, you know, you get Sheridan, just a giant band.
I missed it, so I'm out.
I was shocked.
I don't remember the premiere, do you? They don't really. I must have been working then. I didn't know.
I remember a party and I took a picture with Linnea. It's the coolest picture I've got in my life.
Yeah.
It was a party.
Yes.
Well, I don't remember that. The rap party. I don't remember the
I didn't go to
premiere.
the premiere, but the rap party was great.
Yeah, it was in Westwood at the Bruin.
That I happen to have for you.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, it was in Westwood at the Bruin.
Yeah.
I didn't get to go. I remember.
I said I don't remember it. I didn't say it. All right, in the back. Everybody in the back.
Stand up, sir.
So, we all appreciate Night of the Living Dead. When you read the script, you're like, fuck, this is supposed to be following it. How was it when you read it? The comedy aspect of it?
No, no comedy at all. There was no comedy. It was not made to be a comedy. It turned out to be a comedy.
Right.
Seriously. That's a man who doesn't have a funny bone in his body. He did not make the comedy. What made the comedy was the producers. And what made the comedy was Dan's genius, because what made it funny, which is so great about part one and not part two, is because you're laughing at the situation. You can't freaking believe what you're seeing and what they're doing, and that's what makes it funny.
Those little stupid one-liners, like David, we were screaming.
For example, when we're cutting the yellow corpse's head off, I mean, come on. I'm totally grossed out. But I'm laughing at the same time. It's like, oh God! I have never felt that feeling in a movie before. So that was all there. It was just like, it was over the top, outrageous, and just so dark. And we played it for real. I mean, that's what makes it work.
That's what makes it work.
That's the best comedy, is when we play it for real.
When Dan saw it with the audience and the audience laughed, he goes, why are they laughing? Why are they laughing? He was upset. He didn't understand why they were laughing at his movie, but they weren't laughing at it, they were laughing at it with it.
Laughing with it.
Yeah.
And he was marvelous.
It's lightning at the bottle, that movie, for sure.
You!
Now I have a question.
Stay there, sir.
Okay, Freddie.
We got Jason people here.
Oh, that's very true.
So if you guys all played it for real, were you guys disappointed that we all played? Okay, great.
No, not at all. Actually, in the scene with Jimmy Carrey and I, in the office scene, I thought he was overacting like a mother. I thought, this guy is way over the top. I'm sitting opposite him, and he's like, you want to see him? See him? The corpses. They're in the basement. But that scene, for me, encapsulates the whole feeling of the movie.
Absolutely.
Ironically enough. And I'm thinking, this guy's way over the top.
And he goes,
and his death scene, that's part of the kind of operation I was talking about earlier. When he dies, takes his wedding ring and puts it on the oven and puts his that was his whole idea, which I thought was very poignant. Before he turned into a zombie, he would toast himself like that. But that was his whole idea. Put the ring, his wedding ring on the thing, push himself in.
But you remember Clue was really frightened of all this. He didn't have the audition. I mean, he was just hired the day before.
Yeah, he was hired. Yeah,
so
he was
coming.
on the show.
So you can imagine the time. What?
I'm never gonna give y'all my fool.
It was?
So I'm Clue guy.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought he was a mean, old, cantankerous bastard. No, I did.
I know you did.
I gotta be honest with you, I literally, I don't know shit from shut up. My first impression of Clue, that was the meanest, most cantankerous ass bastard I ever seen. No, I didn't see him try to kill Dan. All I remember him like this all the time. Dan was talking to me like, yeah.
Look,
that's not even, I'm thinking like he's so fucking big.
On Clue's behalf, I would say we all rehearsed. Clue got hired when we started filming. Had a lot of dialogue. He considered the part below him at the time, did it for a paycheck. So he was unhappy and nervous because he had a lot of dialogue and was nervous about the way it was going to turn out. That's all. So, as an actor, you're not prepared, you don't have a lot of time, you're kind of winging it, and you're just happy to get the lines out of your mouth. It makes you nervous and on edge.
I just heard something that I didn't know. She said the guy from Airplane, he was some guy who was supposed to be Clue film.
That's true.
And they offered him $1 million and he said no.
Now we only had a 3 point something budget, which 100 and
It's horrible.
whatever
In the
million
80s.
something went to Romero,
One step above the
right?
sofa.
And
They ain't paid me nothing.
right, and we all got the same money, so it was like really pathetic. But it was the 80s. So, yeah, Leslie Nielsen, right? So Leslie didn't want to leave because he had just done this whole...
I don't think it would have been the same. How many people think it would have been the same? Hell no. Exactly. It would have been better. It would have been better with the way we had it, right? That's what I think.
It would have been a straight comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but...
Okay, anybody else got a question? Because I got to get back to make some money.
No, Kurt Russell wanted to really get into his roles. How hard did he hit you with the butt of the gun in Tombstone?
Oh, he
still got him out.
So the director, that's another example that's a funny scene in my opinion. You know, like I just played straight, but it's funny that and boom. So the director goes, "It's fucking funny," and I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "No, that's bad. It's not good." So we had him hit me in the head harder and harder. They kept putting padding in the hat. Go hit him on the hat, you know. First they're hitting me on the brim, then they're hitting me on the hat. And Kurt's like, "I don't want to hurt him. They're hurt him. The director's like, "Hey," he goes, "there's too many actors in this movie." Kurt had to do it like 20 times. I had to fall 20 times because it's so funny. I'm like, that's. I'm trying to help you. You know, that's good. You know, but you know, as hard as he could, but I didn't get a bruise. You know what Kurt felt the other day? The day after we shot that scene, he's talking to Sam Elliott, and he goes, "Wow, I'm sure, man. I think I'm having a heart attack."
Memorable scenes in the
He goes, "I think I'm having a heart attack." And Sam goes, "That's because you've been running into the rock all day yesterday." Because I kept fucking hit him as hard as I could in the shoulder. And Kurt just forgot about it because he's got a million things on his mind. And Sam reminded him, "You've been running into the rock all day yesterday." And so we both gave as good as we got.
Good story.
The things that we could do back then, we'd all be in jail or being sued now. You can't hit somebody in the head. Just hit that hand. You can't do that now. And then in return, look there when they sent her down the step, she fell through the step for real. You couldn't do that now. The stuff they do now, we couldn't do that. Any other questions? Go ahead. Stand up, son.
My question's for Linnea.
I know that.
Didn't they want you to cut all your hair off and dye it red, really? You had to fight for that?
Yes, I had to fight for that because my hair was real long, and in Hollywood they wanted blonde actresses with long hair, you know, and we weren't getting paid, like Joel said, $1 billion or anything, so that would have like cut my career badly.
I don't think so, because that red hair was cute as hell. Come on, wasn't it? I mean, anybody else? Okay, you got a question? Go ahead now. What's your question now?
It's ready? I've been waiting for somebody to get here. He's not here yet. But the scene when they're taking the rapid weasels from the mortuary, from Unita to the mortuary to be cremated. The gentleman who is on the stretcher is supposed to be here, and I was going to introduce him. That's why he's staring at the door waiting for him to get here. James Clayton's
real guy?
He's still alive. Today, this is it's not. But I want you all to see who the rabid weasels are.
I thought they were a bunch of monkeys.
That was when they were in the bags, they were throwing them in the oven, but when they were walking the yellow cadaver across the, he was visiting the same with Robin Anderson and Clay, and they said, "Get in the bag, get in the bag."
When's the art director of Return?
Yeah, well, Ernie, they're not like Ernie.
Do we have any more audience questions out there? Okay, one more for Brenda.
I'm just kidding. What's that?
What? Ask a movie-related question.
Of course, you can ask any damn question.
You guys forced to eat cow brains?
Were you guys forced to eat cow brains? We didn't, but others did, yes.
What's his name?
Raw, yeah.
Hey, we had I was raised on brains. We had brains and eggs in our line all the time. But we didn't have it raw.
And they were like not refrigerated or anything.
I
That wasn't me.
You didn't get an extra. You didn't get an extra raise.
Okay, the young black man in front.
Got Brendan and this. I went over here, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Okay, could you tell us a little bit about your experiences playing Demon in Friday the 13th?
Oh, me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, damn.
Because you were only in it for.
I was homeless when I did that movie. I was still homeless when I did that movie. Living at youth rescue mission at the time. And I got the role, and I didn't know shit about acting. I didn't know nothing.
But you knew Jerry.
And it was freezing in that thing. Freezing. I was so excited to do it. And he said, just do it up. And then I just started. He said, sing. And I started saying, sitting in the morning sun. He said, hey, it's cut. You can't sing that because we have to pay for it. So, ooh, baby, I just made that shit up right now. and I love it because I was in the movies and I started crying and I was crying and the tears were coming. I was like, I can do it. And it was just exciting. First job I ever had. It was just fun to me. Not hard at all.
I saw someone over here. Yes.
So there's a fan theory that came up recently about, in the movie, of course, Tom and James, you see them die turning into zombies, but when James hits the barrel in the beginning and Tarman comes out while they're unconscious, the theory is the reason why Tarman didn't eat them is because they're already dead when the gas hit. I don't know if that's...
Wow. That's a theory.
Wait. Say that again.
So in the movie, you see Tom and James turn near the end, when they're in the chapel.
Correct.
That's when they're supposed to turn.
Correct.
But then, when James first hits the barrel at the beginning of the movie and the gas knocks him out, Tarman comes out, he's down there wandering around, right? But he doesn't eat them. So is the reason why he doesn't eat them is because they were already dead. When they
They got chemical in their ass. You know, like a dog, when a dog smells something, they can tell he wouldn't eat them. Because they already infected. They were already dead, they were just too lazy to fall. They were already dead. So look at him. Remember what the guy said about their blood that was coagulating? Remember the paramedic said that? Right. So that's not, he didn't want their dead ass brains. He just wanted fresh brains. Anybody else?
All right. Yes.
Last question, we gotta go make money. Unless y'all will give me all $6.
Talk about Trash's Revenge.
That might take a while. We are starting the campaign on the 20th of this month, and Trash's Revenge is not a remake or anything like that, but it's a whole fun, it's got dancing and singing and all of us in it. Yes, and we're all going to be in it and go in different places to film it, and it's going to be really fun.
And make sure you go see it. Make sure you go see it. Take all your friends.
And tell all your friends. Tell all the people you hate to go see it. Make sure they go.
Just like Chris Rock. Chris Rock took a whole bus to see Joanna Man to open
And we have the music guy.
And the same music that did ours. And it's going to be a hit, I promise you.
Only if we make it one. That's what we got to see it, right?
non-trademarked version of that, okay? So we're not trying to get sued out here, but we are going to be joined by the lovely Felissa Rose. We have a lovely assortment of hot sauces up here, and if you guys are not familiar, we are Scaredycast. We're just getting a few things set up. We are local out of Phoenix, Arizona, and speaking of the beautiful Felissa Rose, is coming right here. So excited, just can't hide it. I'm actually going to give you, thank you so much. We did this in Chicago, and Felissa is an absolute trooper. All of it. So Felissa, I'm going to let you do this, but we're also going to be joined by the lovely Summer Flynn, who's here. So we have a bit of a shortage of microphones, but I think you both need microphones. So you guys, we're going to give it to you guys as we're setting up, because they want to hear from you, not from me. So let's turn this one on. And then I got it. so excited. I got a prayer like this. Whatever you guys would like to.
Oh, that's me.
Should I sit right here? Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. Thank you for having me. I'm so honored to be invited.
I haven't had any vodka.
Yet.
When did you guys get in for Las Vegas? Because you're making the rounds of all the cons. Like, I see you're posting all the time about cons. You have to be exhausted.
I feel great. That's amazing. Woo! It's so fun, as we know. We all know. Like, this is the most beautiful family in the world.
Hell yeah.
The Ford family. We are a community of love and happiness, and it just makes my heart. Oh my gosh. One of my really good friends who I love so much is here, Rod. I love you, Rod. Give it up for my friend Rod. And my friends Brandon and Vincent and Ashley and so many fun friends. Ooh.
I will say we have an abundance of, not an abundance, but we do have extra chicken nuggets. So if we have any volunteers / voluntold that would like to join that aren't scared, and they're like, oh, okay. We'll see which one is the spiciest one, and then we'll invite you guys up here if you're brave enough.
Oh, I don't have any water.
I will say we brought Fireball for the fire challenge. And this is going to help coat the taste buds once Tony comes in. Then
We're gonna chase the hot sauce with cinnamon alcohol.
Okay.
Fireball.
And then we're going to use the bucket for other things.
We'll evacuate the.
I don't have the water.
Sorry.
It's fine now.
She's like, I'm taking my laptop.
I'm scared now. See ya.
It's like I'm getting my Toms.
Pepsi AC out.
Oh, you don't want to suffer with us? Oh.
This is what, come on, Rod.
Come on, man, try with us.
Rod, my friend Rod is going to come up here.
What happened? Hold on.
We have nothing to drink.
I got a beer here.
There's no milk?
Yeah, no milk.
There's the stuff in the
No, where's my
VIP.
milk?
No milk.
2%.
It was in the rider bill.
Oh, look, Coors Light is here.
Fireball.
Just a few.
Damn.
Oh,
Or
thanks.
fireball. We're in big trouble.
We are so fucked.
This is trouble.
So for anyone who's not familiar, we actually did this for the first time with Felissa, and we were joined by Dave Sheridan. Can you guys hear me?
Dave
Sorry,
joined us.
I'm a loud ass.
Bill Could joined us. Oh,
Dave-
he's right here.
Okay, beautiful.
Come on, Bill. Let everybody give it up for Bill.
We're all here right now.
This is Bill's Days of the Dead. That's the official title.
Oh, gosh.
It's all on him. He's did it all.
He's the only one with a beverage.
Yeah.
We did this in Chicago, and we all got through it, but we also had milk. So we're gonna see how this goes. Milk. We have milk. We have milk. I was raised by a Midwesterner. I apologize.
Do you get milk from a cow?
All right, you guys. So if anyone is not familiar with how Hot Ones works and how the Days of the Dead version works, we're going to be asking questions along the way, and for each one, we are going to be progressively getting spicier and spicier sauces. And I don't know, but there's going to be some spicy questions. Maybe we'll see. So feel free. But first and foremost, we just want to say a special thank you again to Bill so much for putting Days of the Dead together.
Listen, everybody just yell Dave until he comes in.
Dave Sheridan is coming in.
He said he wasn't invited.
What are you talking about?
Bullshit.
No, it's because he has such a hard time in Chicago.
Is Dave coming in?
No.
Maybe, yeah, let's talk to your mom. Do you have my phone, Mandy? That's right there. By the way.
Call everybody you know and be like, hey, get in here. You guys are about to witness something amazing. Tell everyone.
I'll give him principal.
This was like an intercom system. Ding dong. Tell Dave Sheridan I call him a ding dong. To all these people. Oh, Dave's coming in here too? Oh man. Look at this. It's like
This is why we have extra nuggets, guys.
this is like a crappy version of The Last Supper.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I called him a name.
Got it.
I called him a name and I said,
He called him the Double D.
You know, he really called me So fun.
Oh, okay. We like fun.
Yeah, we love fun.
Bill's giving me the.
Miguel would be so fun. Could you picture it? That would be awesome.
Okay. So, how did you line up the sauces here? Did you get them in order?
Oh, there he is, Dave Sheridan!
Dave Sheridan!
are you gonna pussy out?
I love that. We were all thinking the same thing.
The very first bottle, which is all the way to our right, that goes from there up. This is number one, a smoky bourbon, 600 Scoville.
This is
600.
What's it called?
Smoky bourbon.
The Crazy Swine.
The Crazy Swine.
Well, we're about to fill yourself, and then you're about to empty it.
Look, so I just want you to know the rules of the game. You have to take the nugget into something really hot and down it with a fireball. That's the name of the game, Dave Sheridan.
Like I told you in the front row, we are in the splash zone. Prepare. Oh God, what? Brian, I don't like you saucing my nugget.
Which one's yours? Oh, that's mine? Yeah, I got me.
There you go.
As we are passing along these sauces, the first question that we have is, obviously we're in beautiful Las Vegas. We know that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but is there a story, whether it's in Vegas or not, that is Vegas-esque that you can share with the audience of the craziest thing that maybe you've either done here or somewhere else in another country? Bill has a story.
I didn't know he was Asian.
Just didn't win the first time. Never bargained with a Chinese man. No definition.
Can I tell mine?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so after Devil's Rejects, the entire cast, we went and did this thing called the Hollywood Gun Club Shootout. And it was somewhere outside of Vegas. And we're all shooting guns, and Priscilla Presley's in the movie. And her husband, Ted. And we all went out to the Ghost Bar afterwards, which is the top of some restaurant, place, the Palms, I think, some big glass thing. And then we all did our separate ways. I went to bed, and about 6 in the morning, Ted calls looking for Priscilla, and he didn't know where she went. And I was like, oh, she's not here in my room. I go, maybe call Lou Temple. And he goes, I already called everyone. You're the last person. And I went, Ted, I'm gonna let you know something. If your wife ever disappears in the middle of the night, I'm not the last person you should call. So then I hung up.
It was like a constant hilarious people like, Bill Forsythe.
Yeah, Wade Forsythe, Bill Mosley, called everybody. And I'm like, I'm the last person you thought of?
You're supposed to eat it and then have to answer the question while you're in pain, but everyone just kind of was just like, oh, this wasn't so bad.
It's not though.
It's a little bit like vinegar. It's not too bad.
I just want to say this one is really good.
Oh, it's flavorful. What is
Does
that?
anybody want to try a piece of mine?
This one is
smoky. I thought it was more vinegary. It wasn't bad.
Oh, you didn't get smoky out of it?
A little bit. It's very light.
I do like the vinegar hot sauce. That's like North Carolina. I usually take barbecue sauce.
All right, let's move on to the number 2 apple whiskey. This is a 1,240 Scoville. This is called Voodoo, and it's really cool green and purple label. You want to open that one for me, Beal?
I would think of like a I have this thing called mini mulch. I don't know if that would be problematic for this.
No, you're good. I think hot sauce is good for it.
You're problematic.
Because remember, David, only sucks for you.
Yeah. Does everyone know you have a sphincter at the top of your stomach?
Is that true?
That is, because mine is broken, and so I have this, what's it called?
Is it time to drink the Bible?
Las Vegas, let's go!
Look everybody in the eye of 7 years bad sex.
That's 7 years of sex that you would never have anyway.
What else is there?
Yeah. She just said, I'm gonna have sex.
Yeah. All right. Everybody got their sauce. The second sauce. Did you pass it? No. Go on, pass it.
We really messed up like having it start at the end with all
There you go.
men. We should have maybe we should have started where like at the now.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're outnumbered.
All right. So the second question was actually Tony's question.
Oh, what was it?
It was about entrance music.
Oh, yes.
Is that weird that when I heard entrance, I was
Please tell us, wait, please tell us, before you ask us, wait.
I don't know, I heard entrance, I definitely went into the sexual area.
As you should.
Hello.
It was like, and what was the
Is it like Barry White? Here we go.
That's what I heard.
If you were a professional wrestler, what song would be your entrance music?
It would be, what's Dee Snyder, what's his big song?
We're not gonna
We're not gonna take it, come on! We're not gonna take it! We're not gonna take it anymore! In the entrance!
I'm not gonna name drop my band, but I had a band and we toured with Twisted Sister.
Name drop.
On the Twisted Sister Christmas tour.
Oh,
And so they, of course, are gonna close with "We're Not Gonna Take It," but then they played "Come All Ye Faithful." It's the same fucking song. I was like, oh, that really ruined "We're Not Gonna Take It." Go, come all ye faithful.
I hate that. I hate that. I'm gonna eat this because I don't want to think about that anymore. You have wait.
I ate mine. It was actually better than the first one. Wasn't
No,
it?
that's spicy.
Okay.
Wait, okay, so the fact that, so my next question for you guys, because this is the second time that we've been fortunate enough to be able to do a hot sauce challenge.
Woo!
First of all,
The fireball so far is worse than the
okay, so, you know, the experience is the last one was a little rough. Who do you think that is at Days of the Dead that would not be able to
Let's
get
give it up for Jimmy.
Oh,
Jimmy!
And I love you, Ken.
There he is, Jimmy.
Who would be able to get through this?
who are you guys gonna call out that would not be able to get through this?
Danny Roebuck.
Oh.
He's a good shot.
Who wouldn't get through this challenge?
Yeah.
I don't want to say.
Ask me if I'm gonna do this.
Are you gonna?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, no, girl.
Next sauce. Next sauce up is I think
Another to do it. My my girlfriend, David Taylor's.
She is. This one, man.
That's why I said it, because I wanted to do this and say, yes, I want it. I'll do it at the next one.
Well, last time in Chicago, you called her in and she wanted nothing to do with it. She was like, why you calling me?
Alright, so this is a mango habanero,
She came in like Narnia.
1240 Scoville, so the same as the last one.
Oh, I didn't know there was measurements.
Yes.
We're in the
We started at 600 Scoville, we're gonna end at 25,000 Scoville.
What's the population of Scoville?
You and me, we're going right.
Tomorrow, like.
Is that like am I not a science guy, or is that just made up? Is that like made up?
What, Scoville? The Scoville unit? What's called the Sheridan unit? How many Sheridans is this?
That's on the other end.
Everybody have sauce.
No, what
This is it?
That's number 3. We don't have an arrow.
I drink number 3.
We should just pour a fireball on our nuggets. No, I hate fireball. Yeah, I'm so Oh, no. We're supposed to ask the question, then you take it, and then while you're going,
I like mixing them all together. That's
This ain't nothing to. Wait till we get to like 5, 6, then it's gonna hurt.
It's a cocktail of hell.
Is there anyone who wants to try it?
Yeah, does anybody want to? Yeah, you want to come up here and try it? Yeah,
How's that?
This
That's awesome.
Hey,
Do we get to the hotter one? Do you want a hot one?
I'm good where we are. Oh, no, I want the hottest.
All right, who wants a good little easy number 4?
This is hot.
what number are we at?
No, we're only on 3.
Oh my god, barely.
All
I would say
right.
we did this in Chicago, and I think this one is heading high. Like this is already like the other ones were.
All right, so for this question, this was actually a question that was submitted to us from an Instagram follower. So from Hoffman's Girl on Instagram, she wants to know, is there a horror movie that you guys think is underappreciated or maybe misunderstood? And which one or ones isn't?
Wow, that's an excellent question. And
Oh yeah, take the bite. Here we go. Nug it up.
I feel like the one you love, Angst.
Every one of these is just
Angst. Does anyone know the film Angst?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite film. I would say that's unappreciated, but I also don't know if that's considered a horror movie or just a brutal serial killer movie. I love it though.
Same. 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
I wish more people knew about it. That's
Why do you think it's underappreciated or?
just because I don't. Well, it's German. Yeah. And so I don't think a lot of people know about it. But it broke a lot of boundaries. It was made the same year hers, 82. And there was a Steadicam at that point, but more than Steadicam, he built, the DP director built all sorts of rigs, which nowadays they can do with these movies where they can pass it through windows and stuff. But this was a 35mm, 50 pounds that they're passing through.
Like a first-time gimbal rig before they made a real nice.
Yeah, he made it all himself and designed it all. So it sort of like set the standard.
Kind of like you saw how much work you put into it. Where you're like, that deserves to be seen by more eyes. Yeah, definitely.
And I like the kills. The kills are great. They're just like
Love good kills. We all love good kills. What's one of your favorite kills? Like from a movie you're just like, dude, I saw that and I never forgot it.
Me?
Yeah.
The hatchet, the one where it goes around and he's ripping his skull. Oh, that was really well done. Yeah.
You're gonna love this one.
By the way,
And Victor Crowley.
Oh, yeah.
that hatchet kill, Dave, that you mentioned, she's a good friend of mine, Rings with the Tree Cadarbo. I was just at North a few months ago, and she loved doing it too. She loved doing that movie, that scene. She thought it was really like challenging, but really like she was all for it. And Kane's always very impressed with her tricks. He always says, quote, "She let me put my dirty ass hands in her mouth."
That sounds like Kane.
Without complaint. And he's very impressed by it. Apparently, that doesn't happen very often.
I feel like people would pay a lot of money for that.
Now, yeah. I have an underrated film.
Kane says the same thing about you.
Oh, yeah.
He let me put my 38 inch in there, gaping, and then the catch came.
Number 4 or 5? What do we got? 4. Number 4. Now this one's.
Wait, you have an under.
Oh, go for it.
I'm gonna do this how I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna take the bite of the hot.
There you go.
Whatever
You
the
gotta
hell
let
this
it
is,
burn
because
more.
it's scary. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
What is this?
So this one right here is actually our really good friend Horror Struck Hot Sauce, which is directly across from your guys' table, actually right next to us. Across, they're a lovely couple, and Horror Struck Hot Sauce. We replaced number 4 and number 6 with him because he was like, yeah, these are about that hot or whatever.
Yeah.
So 7, 8, 9, 10 are the really bad ones. But go check out his booth. He's super sweet. Horror Struck Hot Sauce, right across from Felissa. This is one of them called East Atlanta Phantom. So how do you think? What do you think about it?
I'm chilling.
All right, it's not too bad.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna find that hot. I would put that on eggs or something.
That's actually good. That's really good.
Can you see that on eggs?
I can see it on everything. I can see it on my cereal. Go buy some. Horror Struck Hot
We're gonna
Sauce.
replace red dye 35 or whatever it is.
Okay, so my underrated film is one of hers, and it's called Satan's Playground. Like Nate's film, not a lot of people know about it, but it's my favorite movie she's ever done, including Sleepaway Camp.
Whoa!
It's amazing. Her performance is stellar. It's heartbreaking.
I think it's the first time she drove a station wagon.
There is that too.
I
love it
was
so
not
much.
driving the station wagon. My sister was driving it, played by the unbelievable Ellen Sandweiss from The Evil Dead. And the evil character in the film is Ed Neo from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the hitchhiker. And he had a real machete in his hand, and the director said, "It's okay if you go right up to her neck in this scene, because you have to really cut her neck." And I go, "Okay, I'm a willing actress. That's all right. You can come to my neck and choke me and beat me and get me with that machete." And the only person who heard that he was really cutting my neck was the sound person in the van in the back. He was like, "She needs to go to the emergency room. He's cutting her neck for real." I was like, "Ah." She's a good actor. That's a good actor. And I was like, "No, I'm dying right now."
You really look like you're in pain.
So real. Thank you so much. So authentic. But thank you. I appreciate it.
It's my favorite.
Next up is number 5, Fiery Cayenne, 7,900 Scoville.
She jumped the gun.
Sorry, I fucked
Jumped
it
the gun.
up. I fucked it up.
Oh.
We got Bella Lugosi over here. We got Bella Lugosi. Hold on. We got
Bella
Bella
Lugosi is dead. This is
We're
another
going
one from Horror Struck.
Yes, so we're doing that. We're jumping lines. Wait, but okay, so Felissa, obviously you get a lot of love for Sleepaway Camp. Do you appreciate when people know your other films and like when you get like amazing feedback like that? Like, does it like as an actress, does that like what does that do for you?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It is the most amazing, rewarding, beautiful feeling in the whole world. Like, you know, you just, in your life, you hope you can just make one movie. And then you feel so thankful when you get to do and create with people you love. And it's, I can't even describe it. Like, I wish I could just hug each and every one of you. It fills my heart like I can't describe. I'm just super grateful, and every day I'm on my hands and knees with gratitude. I thank you so much for like just knowing any of the things. It's just so beautiful, and like I love y'all so much. Bill, are you okay?
That side of the table's like.
All right, here we go. We got everybody got their nugget. That the one that looks like marinara. Yeah. That looks like ground up Bella Lugosi. Did you get your?
I know you guys are gonna kill me. I know that's what I'm not assuming. Is Bella Lugosi the one that did the makeup stuff? His own makeup? Or was that Bella Lugosi?
Does anybody want to try this one? No, you don't.
Everybody good? We got it. Here we go.
This is kind of funky. But you got to extend this one stuff.
This one hit me in the throat.
It hit your back. Your back. This guy's.
Was that number 5?
Yeah. That was the one.
Thank you for being here, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right.
You all right? What are we doing next?
Oh, we apparently jumped
That
down.
one really
So now we have to
is.
do cayenne pepper.
I think it's time for Fireball.
Thank you.
Fireball.
Well, okay. Well, Felissa, you just gave us a lot of things, but I think I can speak on behalf of, like, for both of you, Dave and Felissa and Summer, the fact that you guys give us so much entertainment and that we can have these amazing memories and be able to have this time with you. You guys are always so amazing with your fans and so amazing for Days of the Dead. So I just want to give it up for you guys. And give it up for And this is distracting me from the spiciness.
I want to give it up to Scaredycast and for making this happen.
I'll call you later at 4 a.m. when I'm not like
I do have tubs. I brought tubs as well. I did just remember.
To me, I'm starting to feel it now. What happens is you build up this thing and then it gets in your head and you start to trip out a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do. When did you become
Exactly. Yeah. Glad you noticed. I'm lucky I'm always red. Remember I turned really red though last time?
Oh, we're getting there.
Flushed.
This fire like a pizza.
The grease of the, yeah. Like when you fold the pizza.
Number 7 is original ghost pepper, 11,000 Scoville.
Ghost pepper.
Hey, what was the last Scoville that we had though?
I know what that one is.
What was 5 at?
Oh, 5 was 7,000.
7,000.
So it's a little bit of a jump. I'm gonna look at Scoville. I don't believe it's real.
Yeah, Mr. Scoville.
Yeah.
There's any Sheldon too.
Brian Scoville.
Totally. It's Brian. Yeah. Yeah. I'm at this. I think we're running out of nuggets. I'm gonna have to just use my finger.
Wait, we have more bucks in here yet. We're good. We had this one.
Yeah, it's a number.
What do you think about it?
It's
What's that?
we had it.
We're on 5. Us girls are on fire and kayak.
We're on 7 now, so grab 7.
Oh boy! Whoa! It's kind of like tamarind, like Mexican candy. And then it gets real hot. Alright, this one is two-tone. It looks like
It's mesquite though.
this looks like a baby chicken.
Hey boys, you want to share those?
Yeah.
Two behind.
That looks very Tabasco.
This one's like
I'm gonna call you later.
This one's like, look at this. It's like yellow. It's hard.
One of my friends works in homicide for the Newark, New Jersey police, and he's a homicide photographer. And he's always like, the one thing about horror movies is when blood sits for a while, it separates, and there's like a yellow plasma that comes up. And he's like, you guys never had that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, shame on you.
Yeah. It's kind of like we were talking about the separation.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah. You guys got it?
Cheers.
Ready? Here we go. I'm okay.
Okay, well, all we're doing is speaking of homicide, speaking of ghost pepper.
You could give this to a dentist, like, to numb your mouth before your drills. This is like, I think there's cocaine in here.
But
It probably is okay.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. It's just something I know. Are you guys sharing like a queen bed or something? What's going on? You're good.
It's on top.
Yeah.
Oh no! Okay, so ghost pepper, talking about homicide. If you believe in the afterlife, if you believe in ghosts, what would you do as a ghost? Would you haunt someone? Okay, yeah. What would you guys do as a ghost? What is like your number one priority? What are you doing? Who are you haunting?
Okay, so I'm doing it again. I'm doing this how I'm supposed to do it, right? Taking the lead. I have a lot of vengeance for my former job.
Oh, hell yeah.
I worked at a law firm and they made me out of hell for 5 years. And I just left that job a year ago and I'm still. What does that mean? I am down with Kinsey and Louder. I'm all right now. No, but I worked with several attorneys, but I don't like that. That were very OCD about their desks. Like their pencils were all in a line, their papers were perfect, right? And I have to go in and file and I make sure I left everything perfect, right? And I'm like, I'm tired of haunting all you bitches. And I say, I'm gonna come in and just wreck your office right in front of you, like ghost movie style, right? I'm just gonna start typing on your keyboards. I'm gonna make the copier go on the fritz, and I'm gonna fuck with every person in this place.
Hell yeah.
And I told everyone that, yes, and I'm still gonna do it. And I'm like, death to Heather.
Wait, Heather, especially what happened? What does Heather do?
Again, make my life a living hell. Well, I have PTSD from that job. I am still sick from that job. And it's been a year.
So we're taking a field trip to that office.
To Chicago. Yeah, so that is my plan when I die, everyone. And that was not good.
Dave, you ready for the answer on
No, let her go first. Yes. She's very connected to the ghosts.
I just want to when I go and I see my loved ones from wherever I am, I just want to send some really beautiful signal of love and make them know that I'm vengeance. Doesn't that sound fun? You can say,
You're gonna fuck with Katie.
that's the most important and beautiful thing.
I got a question for you. I got a question, Felissa. Have you worked out signals with your loved ones? Like when I die and I tap 3 times, it's me? I know people that have done that with the people they love in hospice, and then they'll hear these random taps, or they'll see the butterflies or the hummingbirds. It's usually not something that's generic to butterflies, like a hummingbird or a cricket or something. I just fucked up. Probably because I swore and said it's restricting. I'm sorry, I fucked it up.
TikTok's going away anyway, so.
Yeah. So do you have you done if you see this as me?
Well, when my dad passed away, there were always ladybugs around me and my dad, and then when he died, there were a million ladybugs around me. So anytime there's a ladybug, I know it's my dad. So certainly anybody who knows me and knows once I'm gone, there will be ladybugs everywhere. So, ladybugs. Yeah. Yay for ladybugs!
So we have vengeance, we have beautiful notes from the past.
What's your
How would you do?
I don't know.
I won't say anything.
Yeah. It's like, well, because in that movie Ghost, he has to be trained to be able to move stuff. It's like,
but we've all seen
I'd be like a lazy ghost. I'd be like,
You're lazy.
Would you just hang out with a
I think I might just be an elevator ghost and just hit all the buttons or something like that.
You just pull an elf where you go to the elevator. What were you doing?
Tony, how you doing over there, bud?
I'm bad, man.
This is number 8. What do we got?
What's it?
We're only
What is it?
Really quick, touch my eye.
I don't have it.
Don't touch your eyes.
Yeah, this is
Give me it.
It's 20,000 Scoville.
20,000?
We went from 11 to 20.
I don't think we can handle the pressure. We're going to implode.
What's the next question?
Down the 9.
Brian, you had a question.
This one tastes like an ashtray. This one tastes like cigarette butts. You like cigarette butts? I don't know, the one that Asshole. That's terrible.
Phantom Buffalo.
Phantom Buffalo, Ghost Pepper.
Asshole is gonna be so.
Satan. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me talk to you.
Let me talk to you.
Oh, okay, we have 2 more. Let's get through. Oh, wait, question. Number
You got another question?
Oh, I got one, please.
Okay.
What are 3 things, and if you can't get 3, then you can do 2 or 1. What are at least 1, if not 2, if not 3 things you want to be married with? This one, number 8.
Well, it might not be a choice anymore of us being married with it because I think we're just gonna, it's gonna happen right now.
I don't like that.
So true.
I do.
3 things that you'd be married with?
Yeah. 2. Or
Phil.
1.
However many you want.
Yeah. Just is there anything you want to be married with?
You!
Oh,
I'm married with Scott Majestic.
Yeah. Bill, I have a question. No, I have a question for you. A couple weeks ago, I sent you a link to a sour candy challenge. Just wondering whatever happened to that, man, because this sucks, dude.
Stop making us so hot, Bill.
Bill has selective memory all of a sudden now that it's like, oh, if I'm in candy, I'm reading.
And with hot sauce?
All right, next up is number 9. Smoked ghost pepper. I was already
all think chicken McNuggets taste better.
Oh God, yeah.
So who wants to be married?
I am sweating.
Okay, so my lifelong dream, my entire life, ever since I was a little baby, was to have a good guy doll. And when Trick or Treat released the first one, I bought 2, one to put away for investment, and then one to play with and have on display to be married with. And I told my ex-dad, I told Henry that, and he laughed at me. I said, no, I'm fucking serious. I want to be married with my good guy doll. I want him peeking out of the casket like this, and bonus points if someone can get, one of my buddies can get a voice box and make him go off during this ceremony several times. And I tell everyone that, they think I'm joking, I'm fucking serious. Yeah, come on guys.
When you get married with?
What is this?
I'm so boring. I would get married with a sleepaway camp VHS. It's been my whole life, okay? A curling iron and a big hive.
I think Tombstone should just be a big sleepaway camp VHS tape.
There has to be some sleepaway camp in my coffin, you know?
The coffin should be sleepaway camp.
It is a sleepaway camp. It is a VHS. It is a VHS.
Collector's edition.
Yeah. You too, Bill?
I don't know what the hell is going on. Okay, Felissa, it's here with you. If you would like to, this is the next one. This is number 9.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Okay,
9. Number 9 is a smoked ghost pepper, 25,000 score. Hey, one of you, get up here and do this. All right, get up here. Get up here.
Whoever wants one.
Whoever wants this. Good luck. Right over there.
Load it up, we'll be taking a challenge. Load it up.
The sauce is right here, Felissa.
I've tried all kinds of different alcohol, and they all get me the same drunk. But there's a different kind of like buzz you get from this. It's like your body's rejecting it. It's like an ayahuasca trip. Like you would do this in some crazy like tribe in Nigeria to ascend to some higher level. Like this makes you experience things.
Yeah.
Who's here?
It's kind of like a psyop thing. There's like a little bit of confusion.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Doesn't that like bring up a little bit more?
My girlfriend's a nurse, and she says that the capsaicin in alcohol is broken.
Where's Brian's girlfriend at? Shut up! Stand up, say hello, everybody.
She also said, never do a hot sauce challenge ever.
I'm chasing the alcohol, or it breaks down that, so you should do that instead of milk. So I've been drinking Coors, but coming out of the Coors.
But isn't there a little gas?
Just saying.
Up through the esophagus?
I don't know, let's ask the doctor. Is there gas in the esophagus or something? Little boy in the
These guys are winning out.
They made me think it was way worse. Yeah.
Way worse. Yeah.
You sauced it?
We got number 9. We got number 9.
Hey, Anna.
Who's got
Anna the Irish, how about some hot sauce? Come on.
Alright, you ready for the next question?
A little bit like the...
This looks like beer gum glue. Like the fake hair.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is very viscous.
I know these are my friends.
This is Vincent and Brandon.
Vincent and Brandon.
Except they're wearing long shirts.
It's not that bad.
Also, you sucked on his pee-pee with your acting.
Just glad you said that thing at some point. Pause a little bit. There's a comment there.
Sorry, got it.
Not really, a comment. You doing number 9?
Alright, you ready for the next question?
It radiates.
Are you jumping into number 10 now?
Tom's. Oh, yeah. Tom's.
Alright, we ready? Felissa, next question. Who is the most famous person in your phone that you could call right now and they would answer?
I like that.
Yeah, because you have to call them and see what happens.
All over filming locations and stuff like that. So check it out.
We can call Bam Margera right now.
Yes!
Let's see, Wait. Should you call it the same time? I don't think it's like
You call and I'll call my.
Or it could be someone else.
I don't have his current number.
This is more like a challenger of who is Bam
At a certain point, I think you
Are you okay, Brian?
I'm on a roller coaster right now, somewhere in like Europe. It's very nice there. I'm having a great time. I don't know.
The last one is another ghost pepper. Number 10 is peach ghost pepper, 25,000.
You know what I really want to call Vincent Pastore, Big Pussy from. Should we call him?
Yes.
Yeah.
You big pussy.
You know, we can all call him. Should we call Steven Seagal?
Yes. Should we call Steven Seagal? That's not even one. That's just, I'm going to call Steven Seagal.
Somebody else.
Yeah, yell a name, and we'll just call
Cody
it.
O'Brien. Cody O'Brien.
Yes. Everyone quiet.
Yes, Conan O'Brien's phone number. Oh my God. What is it?
He might be as well.
That's crazy.
Dave Sheridan.
Yes.
You've called someone?
Let's just do celebrity prank calls. Just call celebrities all right now.
You know, he just won Mark Twain.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Are you calling?
Dave, I'm not picking up.
Let's call
Can I scroll through here and just pick somebody? Keep going.
Let's call John Abrahams from Scary Movie. Because he'll pick up. Oh my God, should I call Joe Bob?
Call Joe Bob.
Oh my God, yes, please call Joe Bob.
Okay, let's call Joe.
Okay. Does anyone I mean, I'm gonna do it because I ain't no bitch, but
I'm calling Joe.
does anyone want to do number 10 with us? Because I would rather.
Come on.
I would rather shit in my hands and clap than take number 10.
I'll be an extra charge later for him to do that.
I watched a movie, there's a mango deck.
We will call celebrities all night until one of them answers.
I'm trying to answer it.
Number 10 is the Stockholm team right here. Like, where's the number 10 right here?
Okay, let's see if it calls back.
You think King Otter's awake right now?
Let's call King. Table, definitely.
You ain't no answer.
Yeah, let's see if he like picks some, like, if he's like, I have to go. Okay.
My first deal.
Oh, we're all calling? We should, okay. Who's calling first?
Does anybody know Obama?
I got it. Hang on.
You got it. You know the answer for you.
It's kind of cool. He's gonna be something wrong, like when you're dying, all right?
Hey, so how was number 10? What do you guys think?
Way better.
That was not bad.
Guys, the real thing is Felissa has 1,013 voicemails unheard.
Oh my god.
I hope that someday I get famous enough that I get called during a panel.
Yeah, right?
Call him.
See, none of these people.
Call him now.
Make my dream come true.
Give me another name.
Johnny Abrams.
Yeah. Oh, well, we can't call him.
You have Courtney Hames number?
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Chesses.
Okay, so
Tiffany Chapman?
Yeah.
Chevy Chase.
Oh god.
Corey Taylor. Kelsey has another question when we're done.
Call Big Pussy.
First person to actually get a celebrity to answer
Burt fucking Reynolds?
this is making me feel like such a loser. I'm like, I don't know, and my mom.
Take this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was good until
That's
Sean Carpenter.
What?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't want to talk to him.
When he says hello, we'll just hang up. Ask him if his right.
Who are we calling?
Podcast, know what you're doing.
Who do we call?
Adam Green.
We're calling John Carpenter.
He's like Adam.
No, we're not. Let that man sleep.
Yeah, we're doing it.
He picked up?
He answered.
Oh my god. John picked up and he hung up.
What happened to him?
He hung up.
I'll talk to him. We just prank called John Carpenter.
We didn't even say anything.
Right after his birthday too. John doesn't have time for this. He's too busy smoking and playing video games.
John, we'll talk about video games.
Yeah, exactly. Smoking and playing video games.
What strain he got?
Yes. Yes, and have him send us some YouTube pointers so we can get popular on YouTube too.
John Carpenter's house.
Well, I didn't come to this. I was like, ah.
It's like if Felissa signed this power. Actually, it's not a funny.
That's funny as fuck.
How did we get in here?
He's like, I have a line 200 deep.
Mike Days of the Dead is telling me I've got my photo up.
Yeah.
Oh,
You got pictures.
Ask your time.
Okay.
All your fans are waiting.
And she's in 10 minutes after me.
All right, let's take the light. Let's take the
Hold on, Bill, I'm looking over your shoulder. You got Peter Dinklage in this phone?
What?
Yes.
Have a great day.
It's too late.
That's gonna be a short call.
angry elf.
What a low blow.
Okay, so
Anybody want to try one more person?
If you got a hold of him, that would dwarf him.
Let's pump it up those ways.
I'm not going to tell you later on that I go poopy is not going to be a little different.
I go poop. He's gonna go poopy.
It's a good one.
He doesn't have a photo of he's going poopy.
Last question, guys.
Well, okay, so I'm actually a little sad.
Finally, you guys, he's gone.
All right, so now this is going to turn into a Dave Sheridan roast.
Let's do Dave Sheridan. Let's go Dave Sheridan.
Yeah, call Dave, see if he likes it.
Well, this was another audience question. This was another someone from a fan. If you were going to be reincarnated as a sex toy, what sex toy would you like to be reincarnated as?
We should ask
That's a great question.
And why would it be a double-ended dildo?
Exactly. A huge cock. I mean,
oh yes.
It has to be mangled though.
So what should we ask him?
Are you my brother?
Hey brother, how big's your hog? yeah. Hulk Hogan, the Hulk Hogan.
I got 3 numbers. So it's not this one, the next one.
And that was on the first one.
No, it's hot at the beginning and then okay.
Number 10. Okay, here we go. Number 10.
Number 10 lasts a little.
Yeah. Don't let the peach fool.
Ric Flair.
Robert Eaglin.
Robert Eaglin, that's a good one.
Vanilla Ice.
What is like? Come on, Vanilla. Answer.
Vanilla, please, Vanilla, please, Vanilla.
Vanilla. Okay.
What if he's like, hey asshole, I told you to never
My lawyer's
Word to your mother. Imagine if you dropped that 0. Imagine if you like cussed out that Vanilla.
Weird Al's nasty.
Hey!
Hey, she'll tell you, hey, your photo op! This is hilarious. I go back and get the beauty thing and David and our car comes right over and says, "Oh, I'm just
Oh, so cute.
She's doing it. So, you doing hot wings again?
Again.
This is Rose from Scaredycast, and we're on stage doing the One's Town again with Felissa, and she's being a giggle monster. She blew a funny fuse. So, hi Dana, what are you doing? What's up? Hey, put her on. We'll talk to her.
I love you. I love you.
Enjoy your dinner, Dana.
No one can hear you right now. Are you drunk right now? I love you. I just wanted to tell you I love you. And everybody here, welcome. Okay, thank you. Happy birthday. We got so funny answer.
I gotta say, you guys were dead on. 10 is like, it's like, okay, this is gonna be just as bad as 9, and then it gets up there and you're like, not so bad.
It just keeps... For me, it was bad in the beginning, but then it takes...
Number 9 was way worse.
Guys, we survived.
We did it!
Felissa, you won that game.
You did. You won. And you did all 10. You did.
Well, Felissa, as we say thank you for joining us, and thank you to Day of the Dead, thank you to Summer.
Thank you.
What can we expect? What should people be looking out for? What is your next steps? Where can they follow you? You know, just give us all the
What do the people need to know?
And
I brought two
Cheers! Cheers! Terrifier 4!
I'm barely drinking that. Oh, Jesus. It's horrible. Thank you guys for hanging out.
And we have the last little bits of the Days of the Dead Hot Ones Challenge. It's been lots of fun, guys. I actually got on stage, as you will be able to see. Lots of fun. Gotta love a good horror con. Guys, it is Saturday and it is absolutely wild here at Days of the Dead Vegas. Right now they're having the Terrifier photo ops, so everyone is lining up. Everyone's congregating in the lobby. So many cool people in cosplay. Man, it's such a fantastic time, guys. Definitely need to come out here and experience it. Yeah, it's such a fun time here at Days of the Dead, Las Vegas. You know, such a great city to have a con like this for. So many horror fans from all over the country are here to get together and have a great time. So guys, there's a lot of stuff. We're even gonna do like a pub crawl later on tonight. So stay tuned for all the festivities with that. And I'm sure that you're going to enjoy it as much as I will. Yeah!
Hey, all right.
There we go, Alex. Welcome back. Always good to see you, sir. Okay, so to start us off,
yes.
I have a question from the Nonosaurus.
Okay.
For you.
Sounds dangerous.
Okay, they said, I'll give you a hint. He said, you know, we're in a big sports town right now. Can you give us your best bet for sports today?
Oh gosh, I know the source, I think.
Yeah, sure.
My best bet for today, well, the Chiefs are gonna win. I like the over in the Lions game.
Okay. So, you heard it from him.
There you go.
All right, now
I'm not responsible.
You're not responsible for anyone losing, but that is your best bet. All right, so now on to our real questions.
The audacity.
Sorry, the door was right there.
You came right on in. So let's go back to the very beginning, sir, and talk about your acting journey.
All right.
Tell me all about it. How did this crazy journey start for you?
I was 5 years old, and my neighbor from down the street did commercials, and I saw her on TV, someone that I knew in person. I thought that was really cool. We wanted to just maybe do a commercial, so I started going on auditions in New York City. Got a manager, went to her manager,
And yeah, I started auditioning for things, did a couple commercials. I did some print work, I did a few commercials. And Child's Play was one of the first film auditions that I got ever. And I booked the role, and the rest is history, so they say. 36 years of traumatic history.
Traumatic history that we all love, and oh my gosh, it just lives on and on. Before we get to the Child's Play questions, I was looking at your filmography.
My what?
Your filmography. And there are a few things on there which I haven't seen, but I'm super curious about, wondering if we can talk about.
Yeah, let's talk about my terrible movies.
Just because they're terrible does not mean they're not great.
That's true. World, I suppose.
Yeah, so let's talk. Can you tell us about Dead Country 2008?
No, I don't remember a thing about it.
How about House Yes Massacre?
I wrote that. I got hired to write that script. So I wrote it, and then they kind of convinced me to act in it. There were local people in Florida, and we made it in maybe 10 days for about $500.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So were you?
And it shows.
What?
And it shows.
Yeah, oh gosh. But I mean, 10 days, that's a show.
It was fun. It was actually a really fun experience to take a film from start to finish.
Yeah.
Not an easy thing to accomplish, whether you have money for it or not. So yeah, it was a little challenging, but we had a good time with it.
Did you have anything to do with the post-production of it?
I did all the sound work for it. I own a recording studio. I'm an audio engineer, sound engineer, producer. I've done sound for like maybe 6 features, a bunch of shorts. Yeah.
So, do you know where we might be able to find this movie? Because I couldn't.
I plead the fifth on that.
No. Now
I actually don't know.
Now I'm on a mission.
Yeah.
Gotta find this movie.
Good luck.
Okay. So you were also credited as the prank caller in On the Ropes, which I've seen a long time ago, or like a few years ago, but I don't remember a prank caller.
Don't remember what that is at all.
So maybe it didn't actually happen, because sometimes people are credited and it's not true. They're like, I never did that. So.
Prank caller, I didn't remember.
Yeah, that's
possible.
That's what it says on the internet.
That really doesn't mean I didn't do it. I just don't remember.
But it's internet. You never know.
Yeah, if it was a prank caller thing, it was like something I did in one day, probably from home.
Yeah.
And sent in a thing.
Right.
So.
Last but not least, 2019, Dark Military looked very interesting.
Yeah, don't remember too much about that. I filmed.
I'm asking you weird questions, guys. Don't
I filmed a scene in a hotel room at a convention on that one.
Okay. That one I know is on Tubi, so we can check that one out.
Okay.
He's like, please don't. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's great.
We will find out, right? Okay, so Chucky obviously made a comeback, and you got to make a comeback as Andy in the last 2 films and then in the show. Can you elaborate on what it felt like to reprise this role after so many years?
Yeah. Well, so going from part 2 to part 3, they recast Andy with a different actor, and they wanted the character to get older and have a female interest and go to military school and stuff. I was only 10 at the time. It was a really tough pill to swallow as a 10-year-old. And I kind of subsequently left acting like a couple years later. And then yeah, I watched 3 come out, and Bride and Seed, and another maybe 6 years after Seed, I reconnected with Don, and we hit it off really, really well, just like we did when I was young. And he knew that I would, be honored and grateful, and but I wasn't really in the business. I didn't have an agent. I didn't have a manager. I didn't have any experience over the last 20-something years. And yeah, Don still had faith that I could do it. So it was one day, Curse of Chucky was one day in Toronto. I had to keep it, Winnipeg. And I had to keep it a secret for like a year.
Because it was a post-credit scene, and it was like...
It was actually supposed to be the last scene of the film. But someone in the upper echelon of NBC didn't want us to murder Alice, which was supposed to happen. So things got changed, and they moved my scene to after the credits. Yeah, which is fine. That was fun. I thought that was great. Unfortunately, then they only put it on the unrated version, and then they put the normal version on Netflix. So, foiled again by Chucky.
Foiled again by network. Yeah. Oh, that's...
No, I play the doll, actually. He's our boss.
But it was such a treat to see that. And then you had a much bigger part in the next one.
Yeah, Cult was really, really fun. Also in Winnipeg, freezing cold, like 25 below zero type cold. So it was a tough shoot, but really, really fun. I had some fun stuff to do in that one. And Andy kind of had his badass revengeful moments. So that was cool to play.
It was great when you see what happened to Chucky. You're holding him hostage.
Yeah, he got me back for that one, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
You played a dangerous game, sir.
It's typical.
And then you went on to the show, and again had a much bigger role. You just grew from that. So, like, what was that like? To really be immersed back into that character?
The show was incredibly fun to film. It was a much longer experience, many months, entire summers in Toronto, dinners with Jennifer Tilly and the family. Like, I mean, it was a really fun experience. I don't act often, so it was a bit overwhelming at times, but yeah, we had a really, really great time. And we were super proud of the show from the first season. The second is actually my favorite. And then the third just felt like a fever dream.
Yeah. You filmed that during COVID, right? The first one was during COVID or the second one?
The first one was during COVID. Yeah, when we got to Toronto, a lot of places still weren't even open yet.
Yeah. What were some of the biggest challenges in filming in that crazy time?
Masks, not just masks, but like, because you have makeup on, so it's got to be like a shield. Wearing shields, taking 3 COVID tests a week, even if you weren't working that day or that week. And so they pick me up and drive me 30 minutes to take a COVID test and then come back 3 times a week.
And that was Canada, so they had a quarantine law, right?
Yeah, that was the other part, yeah. When I got there, I had to spend 14 days in a hotel room, apartment, sort of, and I wasn't allowed to leave the room. Like, the government was keeping track. You're not allowed to leave the room for 14 days. And I smoke, unfortunately. So I got in trouble for smoking on the balcony, which is ridiculous, because what else was I supposed to do?
That's crazy, right? Yeah. Like, it's on the balcony.
And you haven't left.
They kicked me out of that place.
Oh, wow.
A week. And it was the best thing to ever happen, because I went to a place that I loved much, much more, with a huge balcony. It didn't work out, but I was really pissed that day.
You were able to smoke on the new balcony?
Yeah, it was a massive wraparound balcony.
Perfect.
Nice, amazing. So can you go back to your childhood, back to baby Alex, talk about your audition for the original Child's Play?
I auditioned in New York. I got a call back in New York. Then I got another call back to fly to LA and audition against a couple of other kids. And so my mother recently corrected me a little bit on this. I went into the audition and everybody was there, all the producers, a whole room full of people. And I got to that line line in the audition, and Maggie's a real bitch, got what she deserved, and I didn't want to say that, so I said I forgot the lines, and started over, and then I got up, and after I refused to say it again, I got up and ran out, locked myself in the bathroom. And then my mother came in and told her what was going on, and she went back and told them. Then she came in with me. They thought, I said I didn't know the lines, and they believed it. So I guess they thought my acting skills or my lying was impressive. I was made for the business, I guess. So there was also, I guess, a bit of innocence about me that was, perfect to juxtapose this menacing doll. So I booked the role off of that.
Do you remember the first scene that you shot, or is it also a fever dream because you were so young?
Yeah, I remember that world. I know that we shot in Chicago first. All the exterior scenes were in Chicago. All the interior scenes were in Los Angeles for the first film. And we shot in Chicago first. And that was another freezing cold winter.
It's like 1 degree there right now.
Yeah, I don't remember what the first thing we shot was.
I mean, it was a long time ago when you were very young.
Dawn might know. I could maybe find out now. Yeah.
Call and ask him.
My mom might know, actually.
Yeah. Scene that you shot in either the first or the second?
That asylum scene, the breaking down crying scene, unfortunately was more memorable to me than I'd like, but
a little traumatizing, a little PTSD?
A little bit, maybe. But also, if there was any acclaim that I received from that film, I got nominated for a Saturn Award for Best Juvenile Performance. So the price of art is expensive sometimes.
Do you have the most fun scene that you shot in either of the first two?
The second was just kind of fun every day. John LaFia was a really sweet, welcoming guy. Don was on set every day. And we were at Universal Studios. I was able to get on the tram and ride, any day that I wanted. I got to walk through the Back to the Future set and have lunch with Michael J. Fox.
What?
Yeah, it's all been downhill from there.
I don't think so. You made a good comeback over the last few years, sir. You should be proud.
Definitely.
Okay, I could go on forever, but this is your show. Does anyone have any audience questions?
Yes.
36 years of Chucky, and he's evolved so much, and then in the show there are actual different forms of Chucky. Do you have a favorite Chucky or a favorite incarnation of Chucky?
It's not the Colonel, I'll tell you that. Good Chucky was really entertaining. Obviously there's no such thing as good Chucky, but and that was probably the most maniacal thing he's done ever. So I'd say that one. I really like the good guy doll from Cult of Chucky, like the way that the actual normal good guy doll looks. It's kind of my favorite appearance. It's the one that I own too. But I think he's never looked better than in the show. I think it was just fantastic. We're really, really proud of it.
Anyone else up there right now? Okay.
Yeah, so for Andy Bartlett, there's a gap in the kind of side of the curse.
Yeah.
I guess a two-part question. What do you imagine Andy is up to going through during that period, and considering the Prince of Rhino experience as well, you want to be interested in telling us?
So I missed the last part. What was that?
So would you ever be interested in telling that story?
So for the most part, because I'm so, because I've got 36 years of being impressed by everything Don does, I try not to fill in those gaps, because number one, he might at some point, so now. But also, it just didn't seem relevant to me. I knew, the PTSD that Andy suffers from. I know that he probably has a lot of paranoia. He's got a lot of distrust. And I basically took where I left off in part 2 into the character. And so even though he's into guns and shit, I didn't really feed off. I've seen part 3, but I didn't include anything that Justin did in what I wanted to do with it. So no, for me, I don't really try to fill that in. I like just very broad concepts of where it was. Yes.
Good question.
Well, I've worked with everything. I've worked with, female vocalists, singer-songwriter types, bands, rappers, metal. So I don't know, I'm a rock fan. I'm electronic rock in particular. So some of the bands that I've worked with, I've had the most fun experience with, like rock bands. I play piano. Yeah, and I play buttons on my computer, synthesizers and stuff. Yeah, I have music. I put out like 5 songs last year. If you just go to Instagram and then go to my link tree, and then go to my YouTube page.
What inspired you to get a studio and take this route? Like, were you always into music and mixing?
I was always a huge music fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive. So yeah, in like the late 90s, I was kind of a raver kid, and I would go to raves, and I was friends with some DJs that were DJing in New York, and from there I kind of learned production, for techno music. Really, is where I started, and and that was at like 15. So I've been doing it since.
So you're like, well, I could make a career out of this?
No.
How this developed to this?
I can make a career as a producer, yeah. Not like, I'm not going to be a touring musician. I don't think so.
You can't make a career out of raving?
Out of what?
Raving. Professional raver.
No, it's more of a lifestyle.
Yeah. Yeah.
As someone that has been involved in the genre since childhood, how do you feel about the current state of horror?
The what?
How do you feel about the current state of horror as someone that has seen it grow?
When I was a kid, horror was really kind of disrespected by mainstream. We were kind of like, for lack of a better term, we were like porn's redheaded stepchild.
Right, yeah.
Or redheaded doll. But now, I mean, it's come so much into the mainstream with like the last 15 years, which honestly, I hope you guys realize you are the ones to thank for that. I've been doing horror conventions since 2002. And when I started doing them, there were like 8. Everywhere.
Total.
Yeah, there's like Chiller Theater, there's like a couple at the time. Fangoria, which was my first convention. But yeah, look at it now. So the current state of horror is thriving beyond belief. Quite frankly.
Not bad.
Anyone else out there? Yeah.
You talked about going from 2 kind of back to Colton in the show. What was it like connecting with Christie's and Kyle's character? You have such a great connection on screen. Is that in real life, or was that all great acting?
No. When I was 8, she was 24, playing 17, and we got along great on set. I always really admired her back then. She was the cool kid in character and in real life. So I was always very fond of her. And then, some people ask, well, did you stay friends the whole time? And Christine describes it as, no, I was 24. It's like, hey, is Alex home? So I didn't see her again until 2011. And yes, the chemistry that we have in those characters is very much a reflection of how well we get along in person. She is my sister, and I'm her brother, and we talk every day. So, she's a pain in my ass, but
Older sisters
she would say the same.
Older sisters are, so I have a little brother and sister. There's a 13-year age gap. So when I was grown and they were like little kids, every time, leave me alone, But now we're all grown up, so it's great, right?
Yeah, I think, I don't know, we have a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Most of the Chucky family does. I mean, we call it the Chucky family because we feel like one. The opportunity to work with the same people over a span of 36 years is, unheard of for most people. And especially in this business, I mean, it's all thanks to Tom.
Anyone else out there? Yeah.
Okay. Not at all. No, it's very different when you're there doing the same thing all day. I had the whole script memorized. It was very awesome to see how they made it work. There wasn't a second that I was scared of. Is it appropriate for me?
Yeah.
I paid her to ask that question. I got it here.
Oh, nice.
There's a vendor here?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now they gotta pay me.
So, Scour all the t-shirts, do they only sell t-shirts or do they sell other merch?
You gotta walk around and find them. They're right over there.
Walk around and find right around the corner from your booth. Perfect. Anyone else out there? Yes.
How and when did you first meet Brad? Because he's doing the voice acting, so I imagine he wasn't necessarily on set.
No, he was in the beginning, before we ever started filming, and then he went off and recorded stuff. But have any of you seen the doc of Chucky? It's like a 4.5, 5 hour documentary that they just put out. And in that you can see some footage of Brad on his knees, running around on his knees pretending to be Chucky.
Ah, that's cool.
I met him in Chicago during the first week of pre-production.
Sweet, cool.
What are some of the differences in having a animatronic doll co-star and a human co-star?
You're asking the wrong guy because Chucky's very real to me.
So you don't piss him off?
After all this time, honestly, maybe that's just a side effect, but yeah, I'm able to kind of see Chuck. Plus, Brad's voice is on set, played back. It doesn't feel that much different, to tell you the truth.
Amazing. Anyone else?
Working with Fiona, working with Brad for so long, what's it like working with her since she was similar to me, and she also plays her dad?
Much like Brad, she's great to work with because she's a fucking phenomenal actress. And we're the same age, her and I. There's probably no one in the world who grew up with Chucky in their life more than me and her. More than me would be her, and that's it. It was a thrill to work with her. It took a little while to get a scene together. The end of Cult of Chucky was just really awesome. When I filmed Curse, she wasn't there. I had met her, I think, once before, but I actually met her when we were kids too, but I don't remember neither did she. But Yeah, working with her was spectacular. And the day that she was, or the week, basically, that she was in those prosthetics as Charles Lee Ray, that was really freaky.
Yeah.
It's intensely freaky. Yeah. And she was walking outside, and she just had a different walk about her. You know, she was spectacular.
It was amazing. The first time I saw that, I didn't read the credits. I didn't read anything online. I just went in, and I was like, "Wow, looks a lot like him." and then I found out, like,
and then that exact same laugh comes out of her.
But like you said, even her mannerisms, her walk is.
Yeah.
She's grown up with her dad her whole life, so she has had a lifetime of research on
That was
it.
really great. That was really fun.
Amazing. Anyone in the back or on the side that I missed? Yeah.
Is there a question that you never get asked that you wish you would be asked?
No.
It's a good one.
Anyone else? Okay. Yeah.
What was it like working when it came to Cult of Chucky with crazy, dismembered Chucky and just a general movie of all the ones? Is it different when you're a child when you become an adult?
Well, yeah, it's totally different, and I hadn't been acting really in a while, so, but it was really, really fun. Andy had some cool stuff to do in that film. I got to stomp his face in. I got to have a phone call with Jennifer Tilly. I got to smoke a joint with Chucky and torch his face. So, no complaints from this guy.
Yeah. You? Yeah.
I was just going to ask, Chucky is obviously cemented his place as like an iconic slasher, and you'd be the final guy in that franchise. Is there another franchise that you would want to just be able to appear in that's just, history and horror?
As an opportunity to work with some of my friends that I've made doing these conventions for so long, sure. Creatively, is there a horror franchise that, in particular, not really. I mean, the Terrifier films are doing pretty good, so that would be cool.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
How is done in real life? He seems like such a cool. How it's done in real life? He seems like such a really cool guy.
What are you trying to make me cry? He's the best. Yeah, he's the best. He's incredibly sweet, gentle, considerate, kind, brilliant. And, if you hear any interview of anyone who worked with him, he's unlike other showrunners and directors. He really cares, and he'll go out of his way to be generous with his time, and he's always willing to collaborate to some degree if the questions are good. I mean, he's let me. He knows how much I enjoy writing. I've been writing my whole life. I thought he was the coolest thing that he was a writer when I met him as a kid. And he knows, and he said to me, I know this thing is as important to you as it is to me. So that
that's
gives
awesome.
you an idea.
Cool, thank you.
So a lot of years had passed between part 1 and 2 and then the movies, your movies. What were some of the major differences you saw in the technology change of the doll, working with our doll?
Yeah, the biggest difference is now we can paint out green men, green people. So they can actually be in the frame at the same time. In the beginning, we had to go through painstaking efforts to hide all the puppeteers. Now that's not the case. They can be hands-on, and they take a plate shot, which is, a still frame shot of that setup, and then they can just paint them out. So when people ask about CGI, we've done virtually zero CGI on Chucky himself. There's been less than 10 seconds of CGI in the entire franchise on Chucky's face. But the advantage of that technology is that we can do things like get rid of the puppeteers. So So that's made a big difference. And he's also more remote. He was wired in the beginning, and now he's wireless.
Getting with the time.
They used to have a puppeteer wear this like jaw thing and move his mouth to time it with what he was saying to make Chucky move his mouth. And now they can program the dialogue into his mouth, so he can just move it and say it. So it's pretty cool stuff.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. Watch, at the end of every episode, all 24 episodes of the show, we show little behind-the-scenes things. So if you go back and watch some of those on YouTube, you'll learn a lot about how we do it.
Amazing. Any other audience questions out here? Yes.
When I first mentioned a while back, Chucky had officially been canceled. Compared to movies, what's the feeling when there's a show that has a story that's still going and you're forced to kind of end it?
Well, I mean, yeah, but we're all disappointed by it. But when we started season 1, I kind of always assumed that we were going to do 3 seasons. We put out 24 hours of Chucky in 3 years, compared to 12 hours of Chucky in 32 years. So, and we end with a cliffhanger every single time, if you haven't noticed. So, yeah, but we certainly wanted to continue with it. And I think the story's not over. Chucky always comes back. But yeah, just, it's disappointing, but rather expected from me, so.
Anyone else out there? Yeah.
Totally random. So I'm like, a music band.
Yeah.
Ice Nine Kills.
Yes.
Thoughts on that? I don't know.
Well, first of all, Spencer is a really, really sweet guy, really kind. He is a huge fan. I think the whole concept of that band just, demonstrates what an incredible fan he is. I mean, if he wasn't doing any of that, he'd be sitting here in the room. So I saw it as an honor. I was a little distracted when it first came out in life. My first reaction to it was, what the fuck is this? But then it took some time. I learned to really like the song. I understood the video a little bit. I mean, it kind of attacks Andy quite a bit. So I was like, what's up, Andy, motherfucker? I was like, dude, was this guy gonna cut a beef or something? But that's not the case. No, it's, I wanted to see him live, and getting to meet him changed my thoughts on it. I got to look at it from different eyes and analyze it better. I certainly appreciate it.
Anyone else out here? Last call before I wrap it up.
I will be at my table, which is right on the other side of that door, but don't go through that door. And if you didn't ask a question here, just come by and you can ask me one there.
I got one more for you.
Okay.
So, you have so much more experience now in life, in acting, no matter what you think.
You're getting old out.
You are fantastic, okay? Do you have any advice you would give, like the 7 and 8-year-old you, going into this?
Don't take things so personal.
That's good one for life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of the more challenging life lessons. But no, I wouldn't really want to impart all that much deep info on a child. I think maybe, take things less seriously.
Excellent. Everyone.
How's it going? So cool.
All right.
Hello again.
Cher coming in behind us. Alright. So, got it? Wonderful.
Sorry guys, I fractured my back.
No worries. Take your time.
It's my fault too.
We're a little slidey up here. I said, you know what? Just because, one more time. Year. How are you guys doing? Good? I love your earrings. These are so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. So I'm going to begin this. I want to discuss and ask you guys how you got started in the craft of acting. Give me your acting journey.
Long story.
Yeah, we got time, sir. Let us have it.
How I got started? Well, let's see. You want to go first, Galen?
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The first play I was in, I played a woman in a French play in French. That was in high school. But then, when I became an adult, then I trained in New York at the American Stanislavski Theater at ACT, San Francisco, worked at the Conservatory Theater, and I was like a classical stage actor. And then, did some TV commercials and some TV, and then when this film came around, Romero came to New York, because I knew his then girlfriend, who became his wife later, Christine Forrest, because she and I went to college together. And that's how I got introduced to George, and he auditioned me, and everything was like history after that. He was a great man, George. What else you want to know?
Is it on?
Oh,
My first role as an actor, I played a chicken. So I can only go up, right? So, so I was I was working with a literary magazine and poetry, and then I thought, oh, acting could be interesting. So I took classes, and I was doing plays in New York, and then I was in an acting class, and a friend of mine at the time said, they're casting blondes for this role, and this was Dawn of the Dead. And I never heard of George Romero. I didn't know anything about Night of the Living Dead. And but I had a resume, and a lot of the things on the resume I sort of made up because that's what she did. And it was years later that I was on a panel with George, and I said that, and George turned around and looked at me and said, now you tell me this? But we had a great time, and so I got the part because I did a monologue that scared George. The monologue scared him, and I think that made an impression.
So when you guys were younger, like before that, did children you always wanted to be actors or performers, or did this kind of just develop later?
No, I wanted to be a musician because I'm a pianist. So that was my life mission, was jazz, against the will of my parents, who were going to divorce me as a son because they equated jazz with drugs and all kinds of things, and we fought a lot. But I still play. I can't really injure my hand, but that was what I was planning to do, but I did play with some jazz groups, and I went to jazz clubs in New York City, and the most famous club I ever went to was called Slug Saloon, and it's still there, and it's like a pure jazz club, and I was really young, right, and I went there the first time I was 15. You're not allowed to drink when you're 15, but the bartender, this big lady, she was so great. And she served me and my friend, and served us whiskey and vodka, and she didn't give a damn if we were the right age or not. My parents never did that. I went a few times. But that's always my dream at first.
What about you?
No, never wanted to be an actor, but I knew when I wanted to stop.
Yeah.
I remember that was when I was getting very wet in the creep show on the beach, and that's when I saw George sitting there beside, cross-legged in a parka, very dry, and I said, I think I want to be on that other side of the camera. That was that, yeah.
Oh my gosh. What did you want to be when you were a baby, when you were a child? Ballerina, doctor, what? Yeah. All right, so let's go on to Dawn of the Dead, iconic film, obviously made by an iconic man. Do you guys remember the first scene you shot on that, your first experience on set?
Yeah, I do. The first scene that I filmed was on the rooftop where we were shooting. I was supposed to be shooting zombies, and we had, of course, blanks in the gun, thankfully. And I remember, so George said, action, and I was shooting this gun, and then I heard cut, and then Mike Gornick, who was the cinematographer, screamed and said, tell her not to point the gun at the camera. So that was my real lesson about blanks hurt. So I didn't kill Gornick, which was a good idea as the film went on, but that was my first moment in the film.
First scene you shot, if you remember, I know it was a very long time ago. Or first memory on set.
Well, I think the first scene we shot was, we did all the exteriors first. And on the roof, as Galen just mentioned, and with the trucks, and all of that. I think the first scene I shot was when the helicopter landed. When we got out, it was freezing cold. I'll never forget that. I don't know if you remember Galen, but George had somebody give us ice cubes. Oh yeah, because it was so cold. He stuck on an ice cube and then it matches the air. So you wouldn't see all this breath. But that was the first scene. Then right after that, we went into the tenement building, and they blow the guy's head off, and Wooly is trying to go crazy, and I jump on him, and that was quite interesting, I have to say. And then right after that, then we did the scene in the basement with all the zombies devouring and eating each other. You see these things in the script, but when you see it in person, it's a whole different experience. And I looked at George when we walked into the basement room where all the zombies were, and I said, George, this is really disgusting. And he just grinned, he went, yeah.
On the flip side, do you guys remember the last scene you shot when you had to say goodbye to this project?
I think we did one of the last scenes was supposed to be my death scene. I think so. I can't remember, but I think I was originally George. Peter and I were both supposed to die, and Peter was going to shoot himself in the head, and I was going to put my head through the helicopter blade, and we shot it, but George didn't use it, so he decided it was too depressing and dark that we would all die at the end and somebody should survive, and as if I could actually fly the helicopter where we could possibly go with me flying. But Savini did cast a mold of my head thinking that it would blow up in the helicopter, and then he used it for another effect somewhere else in the film. So nothing went to waste.
You're like, that's my head! Do you remember the last thing you shot?
The last thing? I'm not sure.
Your death scene? Did you die last?
Maybe that was the last thing.
Did they film it chronologically like that?
With the makeup, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right, actually. It was when Roger becomes a zombie, and that is happening, and Kenny's sitting there with the gun. And that was interesting to play that, you know, to find some kind of reality. What is that in and out? I asked George if to bypass Kenny being shot on the screen, because I didn't think it would be very sympathetic. And he decided not to, which I was thankful for. You know, I wasn't parading my ego as an actor, I just asked him politely, and then he never did. He never had me blown away on the screen. But it was fun doing that, it was interesting. So the makeup was, I thought, quite good for that. You know? It was a bit different than everything else. You know how they did the makeup on that? Anybody? Who knows?
Wasn't some sort of appliance that shrunk as it dried, so that's why it brought up the wrinkles on his face?
Yeah, it was this tissue they put on was a solution, which I don't remember what the solution was. And then they would blow dry over and over and over and over and just shrank my skin. And then once that part was done, then they put the makeup on top of it.
So, Kaylin, I wanted to discuss with you, last time I saw you, I believe it was in Chicago, and I brought a special item for you to sign, a figure skate. You had a skating scene in the movie. Can you tell me the challenges of filming that scene?
Well, yeah, the skating scene. In a resume for actors, you're supposed to put special skills. What do you do? So you add up everything you've ever did in your whole life, like, you know, horseback riding, and, you know, makeup. So I put it, because I used to ice skate when I was 5 or 6 years old. So I put ice skating, and you know, it was one quiet night at the mall, and I was sitting on the bench, and George came over to me and goes, you know, we don't really have anything to shoot right now, but you know, you ice skate, right? And I go, sure. So there was, at the time, a big skating rink in the mall. So he said, well, we're going to bring the crew down, and we're just going to have you skate around a little bit. And I went down, and I went, oh my God, I haven't been on skates in like, you know, 20 years. So I go down there, and there's a guy at the skate shop, and I said, you have to like get me back on skates now and talk me through it. So you'll notice the scene has got music and without sound, and I'm skating around, but there's a guy screaming, look up, don't go there, don't move there, and keep going, and I'm thinking, and I remember George going, we got it, it's good enough.
He's like, liar.
He got the shot, he got the shot.
It's really pretty eerie though.
Yeah.
You know, once it was all put together.
Yeah, looked great, good editor.
Pretty strange.
Rupert did a great job editing, yeah.
Well, you know, like growing up a figure skater, I'll tell you, a lot of times we're in the ring kind of alone. So sometimes I'd be there with just me and the Zamboni driver there. And it is very eerie because it's very echoey, kind of like this microphone in this room. It's just, there's no bodies, high ceilings, it just echoes like in the amphitheater, and it's super eerie to be in a ring alone, so accurate.
Well, I wasn't quite alone. There were like 20 crew guys with sound and lights.
No, just the scene, how it came out, creepy.
Yeah,
He said creepy and eerie.
But it was eerie was one way to describe it.
Okay, yes.
How did you guys feel about the original ending when you read that both of the characters were going to originally die? Was it the general consensus of everybody that, you know, maybe we shouldn't do this, have them both commit suicide?
I thought the ending was fine. You know, I thought you know, I didn't have an opinion about the ending, and yet I understood why George changed it. It's the same, you know, reason why, you know, it's the other film with, I can't remember the name of it now. He changed the ending too. A lot of filmmakers change their ending, either because they test it out with audiences and they think it's too dark. George, what's his name? You know, what? No, the director, Jordan.
Jordan Peele?
What?
Are you talking about Jordan Peele with Get Out?
Yeah, his
Okay.
first film. He
Yeah, we'll Get Out. Yeah.
Because he decided that, you know, somebody better survive. I mean, but the original ending, the cops would come and they would kill him. What was the film's name?
Get Out.
Get Out. Yeah, the original ending was perfectly logical. That, you know, the one African American left standing with with all the white Suburbans dead, would be shot. And it made a lot of sense. And then, you know, he tested it and it was like, that's not going to happen. And I think
wrong climate for that. Wrong climate for that.
Well, not just, it was a logical ending, but it didn't please the audience. And I think that's the same thing that George did. You know.
No, not in the ending.
You had one. I saw a hand over here. Yeah.
My question's for the both of you. What was your favorite particular scene that you shot on the movie? If you have a memory of that.
Scott?
Well, there were several, really. One was the very last scene where Roger says he's not going to try not to come back. Well, duh. You know, was he able to do that? No. But he had an ego, he thought he could. That was really interesting because that was going to be challenging, because I know it was going to be super close up. One scene that I really enjoyed doing was it was an improv when Ken and I are in the trucks and we're bantering back and forth. That's not in the script, we just made that up on the spot. That was really enjoyable. There are a lot of scenes I really enjoyed doing, but that was in particular in my memory, a great memory.
I liked it when you went down the escalator. That was
yeah, that was not planned. The script says Roger runs down the escalator, and I was standing up there, and I said to George, "What if I slide down the bin?" And he just kind of looked at me quizzically, and I said, "I'll be okay as long as you have two people on either side to spot me, so I don't break my back." And he said, "Okay." We did it in one take, you know. So that was really fun, but apparently you can't do that for Mo anymore because they have these stunts. You know, when you destroy yourself if you try to do that.
I think you know, we were filming in the mall, and it was a point where I said to George, you know, I think, you know, the guys are, you know, getting more leverage than this woman, and we need to balance out this foursome here a bit. And so then George rewrote the scene where I come back in and do my bit about I would have made you all breakfast, but I don't have my pots and pans. Said I want to fly the helicopter, and then we get all the guys eye rolling at that point. But yeah, I love that scene. And I like that George decided to give it to me.
Do you either of you have a most challenging scene that you shot?
Well, probably just on a production level. Challenging, not really emotionally, but was hitting certain marks, running particularly fast, and having to hit the mark and being completely relaxed doing that, pulling the gun, aiming it, knowing that it's going to be correct for the camera. You know, that's a big concern you have as the actor, because you have to be present, you have to be alive, you need to be authentic and truthful doing it. So you work that out in rehearsal. And George was great to work with because, you know, he'd rehearse you, and then he'd give you a lot of freedom, except when it came to the camera. If you had to hit the frame, you got to hit it. If it's really close, you got to hit the frame, right? So that was challenging because of a lot of physical activity. Like, you remember when we were in the store and we're hooting and hollering, and I'm drinking olive juice out of a jar, and then I say to Kenny, "Watch these," we're running through, you know. That was really fun, because that was largely improvised, and the camera was pretty loose the way it covered us, you know. So that was great fun, actually.
I think, you know, I don't remember anything. The challenging one, the one scene I remember that was the most difficult for me was the one where we're at the airport, you know, when there's the zombie, and I'm there, and David's in that hangar, and we never really figured out what to do with them because that was the moment she was just helpless and David was supposed to, his flyboy was supposed to save her. And I had a lot of problems with it because I kept asking George, what am I supposed to do? What am I doing? You don't have to do anything. He's going to come save you. And I said, well, I'm not going to scream and I'm not going to cry. So what are we going to do? And I think it was. And then in the post-production, he put a few screams and cries in the sound. But that's what a director gets to do.
Yeah, something that was disturbing to me was when Ken Forey as Peter shot the two kids who come out of the closet. That was like startling.
Whoops.
God, is that necessary?
I think there was another question in the back or something.
I'll go, you and then I'll go you. Mr. Granger.
So is there anything about the movie that you would change looking back?
I don't think it needs a pie fight. No, problem-wise, I don't think it adds anything. It's fun to watch. It's kind of really offbeat, but I don't think it really serves the story that much. If you want an honest answer, that's what I'm telling you. You can tell George that. He'd probably laugh at me. He's not alive, so.
How was he directing you and telling you what was happening?
Oh, with the camera?
No, with your character. Because you're really hyped up and reckless in that scene. I'm kind of curious what.
The scene when you're moving the trucks, what was George's direction to you?
You mean personally or visually or what?
All of it, like for your performance, because he says you're very hyped up.
I knew what the camera was because I asked him, what the shot was going to be. It's a collaborative thing between the director and the actors, and whatnot, and how much I could move or not, and that was really kind of about it. He just gave me free rein to play it as I saw it. It's pretty clear in the script what's happening to Roger there. Step by step, he starts to kind of lose. He becomes unhinged because he prides himself that he can handle any situation. Well, he was wrong, and he overtakes him. He can't handle it. And he starts making stupid mistakes. Just like life. I don't know if that answers the question.
I think for that scene, I thought you were just too good of an athlete. Bitten by a zombie.
I wasn't very fit then, I must say.
I would have liked to see maybe you on the roof, in the motorcycle being, maybe got a shot from the turn. That would have been more.
Well, you'd have to talk to George about that.
Does anyone have a Ouija board? We can talk to George right now.
Well, there is a script that we have downstairs, which some of you have probably seen. It's about 247 pages long. That's not the shooting script, ultimately, which was short. So there might be something there that you might enjoy.
Amy, did you have a question? I thought no, guess not. I thought I saw a hand. No, all right.
So Scott, because you died before the motorcycle scene took over the mall, do you wish that would have changed where you could have been a part of that?
No, I was happy not to be in it.
Okay.
I thought, Savini could take care of it. He was a crazy nut. He's still alive, as he was. He's a good man. He's a good soul. And I enjoyed watching it because I wasn't involved, so I enjoyed it as much watching it take place. And that motorcycle gang was partially real gang members and partially actors. Right, so there was all this kind of anticipation, like, when are we going to get that scene? When are they going to arrive? Where are they going to arrive from? And, the real gangsters, but half actors.
Yeah, they didn't quite know the concept of cut, so they just kept going around the mall, and I think that one of the biggest expenses was that they had to repave the entire mall floor. The motorcycles.
Anyone on this section has a question? Brandon?
Okay. Night of the Living Dead was already a classic by the time that you guys were working on Dawn. While you were reading your scripts and everything, did you have any idea that this film was going to be just as iconic as Night of the Living Dead, and that we're going to be a part of a legacy of horror as big as it is now?
Can I answer that? No. No, did not anticipate that. I thought some people would hate the movie, and not because of my opinion about it, but because of what it was, and because it was so violent. And some people in the film industry did hate the movie, but ultimately it transcended beyond that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
Oh no, I was just saying, did you know how iconic that it would be? But you definitely answered it, yeah.
No, and neither did George. You know, George didn't have any idea either. And remembering the budget was still extremely low. I mean, it was made for under $2 million, the whole thing. Easy. And when it was released, you know, they had to release it without a rating because they didn't want to get an X on it because of the violence. So they ended up taking it to a no rating, which meant that it could only go to a certain number of theaters that would show it. And I think initially, I think it was Roger Ebert who really became a huge fan of the film. But they had a tough time. And then all of a sudden it turned around. But I think George was surprised by it too.
Yeah, I think so. Can I ask you a question? Because it kind of segues on what Galen just said. What I'm really curious about is, let me give a question. Have you seen the film like many times? Yeah? It's like really popular to you? Okay. I'm always interested in terms of, from your point of view, what is it about this film, because it has such longevity, right, which was totally unexpected, that has hooked you into the movie? What is it? You know, the gore is obvious and all of that, but what is it about this film that either haunts you or connects you to the film?
For me, when I was a kid, I stumbled on Dawn of the Dead on television in the middle of the film as a kid, and I'm just seeing the mall setting, and it was right when the mall was getting breached by the gang and everything. So the zombies are let loose and everything, and it's just absolute chaos. And I'm just like, what exactly is this? But as a kid, I'm seeing you all run around in the mall, and I'm just thinking, wow, how cool would that be to just let loose in the mall after hours and just have, you know, my say-so of doing whatever. But that also ties into the fact of, like, it has that social commentary about consumerism and how we all want to be able to have our say-so, grab anything in the mall and do whatever we want to. And, you know, it's just the fact that it's a fun setting, great cast, a lot of things of that nature. But that's my opinion for sure.
Can you all hear him? Okay, great.
Can you have one, right? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Mine's kind of like the same thing he said too, but also seeing how it would struggle to like survive this zombie apocalypse. Because of course, maybe you're like in this big mall and yeah, you got everything you need, food, entertainment, all that stuff you need. But then after a while, the stress of it all just breaks you down and breaks you down. So like, how much longer can you stay like this? You think to yourself, how longer can you last? And is death better or just trying your best to stay alive? So yeah, you also tackle me that psychological side.
Oh yeah.
I found that out of a lot of the zombie movies that I watched, this one is the most relatable to the characters. As they're played as people you can imagine yourself being.
Yeah.
Everybody has their emotions that they show very well, and I think I've related to multiple characters at different times in the movie. I know I talked to you yesterday, but I relate to you the most right now. I just think you guys did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Definitely.
I like that it's a time capsule. You see all the shops from the 70s, and you won't find that anywhere else.
You know, just thinking about that, you know, with the HBO series based on the video game, what is it?
Last of Us.
Thank you. Because I don't have my phone to Google the name. Do you know the episode when the two girls go into a mall, which was really an homage to George? They couldn't find a mall to shoot it. There was no mall that looked like it. Either they were very high-end or they were decimated, So they had to spend a lot of money to create the virtual mall that you see. It's all virtually done.
Oh, I didn't know.
So sad. My childhood mall's just gone, essentially, Yes.
Speak louder, please.
Answering your question with the idea that, rewatching this movie last week, I think one of the lines that really resonated with me this time around was that they said thieves and bad guys. But in reality, it's a shit situation, and you guys are just trying to survive. And I find that interesting that they would view themselves, or at least the young character would view themselves as being bad, when all they're doing is just trying to find safe places to hide out.
I think it's just because the movie has a lot going on. It's the first movie to portray zombies in a cartoonish movie light, so that's what I mean. The gore is way over the top compared to the time. It also has social commentary. There are so many angles you can look at the movie from. It's kind of got something for everybody, and that increases watchability. Early, and I think it makes it possible for so many people to like the film. A lot of other horror films only do one or two things really well. All the Dead does so many things well. From so many different angles. It's kind of it's like a diamond. You can look at it from different angles.
Yeah.
It's cool.
That's so
Very much so.
fascinating.
Do we have any more in this section, in the back? Val, come on.
Louder, please.
I just like the whole DIY nature of the movie.
DIY nature of the movie?
Yeah. Made up on the fly. It's no the idea that it's going to take over this mall.
Yeah.
I think about that.
I also think, one of the lingering things that people love is that the zombies had characters, You can actually start to identify them with them. And, George identified with them. It was crazy. I mean, the nun zombie, he made me let her go. And I guess the Hare Krishna had to kill him. That was okay. But, each of those zombies, the baseball kid, and the nurse, and the one who falls into the fountain, they all took on these characters, and I don't really know where you see any of these zombie films where you start to, anyway, empathize with the zombies.
Because they had a history. That you could, from not only what they wore, but how they behaved, they had a backstory.
Yeah, and then they came to the mall, just sort of, because that's what they remembered, they shocked.
Ranger?
So the only other thing I found out was on the survivalist part, watching how you fortify the mall, what you're doing to reinforce it. So then I was looking at myself, what would I have done in addition to things that maybe you didn't have to refortify the doors, set more booby traps, did get the doors in there.
Yeah, that's a Romero call. That's a story. It's basically a story.
Any other thing you want to add in the back? Yeah.
I would just say, for all of our, it's a vicarious exploration of terrifying or scary or existential situations. It's just the fact that you guys did it so well. It makes you, because there are so many levels of layers. That's why.
And also, I think, George, the sort of the premonition he had at the beginning of the film, when there's just chaos in the television center, and the anchor people are throwing things, people are being thrown things and nobody believes them. There's this general panic that he so, had his finger on, and I think, we all sort of fear at any moment.
It makes you think if I saw this broadcast on TV,
yes,
what would happen from that?
Jesus, yeah.
How would I get
It's interesting. You may be aware of this. While we were shooting the film over this 3-month period, there was a front page article in Newsweek that said "The Mauling of America," and there was a subtitle, I think, is "What's to Come." And it was kind of prophetic because, oh my God, we're mauled over by malls. I mean, that's what happened. George he had his own, really own views and vision of things. That was what made him such an interesting person, interesting man, and an interesting director. He was a very kind person.
He also was, I would just add, and to what Scott said, he was a visionary in many ways. I mean, the film Day of the Dead, the one that was originally supposed to have been made, not the one that he actually ended up getting funding for, but the original big script that he had in mind, which was sort of zombies meet Blade Runner, this world that he created. The idea was that the zombies would just be kept as the working class. They became the third world for all of us, as long as we fed them. And then everybody else, lived and prospered from that. And I think, he was, again, there was another sociological, economic, thinking that George had and would have been really, again, prophetic.
Do we have any more audience questions?
Nearly 50 years later, having been on a bunch of panels and sitting here nearly 5 years later.
15 years, yes.
If you could send a message or a dialogue to somebody watching the movie for the first time to hype them up or be sentimental, what would you tell them?
For somebody who's going to watch it for the first time, well, two things come to mind. Which is just take the movie as it is, whether you like it or not, and just think about what it's trying to tell you. Just think about that. Is it trying to tell me something? Is it not? What's working and what's not? You may disagree with some of the stuff, right? Sociopolitically, whatever, but just look at the movie and see what it's trying to tell you. That's what Romero was trying to say.
I would just say, buckle up and have a good time.
That's right. Speaking of that, that's a great thing. Okay. Buckle up. It's a great thing. Buckle up. George knew how to have a good time. He did have a great sense of humor. And he had a great sense of humor, and the nice thing about working with him is that he was very relaxed as a person. That's because he was very efficient in the way and had a clear vision of what he was shooting, because he was really prepared. And when you're really prepared as a director, you can breathe more easily, and then you can play more. Does it make sense? Yeah. And that's why he was so great to work with. Yeah.
You had one.
So for both of you, what have your family members said about you being done, the children or spouses or your parents? What do they have to say about it?
My grandmother, she wanted to go to the premiere in New York City. And I said, Felissa was her name, I said, you do not want to come to this movie. She's a very sophisticated New Yorker, right? She said, no, dear, I'm going to go because you're in it. I said, no, I don't want you to go. You don't need to come see this movie. She was a very strong-willed person, and I said, what can I do? Anyway, so I go up in a cab, or we get to the movie theater, we go and we sit down, and then as soon as the guy's head is blown off, she grabs my arm, and she says, I'm going to leave now. And I took her out to the cab, and I just said, I told you.
Why did you trust me? I know you.
I don't remember, my mother was living in Indianapolis, and my sister was, she made my sister take her, and I think my sister was going to kill me. But my mother sat with the whole time. My sister was going to kill me, but my mother just sat, she didn't say a word about it, That was, yeah.
Oh, can I tell a story about George? This just kills me. Because you don't know George's influence on people until you meet whoever they are. Okay? So, There was a big event at the Motion Picture Academy down in Beverly Hills. It was some years ago. And George was the key speaker, speaking on the state of the horror film and the horror genre in America and in the world. You know, this is sometime after dawn. We're outside smoking a cigarette. Yes, I do smoke sometimes. And George is smoking, and George Lucas walks down the sidewalk, and he goes, "George, oh my God, it's great to meet you." You know, and he's acting like a 17-year-old teenage fanboy. You know, and this was just the greatest thing to see. I'll tell you one more story like that. Please. About Ken Foray. Do you know anybody know who Bob Fosse is?
No? I'm the only one? Yes, yes.
Gail, explain who Bob Fosse is.
No, go ahead.
He was a genius.
He was one of the most famous and innovative choreographers on Broadway, like ever. He kind of changed the whole style of dance and whatnot. Yeah. He's like an artist, right? What was the film based on his life?
All That Jazz.
All That Jazz. That film came out based on his life, and Roy Scheiber played by Bob Fosse. So the film was up for an Academy Award. I'm sorry. I was running a limousine company for a year during that time, and we got a call to pick up Fosse at the airport in LAX in Los Angeles, okay, for the Academy Awards. So I said to Ken, "Ken, you want to drive a limousine?" He went, "Yeah, sure." So I trained him, and then he picked up Bob Fosse, and this is the God's honest truth. Keep in mind, this guy's exclusive Broadway choreographer gets in the limo. This is no shit. There's a glass door, a glass thing, partition. He slides it over, leans forward, and looks at Kenny in the rearview mirror and said, "Oh my God, you were Dawn of the Dead. That's my favorite movie."
Oh wow, that's cool.
I'm a Fosse girl myself, you know, studied dance a long time, and so yeah, that's amazing.
It's just crazy.
That's
wow, I'm gonna have to ask Ken next time I see you about that one.
Yeah, ask him.
Oh my God. So tell me about that time you met Bob Fosse.
I know a congressman in a Democrat congressman who was running for re-election. I was media coaching him. He was an avid fan of Dawn of the Dead.
Wow, that's crazy.
You know, I met people that, you know, I had no idea that they even like, you know, I mean, and they knew about the film. It was amazing.
Any big influential stars did you witness geeking out?
Just people who were not stars, that were like statesmen and, you know, all sorts of people that, you know, you would think, and, you know,
crazy.
He had a wide audience, that's for sure. So I would like to, you know, I have to say it's interesting to know the films that, you know, followed George and sort of had their legacy. And Jordan Peele, I think, is certainly one, and Shaun of the Dead is another, and 28 Days. Anybody see the new trailer for 28 Years Later?
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was scared to. I mean, that was the most brilliant. Have you seen that trailer? It's the most brilliant trailer I've ever seen ever.
Looks
yeah,
good.
I think it's summer release, right? But I mean, those films. I mean, those stories, and The Last of Us. I mean, I don't think, certainly Return to the Living, you know, all of those, but yeah, they
That's
wouldn't
so
exist without George.
Nice.
So to wrap us up, I want to talk to you, Galen. You have mentioned the last few times about Tina Ramiro's upcoming project. Can we talk about that? Give it a little plug, tell people what to watch out for, all that?
Yeah, Tina Ramiro, George's daughter, had been developing a film script for quite a long time. I think George even had a look and gave her some advice about it, but it was very much Tina's, and she filmed it. She got the funding and she filmed it, and it's called Queens of the Dead? Anyway, it's really going to be a great film. And I don't know when she's releasing it, but it's zombies and drag queens.
Okay, it's a good combo.
And I don't want to give away any secrets because it's really different than what you've ever thought of, but she's got a great cast. A lot of really super actors are in it. I'm not going to tell you anything else. But if you get it, whenever it's released, I think you're...
Put it on your radar. Make sure you know about it and see it and support her. Of course, obviously, you gotta continue the legacy, right?
Yeah, well, she went to NYU Film School, one of the best. You know, she's no dummy.
All right, everyone, please give it up.
Alright guys, here we have a booth here brought to you by Trick or Treat Studios, a mainstay. Of course, I saw them at the Halloween and Party Expo. Got to see some of their new items. That was very dope, guys. Such a fun experience. So guys, you know what to do. Go ahead and check out Trick or Treat Studios for all the fun, good items that are brought to you officially by our favorite horror films. Guys, I am up here at the booth of Cat Bell Creates, guys. Very cool vendor here at Days of the Dead Vegas. I saw this booth earlier because one of our celebrities, Alex Vincent, was wearing one of the shirts, that Final Guy shirt, and it was definitely a hit. It was brought up in the panel, and he said that he bought the shirt from one of the vendors at the event, and lo and behold, I found them and wanted to make sure to share the news with you guys if you are wanting to check out any of these cool shirts and see all of the items that they have. If you are interested in checking out Cat Metal Creates, you can scan the QR codes right there for Instagram, YouTube, and they have other products available. You just scan that one right there, guys. You know what to do. Go ahead and support these awesome small businesses, and it's a great way to stimulate the economy and find some really unique items. Like, for instance, look at these right here. You got a daisy scent one, vanilla scent, rose scent, hot chocolate scent, so many things, guys. And you gotta love these shirts with awesome sayings. You guys know what to do. You got all the codes, so go ahead and check them out. Guys, check out this very cool artwork, guys. Absolutely sick. We have very cool ones right here. We have the Crypt Keeper. We have Pinhead. We have Sam from Trick or Treat. We got some Mars Attacks up there, guys. Name all the ones you see. We even got some Bluey there, so we got something for the kiddos there. Awesome artwork, guys. We got a little bit of everything from anime, animation, mashups, everything that you could possibly ask for, guys. So we have all this amazing artwork at the cons, but hey, let's just say if you can't be here at this con, you would be able to find more information right there, guys. Scan the QR code, it'll take you to Instagram, Facebook, and soon to be eliminated TikTok, but hey, we still have Instagram and Facebook, guys. Go ahead and make sure to check them out and support these amazing businesses that give you so many creative art pieces and items to, you know, decorate your awesome caves, whether it's a horror cave, it's an anime cave, whether you're someone that's into sci-fi. These vendors have you covered, guys. Like, check out this really cool one right there, the little horror frames, guys. And you guys know I'm a sucker for blacklight art. Hey, gotta love it, guys. So you know what to do. Make sure to check out these awesome vendors that you see here. All right, guys, we are at the booth here of Coffee. I love that name. That's such a creative name. coffeeco.com is where you can check them out. You will also be able to find the business on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, the likes. You will be able to find them. And what's really cool, guys, this coffee is absolutely amazing. And what's really cool is you can smell it right there, like this little emblem right there. And when I tell you, this coffee smells, to die for, guys. It is definitely unreal. It was really cool. We have like con exclusives like some plushies here and keychains, but she also has her mainstays like the mugs here. We have the Vladdy Caddy, we have coasters, pins. We have really cool coffee spoons here, guys, which is very amazing and very affordable as well, guys. You gotta jazz up your coffee routine and actually have some very cool fun. Like, look at those pieces. Very nice, guys. Very cool. I love that. We donate to bat conservation efforts, which is very cool because you guys know I'm in Texas, and in Austin we have some very famous bats there. So that's very, very cool. Support bat conservation. But guys, again, if you want to check out Caffeine Coffee Company, make sure to go ahead and check them out on social media. And we have the website right there, so all you coffee fiends can get your fix. Okay guys, we are at Morbid Empire Merchandise, and that is such an awesome name, guys. As you can see here, the name is definitely fitting, guys. Look at these amazing designs on these materials here. We got some long sleeve shirts, we got some hoodies, we have short sleeves, a little bit of everything to cover your taste and needs. Love that Nosferatu one right there. We got the Richard Ramirez one, guys. Very cool. So if you guys have a macabre sense of humor, if you love the darkness, guys, they have you covered here. And let me show you a QR code where you can go ahead and check out their Instagram if you want to get more information or possibly see more items that they have for sale. If you weren't able to attend Days of the Dead, make sure to check out Morbid Empire. Okay, we're nearing the end of Saturday, so most of the celebs have left to grab some dinner after a long day of signing. But as you can see, we have Ashley Lawrence, who seems to be aging backwards. That woman looks absolutely phenomenal. We have people like Oliver Smith, we have Sean Chapman, we have everyone from Hellraiser along with Doug Bradley. We have all types of celebs. We have the cast of Return of the Living Dead, of course. I'm always happy to see them because one of my favorite ensemble casts in horror besides The Thing. I think The Thing and Return of the Living Dead are neck and neck in regards to the best ensemble cast in horror. We have the awesome Linnea, who is such a sweetheart, guys. We got Alan Troutman up here, Tarman, looking for brains. Of course, we got Jewel. Jewel was so awesome. She was so cool at the panel yesterday. I'm sure that her and Miguel had a few drinks even before the shots came out in the con. It was awesome seeing Galen Ross at the panel today because I helped her out with some questions that she asked that you'll see during the panel, and that's very cool. She said thank you for being her backup after the con. So that's very cool to have those interactions with your favorite celebs. And so guys, Saturday is about to end, but we're going to go ahead and keep it going for one more day here at Days of the Dead Las Vegas tomorrow. This is probably the most clear we are going to see the actual area where the Terrifier cast and Jason Patrick, who is part of the Terrifier 3 cast. That's so funny. And oh, we even got free photos with Screamboat Willie. Tag us at Screamboat Movie at Quantum Creation FX, which is a film that I saw on Thursday night this week. Such a blast being able to see early screenings of horror films before most of the general public. Is such a blessing. But that is it for Saturday for the most part. Well, at the convention, but we still have the pub crawl later on tonight, which I still have to prepare for, so stay tuned for that later, travelers. Okay, travelers, and now we are hanging out right here. This is where people are congregating for the bar crawl. So I'm not sure if I'm going to make it to the end. It's been a long week, but I'm going to try to hang tough, guys. I'm on the wrong side of being a millennial.
hologram, one hologram on it. You might.
Oh, lucky, one of one.
So don't worry. You want 2 weekend passes for Days of the Dead next year?
Oh, that's lit. No dice if you were square. Oh well, maybe the next con, guys. We're having fun, guys. We're having a blast down here at Days of the Dead. Alright guys, we are here hanging out. Maybe making our next stop at the pub crawl soon. But right now we're just hanging out at the Carousel Bar. Look at all these freaks and geeks roaming the streets. Yes. Follow the crowd of black shirts and you will find the horror fans on the bar crawl. At the intersection of Casino Center and Fremont Street Experience, which was portrayed in the infamous film, The Night Stalker. We are here at the next stop, guys. It's a lot of fun here. Everyone's ready to get drunk. Alright guys, we are here in the Nerds. We are hanging out, vibing and partying. Our horror fans have made it in. We're gonna try some of the special drinks. We got a screen used shirt from They Live, worn by the iconic Rowdy Roddy Piper. That's very cool to see, guys, as a horror fan. Alright guys, and we are back at one of my favorites, and I can actually call this business my friends now because I see them at multiple conventions per year. We are back at Gothic Gardens Candles, my good friends that represent the Texas area with me, and they come to a lot of the local cons, so it's always good to see familiar faces. Definitely look forward to seeing them at all the additional cons that I will see them at this year. It's really cool because we have the bleeding candles and the wax melts, I should say. And they have this really cool one. I haven't seen this one before. This is a giant bleeding skull. That is so dope, guys. That is such an awesome idea of being able to have something very decorative like that, but also something that's functional that you could have and show off. It's like, hey, I have this cool skull that's gonna bleed all over the place. Who doesn't want something like that, guys? I know I do. That's very cool. We have the witch trays and candles. Oh, so awesome, guys. And of course, guys, you know it. If they break it, they're gonna cry. But if you break it, you know what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to break out the cash, guys. So be careful handling this sensitive merchandise. But guys, I love seeing all the familiar faces at these conventions. It's a great thing, guys, because you know, you meet people and then next thing you know, you're such great friends and you look forward to seeing them again and again at future events. But guys, go ahead and contact my good friend Pam at Gothic Gardens Candles. You got all the information right there if you're wanting to get some of this very, very cool stuff that they have here at their table. Okay, travelers, check this out. You know we love our awesome hot sauces and food products at our horror conventions that we go to. So we are here at the booth of Horror Struck Hot Sauce, guys. Check this out. Look at these amazing products here. And you know, they're horror themed, so that makes it even more fun to collect and, you know, even add to your palettes. You know, throw some of these on your favorite dishes, like your eggs and your meats and things of that nature. We have great names too. East Atlanta Phantom. We got Devil's Backbone back there. We got the mint configuration one. That's dope, and it has the one right there on the logo. Very cool. And check out the booth here, guys. It's very, very cool. It's giving those spooky vibes, and you can tell this is owned by horror fans, guys. Check this out. So, guys, unfortunately, you can't be here, but you want to look at them online. Search them at Horror Struck Hot Sauce. But where would our viewers be able to find your products?
You can find them online. You can go to horrorstruckhotsauce.com. You can go to Instagram on Horrorstruck Hot Sauce. I do ship all across the country, 3 countries in fact. So yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Oh, no problem.
And, oh yeah, that's right. And we're based out of Atlanta.
Okay,
so,
cool.
Everything is locally grown in downtown Atlanta, right in the heart of the city.
Nice, nice. Yeah. So I'm a Southern boy, so I definitely love supporting other Southerners. So that's great. Well, guys, make sure to check them out and tell them the Horror Green Book sent you.
Cool.
Travelers, you know we always have to shine a spotlight on the cool artwork that we find here, and we have a business here that's called Ashley Was Framed, and that's such an awesome name for a business involving art. So this is very cool, guys. Check out these amazing artwork examples here. All of our favorites, you know, if you're a geek out here, you know you have everything covered. We have the sci-fi with Star Wars. We have horror represented. We have so much. You know, the Nightmare Before Christmas fans, that is always a pleasure to see. And we even got wrestling there. We got Mama Ripley right there. That's very cool. So that's very awesome to see, and it's amazing prices, guys. Unfortunately, if you're not here to take advantage of the last day Sunday here, we are in luck here because we have some information here. Go ahead and scan that QR code where you can get more information and frame Ashley. More fantastic artwork. Now, speaking with the artists, and all of these are airbrushed paintings. Now, these are actual prints of the originals, but the artists have actually set this up, different sizes. The prices are amazing. Man, guys, I really wish you could be here to see the detail. Look at this one. Very sick. We got the purple one here. We got the Crypt Keeper. Very nice, guys. I'm really digging these, and I'm a huge Predator fan. That one right there, sick. And if you are interested in obtaining some of this artwork, it can be found right here at Fantasy Realms. Go ahead and patronize Patrick's business. He's a very cool guy. He's living out in Arkansas right now, but he's he's originally from Utah, and we talked a little bit about my family roots in Arkansas. So it's always cool to meet these artists and vendors, get their stories, and get a better understanding of their passion and how it is, you know, an outlet for all these amazing art pieces, guys. Oh man, I love horror cons. Travelers, check out this very cool booth here, filled with all types of awesome knickknacks and goodies here that have a very cool range, guys. We have some posters here. You know, we got the all-time classic here, heavy metal. One of the awesome ones here. We got all types of stuff here. Some Masters of the Universe stuff. You got some Marvel stuff. You got some cards. You know, just the stuff that we love to see. If you are, those of you that are ingratiated in geek fandom and culture, very cool thermos right there. You got the Masters of the Universe one. And who remembers these lunch boxes, guys? It just gives me a good and warm feeling to see these vintage items still around, you know, and that's the great thing about patronizing the businesses that really go out to find these awesome products for us, and makes it, you know, a bit more painless, as you should say, as far as, you know, waiting for a particular bid on sites to go through. You can actually find them right there on their websites or their storefronts, and, you know, just go and get it right there, and knowing that it's a legitimate business as opposed to just some guy that's putting something out there. So guys, that's awesome to see. And we got some VHS there, very cool. Alright guys, so if you're interested in checking out some more awesome collectibles brought to you by Taco Wolf Collectibles, go ahead and scan that QR code. Check them out. The Vamp Lagoon. Gotta love that name, guys. So checking out these amazing products, guys. I came by this booth a couple of different times over the weekend, and it didn't feel right to let Sunday come and go without showing you guys some of the amazing products that were available from the Vamp Lagoon. Absolutely love that name. Like seriously, that's a very cool name for a business, guys. We have these awesome necklaces.
It's a mix of Creature from the Black Lagoon and Vampire. It's what I tried to.
Awesome inspiration there. Yes. It's that's awesome. Love that, guys. So that's when you know a business is ran by a true horror fan, where you just find those awesome inspirations there, and it actually lives on in the spirit of your business. So that's awesome, guys. Love these bracelets there. Super cool. So we're with those of you who are unable to be here. Where would they be able to find your products?
So I actually only do a couple of pop-ups in town.
Okay.
I'm usually at local wrestling events. My husband's one of the wrestlers in town.
Nice.
So normally I'll do pop-ups at like the wrestling events for Grab House and stuff like that.
All right, guys. So if you are a wrestling fan, you are in double luck then. So you guys know I love going to shows. You know, I'm in Texas, so we have plenty of cool indies events out that way. So that's a good way to find awesome vendors as well. So guys, if you are a local out this way and you love wrestling events, you will be able to find the Vamp Lagoon popped up right there on the premises. So go ahead and make sure to support wherever you will be able to find her and her awesome husband. Go out there taking some awesome bumps. We are at the table of Candy Creates, another very cool business here at the Las Vegas Days of the Dead. And we have some very awesome products here to show you. I was very, very attracted to this tumbler here, this Nightmare on Elm Street inspired one. It's very sick. We also had a Ghostface one over there. And we have additional ones right there. If you know what those are for. And we have awesome other ones there like that A Nightmare Before Christmas one. I like that icy one with the horror movies and chill. I grew up in Memphis where we had icy products. We didn't really have Slush Puppy or any of the other brands, so seeing that icy one is, I can taste one now. And then we have Oogie Boogie right here. All types of other cool ones. We have this Count Orlok one from Nosferatu, which is very hot right now. I saw this Beetlejuice one. That was a very sick tumbler right there, guys. Very creative. Loving what Candy has brought to us here. And then that Necronomicon one. That is actually very cool, guys. Can you just imagine walking around at a con with that in your hand, or chilling by the pool at a con with that? That is an amazing conversation piece. So guys, if you are interested in the very cool products that Candy has, oh, but before I get to that, look at the dominoes right there. Hey, for all of you Bones players, if you are into dominoes and horror, it doesn't get much better than that. So guys, if you want to support Candy, let me get a good view right there. There we go, guys. You can find her right there on Instagram and the website right there. Candy Creates. Guys, check this out. Now, these are some familiar faces here. If you've watched my videos before, you are very familiar with these products, guys. I mean, every time I see this artwork for these films, it is so fun, guys. And they're brought to you by such an amazing group here. And you got, oh wow, we actually have a novelization of Sewer Gators. So that's very cool. I just noticed that. So guys, that's very cool. So, as we talked about earlier on Friday, that you actually have some new things in store for us very soon. But could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first one up that we're going to be making, hopefully at the beginning part of this year, is going to be this one right here. It's called When Igor Met Sally.
Nice,
It's a horror, romantic, comedy, musical, sing-along drinking game film presented in Smell-O-Vision.
Nice.
It's about Frankenstein's hunchback assistant finding love, and he reanimates the corpse of his new girlfriend's dead fiance and can't let her find out because it would ruin his relationship. It's very ridiculous. It's the funniest thing we've ever done. I'm really looking forward to it.
And it's an awesome premise too. I mean, the whole mismatch of what you're going with, and then the fact that you have the drinking game aspect with it. So needless to say, there's plenty of rewatch value with it.
Yes, absolutely.
Love
The plan is
that.
to actually do a theatrical tour with it. So we want to go to different cities, and it's interactive experience. Yeah.
That's going to be awesome. So I'm pretty sure you're going to bring it to one of the places that I'm pretty close by. So I look forward to checking that out. So for those of our viewers that aren't unable to be here, could you tell us where we will be able to find your films?
Yeah, you can find most of our films on our, you can find all of our films on our website, which is bythehorns.store. We're on Instagram at bythehornstv. A handful of them stream on Tubi, so you can find us on there as well.
Awesome.
Google us, you'll find us.
Awesome. You guys, do your Googles. So you know by these amazing posters here that you are in Course of Fun. And I actually purchased Murderitaville not too long ago, and that was still one that is super fun to watch. And so it's highly recommended by me, guys. So needless to say, great group that is putting these films together. You know, the effects are fun, the humor is awesome. Guys, and as we mentioned earlier, so a lot of fun, rewatch value. And if you want creativity, you have it right here with this company, guys. So make sure to support them and tell them that the Horror Green Book sent you.
Text Lisa and let her know we have you. But she told me 14, so I was not ready to be surprised.
Well, I'm here. They'll start coming. With people here. Is there any questions while she's texting?
Yeah, man.
I always say to my kids, the most important person sitting in front of you. Why are you texting?
The most important person right now is your bosses.
You've been killed in so many films. What's it like being killed, and do you have a favorite on-screen death?
Oh, that's a good question. I've been killed a lot. Even I wonder, like when they did Lost, Carlton Cuse said, well, we broke the character, we knew he was going to die in the 3rd episode, and we immediately thought of you. So I've had some really great deaths, but I would say the Art the Clown kill is probably the greatest experience, although nobody blew up on television before I did. I did have this epiphany only recently. You guys, who likes the Rob Zombie movies too? They're so great. And I have this epiphany that these directors like to tie me to a chair, put a guy in face makeup, and then kill me. And I said that online, and somebody said, well, you know, the guy, Richard Brake says, don't call me a clown. I'm like, he has a white face, he's a clown. That's like someone said, don't call me an alcoholic, give me another beer. So yeah, I think that's a good question. What else may I answer while I'm here? I'll ask you questions if you don't ask me. Yes.
Okay, I got it now. I got a question for you, Dan, because I would really love to know about your experiences working on The Fugitive. Can we please talk, since it's a one-on-one with Dan here, not everybody I can talk to you, I can nerd out about the things I love about Dan.
This is The Fugitive, thank you, a great movie. Here's my favorite Fugitive story. One night we were doing, if you remember The Fugitive, it was a big fight at the Hilton Hotel in Chicago, and to shoot something like that, the fight and its aftermath was about a week and a half, 2 weeks of the schedule, with all the scenes at the Hilton. And one night, they take us out and shoot us, and they take Harrison and shoot Harrison and Tom and because we were all at different parts of the hotel. So you'd just be waiting there until they say, Dan, could you come? And then you go to your seat. So Harrison's sitting on a lens case. They have these big cases that have the camera equipment, and you're not allowed to sit on them, but he's Harrison Ford. So Han Solo's sitting on a lens case. So I think, well, I'm Harrison Ford adjacent. So I sit on the lens case, and we literally sit two guys who know each other now for 5 months because of the movie, and this is the end. And finally, after maybe 5 minutes of neither of us talking, I said, I don't know what to say to you. And Harrison Ford goes, I understand. And that was the entirety of our conversation. Because what are you going to be like, was it cold on Tatooine? Yeah, kid, that was a goddamn set. Yeah, so that's it was great. It was great. That could have been any 4 actors, and I was blessed that I was one of the 4.
I love that movie so much. I live in Chicago now. I've lived there for 17 years. I'm a California girl, but I live in Chicago. And that's a great Chicago movie, man. So many great exteriors in that one, right?
Oh, yeah, terrific.
Yeah, man. Amy, audience questions for Dan here while we got him. Private show with Dan?
Yes, sir.
Will you ever wear another Santa suit again in your life?
Will you ever wear another Santa suit again in your life?
I hope so. So do you know what you guys may not know? Please follow me online on Facebook, TikTok. I don't know if I'm there. It's there. They said they put it back. Instagram. I'm just reading it all. So I made a movie with my buddy Spencer Fulmer. We made a movie called Saint Nick of Bethlehem, and we shot simultaneous. So I went right from the set of Terrifier in that Santa suit to my movie Saint Nick of Bethlehem in my Santa suit. And I have to tell you, I've only really technically played Santa once, and that was on Svengoolie, if you saw it.
Yeah.
I went and played Santa on Svengoolie at the same, when we were promoting everything. And
another Chicago icon.
Great guy, Rich Close. I would love to play Santa Claus, as opposed to a guy dressing up as Santa Claus, which is what we had in both movies. But let's say Saint Nick of Bethlehem and Terrifier 3 were on 2 different ends of the spectrum, just like me. So I do hope so. Yes.
Awesome.
You had one.
Yeah. I was like, is there any movie or franchise you wish you could have been killed in?
Oh God, you're really obsessed with me dying. No, this is you're like my ex-wife. I think if my ex-wife had invited her to the set of Terrifier 3, she would have been like, hit him again. He's got 2 legs, why are you only breaking 1? No, but I've been in a lot of, you guys, Michael Myers has killed me. The Phantasm Spear has killed me.
Yeah.
Now those 2 alone, because growing up, any of you who have white hair my age, those were our movies. Like I remember seeing that and seeing those movies in the theater, and you could never believe. Also, I'm in Star Wars. I'm in the Skywalker storyline because I'm in the Jedi Fallen Order, the Jedi Survivor video game. Who would have thought that if I would have turned around and said, I'll be in this one day, to some extent. Hey, how well do you guys know Halloween, the original movie?
Yeah.
So, you may or may not know this, but I tried to come up with another way to lose money. So, I have a company called Monster General Store, and you can go to monstergeneralstore.com. My buddy Pete Bregman and I have this company, and we started with the guy Brent's dolls, who makes all the fabulous dolls like I have at my table. And so we did, for Trick or Treat, we did the House of a Thousand Corpses coloring book. If you get it, they have it at the Trick or Treat stand. I wrote it, Pete drew it, and it's like a 1960 coloring book, but everything's nice. It's not like, death and murder. It's like, it's nice to pick up strangers. Everything's ironic, all the jokes. So we also just did one for Trick or Treat for Halloween. So I watched Halloween, and they are 3 of the worst babysitters. What kind of babysitters are they? The guys get banging the girl in the bed of you go, all right, we'll be back Sunday morning. And the guy comes home, honey, somebody's drinking beer. Honey, remember that guy who works at the grocery store, he plays football? I swear to God, he's hanging upstairs. Honey, when we left, do you remember someone putting a dead body and a tombstone on our bed? And Laurie Strode, who's considered like the hero, the original Final Girl, she puts 2 12-year-old children of opposite sex in a bed together and locks them in a house. I'm sure they had a baby. Like, these are the worst papers. Anyway, I started thinking, and by the way, the worst doctor in the history of mental illness is that idiot doctor. Should we warn people? No, don't tell anybody. Because they'll be jumping at shadows. Oh no, we don't want them jumping at shadows. We'll just have 7 people killed indiscriminately because you didn't warn anyone that a psycho's loose. Anyway, worst doctor. That's right. Felissa and I are available because you guys haven't come to our table yet. Waiting in line for David.
Felissa, come sit with me. Because I want her so much.
She's my wife.
I played Danny's
Extreme.
wife in a movie called Stream.
Yes. You guys saw that movie, right? You're both in.
That's Mike Levy's movie, Mike and Jason, the producers of Terrifier.
Can we talk about Stream?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because you know it's kind of Terrifier Jason, right?
Yeah, it's Terrifier Jason, and when you're a 61-year-old man, am I wrong? You spend a lot of time talking to your doctor about your stream. How's your stream? I never thought a doctor would ask me that question. My stream is fine, thank you.
Danny and I have another movie that just came out called Crust. Danny's hilarious.
Sean Whalen's one, right?
Sean Whalen's directorial debut.
Nice.
Okay, so we have a lot of audience here, and I normally start by asking you guys questions first, but I want to make sure everyone has an opportunity if they wanted to ask a question, so I'm breaking my own rule and I'm throwing it out to you guys first. Does anyone have a question for these guys? Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Funny encounters at the mall.
I can't remember.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We told them that there was so much a crowd at the mall that were watching us. They were overlooking the balcony, and now it's starting to build. And he's still in makeup, so no one knows where. And so no one knows what we're shooting. So they kept asking, "Oh, what are you filming? What are you filming?" And we told them the most boring thing that we could think of to try to let them disperse. And we said it was a mayonnaise commercial. Very spicy mayonnaise.
But you mean when it was in the mall later before the movie, promoting this?
Or like when I was scaring people in the mall? Oh yeah, I scared people in that other mall. Right before the movie came out, they sent me out to a mall in New Jersey and like the Spencer's, and I walked around the mall and I scared the crap out of a lot of people. We actually had the cops called on us. It's not a Terrifier film if the cops aren't involved. The cops have always come at some point in the making of one of these films. So that happened there. I was just sitting in one of the little massage chairs out there, and there was this like lady and her family coming out with their kids, and they see me, and I just waved. That's all I did. I just waved, and she'd go, "Run!" Picked up this one kid. The other kids just start running, but she like just picks up this other kid and just starts running. I'm like, what did I do? But I'm like, you're smart though. You're smart. You survived the movie because that was your instinct. You just saw me. You got the heck out of there.
She saw the movie.
Take the kids and run.
Yeah.
Amazing. Anyone else out there?
This is for anybody. You've talked about Damien doing kills and stuff like the rats and vomit to push you guys. Is there anything in the script that you outright refused to do or had to be convinced to do?
Ask Damien, he's down there.
Now we flew into stunt.
I have a very great team, and they just they do everything I tell them, honestly, without questioning anything.
No, I feel like for me, it's not like when I read the obvious class scene, I didn't even register what I was doing in that moment. But I think, for me, I've worked with David for a long time and I trust him implicitly. I think when I read the first script, I didn't want to do any of it. But the thing that convinced me was the fact that I was an out-of-work actor. But I think for me, I'm always on board and I trusted Damien very much.
As an audience member, though, I told Sven, like when Sven, I was like, jump, no, jump. Don't do that. So even that throws me out. I wasn't you.
He doesn't even hug me anymore.
How you doing?
Any other questions out there? Yeah.
Okay, first, I'd like to shout out Daniel. I loved doing Quicks when I was a kid.
Oh, Quicks, thank you.
And second, for David.
Thank you.
I know Terrifier was your first movie, and I saw All Hallows Eve, and there's no comparison between you and the other art clown. What makes you so expressive and talented? You connect even without saying words.
So why are you so great?
I have a long history. I just love silent films. I love silent comedies, comedy, especially slapstick comedy. So I grew up watching the greats, and that's how I learned. But I also realized 2 years ago where I got a lot of my mannerisms from. I thought it was just from watching all these movies, but I was at one of my cousin's wedding, and I have an aunt that is deaf. And she lip reads very well. I didn't really learn a lot of sign language because she lip reads very well. And so everything, when you interact with her expressions are very exaggerated, all of her facial expression, her arm movements and everything. So you tend to do the same thing when you're talking to her so she can understand what you're saying to her. And I realized that while I was talking, I was like, oh my gosh, this is where all this comes from my Aunt Wanda. I'm like, this is amazing. So I had to tell her that when I realized that. I was just like, oh, that means so much. Because she's so funny. She loves horror movies because she can't hear the music. So she gets more scared than anybody else. And what's even, I love to tell the story about her because I love to scare her because she is the funniest person to scare. Because she does not scream like a normal person. She learned how to scream from reading Donald Duck comics. So instead of going, ah, or anything like that, she goes, wah! And she's like, why are you so mean? And I'm like, because
you're deaf.
We can say that to her and she'll laugh her head off because that's how my family is. There's so many people with different disabilities in my family. My sister's mentally, physically handicapped. My mom was blind in one eye. I have, I'm on the spectrum and stuff like that. It's just we've always made fun of the unfortunate things that have befallen us in life because that's how we've dealt with it. It's instead of having those bad situations and harping on, it's let's find the humor in it. So that's what we do. We're always making fun of each other over stuff like that. That's how I guess we cope with it. But so,
So how did you get into Iceland Hills, a work of art music video? How did that transpire? How did you get into that? How did that?
I just crashed it. No, it's like, I met Spencer like 2 years ago when he came to New York City to do their concert there at Madison Square Garden because he was a big fan and stuff like that. He invited us all out. We hung out with him for like a few hours after the show, and like we instantly became buddies. And I always liked their videos because they do such great production value. They make a movie when they make their movie videos. And I was like, oh my God, we gotta collaborate one day. And so it just happened. He's like, hey, I got an idea. And so we contacted Damien. Damien's like, that sounds cool. And so we made the video. And what was kind of fun was like when people showed up for the making of the video, they didn't know Art the Clown was involved in it. So I come walking out, there's this whole sea of extras there. They just thought they were there for just another Ice Nine Kills video. And they're like, oh my God! And then I started talking and I ruined the magic, so.
I saw another hand somewhere over here. Yeah. Are we going to get a backstory for Art and number 4?
It's possible. I have no idea what Damien's writing, but I think he is going to tap into a little bit more of Art's origins in this one.
I'm curious if Jonathan's going to show back up in the war movie. I don't know about that.
Who knows?
I also want to know from all the people you killed up there if they laughed as hard as I did.
Love it.
Yeah.
We laughed. We laughed.
Oh my God, my dad is hilarious. And then I came back. It's funny. Oh yeah. Oh, while he's killing? Yeah. He's pretty scary.
Oh, there was a funny moment though that we definitely did laugh. Okay, so because this is where I call myself Fart the Clown. I just remember filming, yeah, because this is when I'm coming out with the club, and I was rearing up, and I was all, and I was hoping no one heard it. And, yeah, but yeah, at the time I hope no one heard it, and I just hear everybody just start laughing. She's getting on before a cat, like, I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's the beef tips. So Bill's beef tips that we had for dinner that
But you know, it's a very good set. It's a very good set. Like Damien and the Levies, it's a good set. I have found, and we had a great time doing what we did. And he's a great guy. And I think you just hit on something. I'm very intrigued. I'll bet you if you went back and looked at all those guys that you adore and love, they were probably all, if there was a spectrum then, on the spectrum. Like to be able to do all the things they do. That'd be an interesting thing to look into. But it's always a good set, and it's a light set, and that's the greatest gift for an actor, is even if you're doing this kind of thing, it's not like, okay, we're killing you, I made a movie where a girl had to die in a hospice, and you know, for 2 days, nobody really joked because it was awful. But when we're cutting ourselves up and getting bludgeoned and raping ourselves with glass.
Actually, David was my eyeline for that. We were definitely not laughing. David was disgusted when I was doing that. But that wasn't my death scene. That was another death scene of something else. But no, I think in the first movie, when David was supposed to be over me and he was eating my face, we didn't have many takes because if you get the blood on your face, it then stays, it's hard to get off. And I remember you were standing over me and I was like, I can't fucking do this. Please do not be in my face right now. I was laughing so hard. Yeah, Damien was actually getting upset with us.
Yeah, we had the giggles.
We always do that.
And then I just started doing like silly voices and everything. I was like, oh yeah, you guys don't know this.
And cheese. Open face sandwich.
So, yeah, right there.
We're huge fans of Lego. What was your favorite?
I'm sorry, favorite Legos? Oh, let's start at the end and come all the way down so everyone can talk. What's your favorite Lego?
I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Obviously got tattoos of Star Wars, Yoda and Grogu, so anything Star Wars related.
I don't have nothing to do with Legos. Thank you guys for coming out to the party last night.
keeping an eye on you. See you with my phone. I'm not bored. I'm checking stores. I love you all.
I grew up playing with Legos with my brothers, but I don't really know. But I did buy my nephew, my 7-year-old nephew, like a Pokemon Lego that was very complicated to make, and so that was cute. I'll say that.
I just started doing Legos like a year ago, and I started with like the flower ones. I like doing those. For Christmas, I got like the big flower bouquet. I haven't done it yet. Yeah, it's like Legos, but it's like a bouquet. So I haven't done it yet. I did like some roses, like 2 roses, but I just want this big Lego bouquet. So we'll see if I'll finish that.
I'm super into the Harry Potter Legos. I love this because yes, they're so good. The way that everything moves, I'm just like blown away by how they do stuff like that. Like you ever remove enchantment? I don't know if anybody knows this, but it like hides and then you can open it up. I love Lego.
Are we talking about waffles?
Lego my ego.
Oh, yes. Is there a Universal Monsters Lego? That would be the one I like.
Nice.
I've been like a lifelong fan, so I grew up on the classic like pirate and castle sets, so those are my big ones back there. My favorite one, especially because I saved up money for months, but it was like, it was the Skullside Schooner, which is one of the big pirate ships and everything like that, the Black Sea's Barracuda, so I was very happy to get those. But recently I got into the modular sets, because now I finally have my own apartment, so I have more room for stuff. So I've been building a lot of those, and of course some of the Batman sets I've had. I have 4 tubs of Lego from my childhood, and this is the thing. Is I always tell people, like, you know, parents are like, oh, you shouldn't be spending money on Lego. I'm like, no, these things are actually a great investment because they appreciate in value. Even after you take them out of the box and build them, they're still worth money. It's like I found out, I went online recently and I was just looking up the prices for like some of those old sets I had as a kid. So expensive. Like that set, it was like about $100. The pirate ship, then it's worth over $2,000 now. And I'm like, out of the box. I'm like,
where are these Legos?
Yeah. Well, I had fun telling my dad that, like, Dad, guess what? He's like, no. So, buy your kids Lego. I like it's newer, I guess, the Home Alone Lego set with the house and everything. I'm a huge, sorry, Dad. I just realized I'm sorry. You got your Christmas movie, you got your Christmas ending. So yeah, mess.
Felissa, what's your favorite
Yeah, those Legos are really cool when you have a lot of kids and those suckers are everywhere.
The best Legos are the Legos that are back in the box that you can't step on.
I couldn't agree more, Stephen Dellison. Thank you.
All right, so someone in the back? Yeah, I see a hand. Real loud.
Stand
Out of
up.
all of your films that you've been in, Mr. David, what's your favorite kill scene film?
My favorite kill scene so far was with Danny over here. Sorry, everybody else. I had so much fun with that. Plus, I think it's such a fun, creative kill, and it's like, because it's like I felt like a Batman villain in that when I'm freezing the guy and making him into a human snowman. And what you don't realize, like, we actually were going to go even further with it. We just literally ran out of time with that kill scene. I was not just going to stick the carrot in his nose. I was also supposed to take 2 things of coal, light them on fire, and shove them into his eye. But we ran out of time. But still, it looked so cool. No pun intended. But we had so much fun too. Yeah, Clinton, the whole entire scene is my favorite scene I've filmed so far in this. It's like we just played for several days, and like Dana's even like, yeah, I have the script here, but you guys just do whatever. And like Danny over here, he's great at just coming up with things, and he knows how to like be a great scene partner and throw you the joke, and he's just constantly coming with some great dialogue. And it just gave me so many things to work with, and I loved it. It was just so much fun.
In the back again.
If Art the Clown had to try to like kill a doppelganger of himself, what creative way would he try to do?
That would, because I don't really want to go into detail with that because I've had this idea for a kill scene that I want to do ever since the first film. It's based on something from a Marx Brothers film, Soup, and I would love to do that variation of it, so I don't want to go into detail on what I want to do with that scene, but there's something I do have in mind if a situation like that came up, and I think it would be really fun. But I don't want to spoil things, just in case David finally implements it.
I saw a hand in the back over there, yeah.
Amazon sales just went up with Tuck Soup in an hour.
Thank you, Mark Brothers.
Well, first I want to say thank you to all of you guys for being here. We love you, and I know I can for everybody. And my next question is for David. Since you are art and embody it perfectly, if art could speak, what would his first words be?
Fuck.
And would it be in that reading, or would it be like, fuck? Like what scenario would he be saying this in?
I imagine you just stub his toe out. Fuck.
That'd be funny to have it be over something completely innocuous.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a hole in my sweater. You know.
He taught for that.
Anyone else? Yeah. Yes. How did you come up with the name Art the Clown?
I think that's definitely a Damien question, but if I remember right, it's like someone's seen what type is this first concept of it, and it's like, oh god, that guy's a work of art. Yeah, and they're like, oh, there's a name for art. Yeah, it's just a really cool idea, so I was like, yeah, it works. I like it.
It's for me.
Anyone
else? Yes.
This is for anyone who wants to answer. How does it feel to be a part of a film that has transcended the horror genre? I'm old enough to remember Freddy Mania and how there are a lot of kids who had never seen a Friday the a Nightmare on Elm Street film, but they knew who he was. And how I go to cons, I see small children that are dressed up as Art the Clown or the little pale girl who haven't seen the films. How does it feel to be involved in that? That is a pop culture phenomenon now.
Beatlemania, right?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool because I was one of those kids during Freddy Mania where I had not seen those movies, and because I was so young at the time. But I still remember even going to go get shoes at Shoe Carnival, and they had a whole entire wall of Freddy Krueger things, and so I knew who Freddy was. He would even come on shows on Nickelodeon as a guest star just to do like Q&A sessions, and I thought that was so cool. So. That's why I think it's amazing to see children now dressed up as like Art or Pale Girl or Sienna and all these characters, Victoria. It's amazing because I know because I was that kid at one point, and that was something that has stayed with me. Like Freddy's my king, and so to know that there's probably going to be future generations where that Freddy was my king, Art might be theirs. Later on in life, and they'll be sharing that with their children. It's going to be one of those experiences that's going to transcend generations, just like how Dracula and Wolfman and Frankenstein's monster and Mummy have transcended generations. It's one of those, that's what I love about this genre. Is like these characters aren't something that's just a flash in the pan. They're just here for a little bit and that's it. These characters, even after the actors that have played them are no longer with us, they keep going for generations and generations and generations. So to be a part of something like that's pretty special, I think.
I think also like one thing that we don't take for granted is it's like a 1 in a gajillion what Terrifier is doing, because of course it made waves in horror, but like even how it's affecting the industry at large. I mean, we're one of the highest rated unrated film of all time, and it's really special to see how it's inspired people. But like even just doing these conventions and talking to all of you, and seeing how a lot of you light up just because it feels like something finally has come that you've been waiting for years, decades, and that is really special, at least for me, to experience, because I think falling in love with horror through everyone else that I've met, and that is like something that is rare. You can't really quantify that. So
I just want to say also that that's because of you guys is why that's happening. You know, this is, yeah, you know, you guys are just as much as part of the success of Terrifier and why it's doing what it's doing. You know, because we could obviously make these movies and Damien could create these films, and you know, if an audience doesn't find it or see it, then it's kind of dead in the water, you know, and that's it. So, you know, thank you to you guys for sharing it, spreading it, talking about it, and showing your kids and your friends and different, you know, family members, whatever, and just enjoying what we do, because we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys.
That's nice.
I want to say one thing to your piece. Let me jump in here. Look what Terrifier's led into also. Like, we just got to see Scream Boat the other night. Yeah. It was fucking awesome. It was awesome. And look what it's growing into. All these other movies that's like from Terrifier, it's growing and growing and growing. And Kaylee, give the accent, give the accent.
What are you talking about,
Speaking of that accent, wouldn't she be an amazing Harley Quinn?
Yeah, that'd be fun, yeah.
Does that mean you're doing Joker?
Just saying.
Yeah, nice.
All right, anyone else? You in the back.
Yeah. David, you've gotten to play Mickey and Grinch so far. Is there anyone else like iconic character you'd like to do as a killer?
Joker.
I mean,
but I think another one that I think would be fun to reboot is, or bring back and do it like a comic book version of it, was The Mask.
Yeah, that would be cool.
The original Dark Horse comic version was very violent, gory, and bloody, and I think maybe not do it as a movie, but do it as a series, because in the comic series, different people took on the mask, and so you had different versions of that character depending on their personalities. Like Stanley was pretty much a sadistic killer, but then eventually Catwoman takes over and he becomes like the more heroic mask, which is cool. So I think that would be a fun character to bring back somehow.
Heck yeah.
That's dope.
All right. So I have a question for each of you before we wrap this up. And then you can go and see them at their table and get some more cool merch. Okay, let's start with Felissa this time. Felissa, kind of non-art related, but it could be if you want it to be. Can you tell me something important that you've learned on a set, any set, that you still carry with you today?
No, I cannot. I would have to say, having been on a few sets,
just a few,
just a couple, and especially like being on set with all of them. The most important thing when you're on set, because you are making a movie, it's crazy, there's a lot going on, it's fast, so much is happening at once. But the most important thing, and I always say this, especially when I'm producing, is gratitude. Let's remember we're all so lucky to be there, and positivity, and just keeping love in your heart for one another, because it can go sideways real quick. So just taking care of all of our family and all of our people is most important. Steven?
To take along with that, I think it's people. It's kind of, yes, it's having the right people around you, because as she said, it is very difficult. There are long hours, there are lots of problems. There's always things coming up that you don't know how to handle, so you need the people with you who you know how to handle it with and who will support you and get you through it. So I think that's the biggest thing we've learned, and that's why you see us sticking together so much, and hopefully we can keep sticking together in the future.
It's the most sentimental I've ever heard ever. So I don't even know you can fucking speak. But what did I learn on set? Funny that you said. Yeah, something important. You know, dealing with different personalities, because in this business there's so many different walks of life and backgrounds and culture and, you know, ideologies and things. So just dealing with different people, and, you know, obviously I also have the pleasure of directing movies as well, other than producing. Yeah, so like Stream. Yeah. You get to so get on it. But yeah, you just get to learn how to kind of talk with people. You apply that to your everyday life, and so for me, that's been pretty much the most valuable in what I've learned.
I would say patience, because there's, especially for on the actor standpoint, there's a lot of hurry up and waiting for the actors, and we sit there and wait, while everybody else in the crew is busting their butts, setting up lights, setting up whatever else has to be done, and you just have to be patient, because sometimes things go wrong and you never know, and you have to adapt. So you have patience and being able to really adapt in the moment as well. And I will also say another thing that I've always impressed me about Damien as a director is he is someone that takes the time to get to know everybody on the set. He appreciates everybody that works on these films. Everybody, from the producers down to every single one of the PAs. He sits down and talks to everybody, gets to know who they are, and appreciates them and treats them as part of the family, because that's how we operate on set. We operate as a family, and I think that translates to what you see on screen. You get a better product that way, when it's just not just people there just to show up for a job. Everybody's enjoying what they're doing. They're actually dedicated to what they're doing and put their heart into everything.
Thank you. I just echo, look, as a director, here's the way, I always say this, when in doubt, do what a human would do. Because actors always go to a place that you go, it's not really how a human would react to that. But gratitude is important. Last week I was shooting a monster movie called American Cryptid, and it was a beautiful full moon, and there was this girl in a full monster makeup, and they were rushing, and I just said, can we just take a moment to remember that not everybody is sitting under this full moon making a monster movie with someone in a monster suit, with a crew that likes monster movies, and to take that moment and just say, yes, you're a lucky band of nuts doing our dreams, and that's nice. So thank you. Very good question.
Absolutely, and I think being able to think on your feet is really important too. In film, it's never finite. It's different in theater. There is a performance every time you do it, but with film, you can stop the scene and go back at any point. You can do a million different takes. So you never know what in the end is going to be chosen. As an actor, you don't really have any control over the editing, so you do your absolute best to give them as many options as possible and play, and always try to be as spontaneous and just in the moment as possible. And I think that's something that you're supposed to do always as an actor, but with film is it's extra life, because there's no performance. It just can keep going.
I'd say work really hard, show up ready, and have your lines memorized. Want to be there, make sure you really want to be there. Show up early. I worked on General Hospital, the soap opera, and I flew from North Carolina to Los Angeles to film that. And I would get my scripts, paragraph after paragraph, a day before I would go film it. So I would just sit down and just work so hard, make sure I had everything memorized, and then I got there and I was just ready to film it, because on sets like that, you do one or two takes and then it's on to the next scene. So you have to know what you're doing, and you have to know your lines, because you don't want to be the person that's slowing everybody else down. So work really hard, make sure you know everything, and be able to take direction too. That's really important, because if you're able to take direction well, you're just that's good, because directors want actors that are able to take direction and switch things up and everything too. So yeah.
That's nice. Good question.
I bring in second, triple, everyone, from gratitude to collaboration to being prepared. I would say that the greatest lesson I've ever learned is really just by watching Damien. And that is definitely very true, because he's such a person with integrity, and it's really hard in our industry, but also in life. Sometimes, you can't always the best choice. You gotta take the money, or you gotta go and do something necessary that doesn't serve the art form, and which makes complete sense. But Damon's someone who, over 10 years, but even prior to knowing him with All Hallows Eve, who's always put the art first. He's an artist at heart, and he really cares. And he's had so many opportunities that he's passed and made his life hard for a few years just because of the work, and he's kept us all together when he could have been recast and gone to Hollywood. So I struggle with that, as a director, writer, and actor, to be someone with integrity and always put the work first and put our team first and our collaborators first. And he is someone that has done that time and time again. So that would be my answer.
I will make this quick. I just want to say it's the memory. When I was on set, I had a small little scene, but it was, Jesus, fucking people are walking out in the middle of my promotional scene. I'm just kidding. Jesus, wait till you hear this, and then you say, out of here.
He's talking, what I got on.
There goes David. Jesus, I was gonna do this. Nah, fuck. No, listen. So the memory. So I just want to say, after I shot my scene, I was so excited. I'm like, fuck it. They were showing that they were playing the dailies, everything, and I saw Mike Levy hanging around. I'm like, fuck, I want to record this, but I don't want to get caught. So Mike Levy cut the corner. Damien cut the corner. I videotaped my scene, and I want to tell you, when I got home, my mother and father were so proud, and I lost my dad about 7 months later. He didn't get to see the movie. So for me, it's the memory. He got to see my scene, and that's what it's all about. To be surrounded by all these amazing people is what it's really all about, and I love you. Are you crying? Oh,
I love Felissa.
I'm
so impacted.
Baby's go.
I love you.
I love you too.
I bet those people walked out really feel like this. I was waiting for the joke. I was going to yell at you for taking the footage, ask you for it back, and as I'm about to come in here, like, yeah, my dad died. I got to show up, like, fuck. Sinking in my chair.
Before Marcus goes up, you already brought up Home Alone. Why not talk about my dad?
So like Greg, I wanted to share a personal experience, and this has changed my life. I met these guys at a convention a few years ago. We hit it off. They got me into the game with Terrifier 2, but what I learned the most is when you find good people, crew, cast and crew, that are loyal to the project, are loyal to each other, the collaboration is just seamless. I mean, it's challenges on set, but just to see how they adapt and overcome and trust each other and get the job done, and everybody's having fun. It's just a beautiful thing to watch. And I will say for Stream, I mean, these guys, they took care of me. I was in the hospital for 2 months with COVID and went straight to set, and they looked after me. And for the rest of my life, I'll forever be loyal to them for that. So.
And now we're going to our sponsor.
Oh, my son, have a commercial. Listen, remember, Terrifier Jason is Stream. It's on everywhere now. You can rent it, buy it. Dreamboat comes out. We saw it the other night. It's fantastic. Woo! He's fantastic. She's fantastic. The cast and crew is fantastic. We have been divided up. If you want to meet us, it's been a little hard because we're in a room off to the side and people think you have to stand in a line to get to the room. You stand in a line for David or for you, Sam, but you can just come into the room and meet us, and we are doing a Sunday special. So come to the table and find out what it is.
I also did it out, guys, so I will not be at my table. So if I didn't get to meet you, I hope to meet you in the future. Yeah, I gotta
Thank you, Sam, for coming.
Safe travels.
Marcus, Rick, sit at the front of the stage. The rest of us will stand behind you for a photo. And
Alright, that was an amazing panel, guys. Everyone's just hanging out, vibing. The next one will be the Hellraiser one. And I'll stick around for a little bit after that, and then I'll be heading back home to Texas, guys.
Gentlemen and ladies, welcome. Hi, how are you all? All right, Sunday of the Dead, here we are. Doing my best. It's all because of them. You know, if they don't give me the reaction, I'm going to sleep up here. So, okay. I would love to start off by asking each one of you about your acting journey. I would love to know how you got involved in this crazy business. We can start with Miss Ashley. Ladies first.
Hi. Is this on? I liked a boy, and I followed him into an acting class in Teenage Drama Workshop, and then he left, and I stayed. So.
My mother had been an actress, and I was useless at school. Completely useless. The only thing I used to turn up for was drama and English. And I did a school play, and it was the best day of my life. And then we kind of took it from there. I went to a stage school in London when I was a kid, and that led me to be able to work in movies. The first movie I ever made was with Natasha Kinski in Germany, and I was about 16. So that led me into a world that was too good to give up. So yeah, that's how it began.
I was always kind of doing it at school, nativity plays, and at Sunday school I played King somebody or other from the Old Testament who dipped himself in the which river would it be? Not the Nile, probably. The Jordan, I would imagine, 3 times, which was the first time I encountered stage magic. I stepped behind the curtain, came back out again. Step behind the curtain again, came back out again, step behind the curtain again, came back out again. Fast forward to roughly 1969, and I am at Warwick High School for Boys in Liverpool. And I got myself cast in the school play, The Government Inspector by Nikolai Gogol. So I was told to report for rehearsals, which I duly did, and was introduced to my fellow cast members, which included a fellow by the name of Clive Barker. Woo! That was the day that changed my life. Clive was already writing and producing his own plays at school, and I got drawn into that orbit. Then we started doing independent theatre after school and university in Liverpool, and then the Everyman Theatre used to let us have free run of the theatre when it was dark, which would never happen now, but it was wonderful. And eventually in London, original plays by Clive. We were making life very easy for ourselves. We were entirely unknown actors doing entirely unknown plays by an entirely unknown writer. We assumed we'd arrive in London and everyone would say, "Oh my God, you're all geniuses," and throw themselves at our feet. It wasn't at all like that. That company broke up in 1982. In 1985, in the midst of a casual conversation with Clive, he said to me, "I'm trying to put together a low-budget, independent British horror film. I think there might be a part in there for you." And a year later, the cameras were rolling on Hellraiser. That's my journey.
Nice.
Yes.
So long-winded, sir.
I was an academic failure at school. I actually had a good education, school, quite smart school, but brought up an unfortunate child. So the prep school was a little place in Buckinghamshire. I graduated to King's College, Taunton, Somerset. It was all splendid. I excelled on the football field, the cricket field special, and in the athletic work. I batting number. Those are just near on. You sing those, medium pace. But you getting to the point that I came out of there, an academic failure, we used to have these things called O-levels in school. Examinations of O-levels. It took me 4 years to get 3. I went to college in Bedfordshire, Manor College. I came out there. So anyway, a lot of dithering around in my early career. I was a little truck driver, so I got my all the time. Dallying around, Danny's to display. You can't do that for the rest of your life. So my dear old friend Hughie Armstrong, bless him, the loveliest man in the world, dear Hugh. Hugh had already dabbled in the acting profession, you see. He was the roof of drums. And one day, in some mild despair, I said to dear old Hugh, what's this acting? Malarkey you like it? And I said to Dad, and Dad was all prepared for it. It's quite likely I didn't go to drama school or whatever. But I had a step on. I was pretty scared of it. And she insisted, because I was interviewed my friend Hugh, to give me the carte blanche acting, whatever was required to become an actor. So Hughie turned up in the house to be interviewed by my dad and the dreaded stepmother. And he was asking, Hugh, tell me, Johnny wants to be an actor. What do you think? And he said, well, if I can bloody get away with it, I'm bloody sure it can. And so the job was done. So I got qualifications from my friend Hugh to become an actor, which I did. And I ended up the Central School of Speech and Drama. I loved every minute. Here I am now.
Woo! So we already heard how Doug got involved in Hellraiser. How did this crazy movie come into your lives?
Well, yeah, I got the standard route of a call. Could you go and meet this guy in a hotel in London? And they'll send you the script 2 days ahead, so you go, oh yeah, that's fine. Not knowing what I know. And yes, I walked into this hotel suite, and there was the young Clive Barker who I'd never met, never heard of. But I knew, as you sometimes do, whether it's a movie script or whether it's a new play, sometimes you open something up and you go, oh wow, this is really interesting, this is really good. I had no understanding at all of what the visuals would be. And I knew that the actual concept of the script and the journey that the characters were going on into hell and demonology was just really clever and good and interesting. And we had a conversation. I said to Clive, I know that you've written it and you're obviously very close to the material. I said, I think we've got to know a lot more about my character's journey, what an actor like that is. But how do you see it being deepened if we shoot it? Because actually it's really just a sketch. He's barely there in the screenplay. And he said, well, what do you think you want to do with it? And I said, we need to improvise certain things. I said, and you're kind of just hinting at this evil, dark past. Why does he come out of nowhere like a man from Laramie, and so we thrashed it through, and in talking in detail about how his script was working, we just became very close. He was very easy to be with. And I'm very envious of Doug, who knew him for so many years, and still does. But I just knew that I was in the hands and in the mind of somebody who was going to be very interesting to work with. And he was very generous, and on the set very easygoing and open to ideas all the time, wasn't he? So that's how, in a hotel room in Bloomsbury, in London, I met Mr. Barker. I've never looked back.
Nice.
I was in an acting class, and a fellow student was the PA over in New World at the time. Clive and Chris Figg, the producer, they were on their way back to London. They'd gone to New York, they'd gone to LA, they'd gone to Chicago. They hadn't found Kirsty yet. So I got a phone call that said, just show up in New World. It was late at night. There were stacks of sides, different parts of the script. And I sat down and met Clive, and he said, okay, your uncle's in your father's skin. He's trying to kill you and have sex with you, probably in that order. Go. I called Red, and then he said, I want you to come to the UK to Screencast. And then Doug was there, and you played Pinhead and Andy's role, right?
We did the scene from the Chinese restaurant.
Yeah.
And one other, which I don't recall.
I don't know your
I do
names.
remember I insisted on trying to learn my lines for the screen test, which was a mistake because I went first and I completely dried. Which is English speak for getting your lines.
I don't remember that. I just remember that you were really generous because I was nervous and I had gone on some kind of red eye, and they don't hide their like geese and ducks and like pigs in all the stores. Like there's all these dead animals hanging out. It's just different. I never lived in Europe before, and I was. Like delis, like you had like whole animals. We hired. Oh, right. We hired. It was just like no. And then you read with me, and then Clive said they really want a name, but I want to try to push you through the system. And a week later, you called and they said, "All right." So that's how. Yeah, that's how that happened.
Did you have anything to elaborate on how you got involved in Hellraiser?
It's very simple.
Yeah.
I'll take moments to say this. I was sitting down one day and the phone rang and Selwyn Roberts, don't you know? Was on the phone by way of my dear friend Robin Medwell. And the message was this between the pair. There's a man looking for a skinny actor to play a monster in this film. They don't want an extra. They want an animated skinny monster. So I said, yes is the answer. So the word went back via Robin to Selwyn to Clive, who suddenly got back in touch with me and said, go for the interview at the production village Boston Lane. So I met Clive in there, they were chatting up and stuff, you might be rubberizing or what's I think that's what he said. And so the job was mine, and so there we go, and the rest is history. Happy history. That's it, that's me.
Gosh, thank you. I do have to say that on my podcast, The Dolls of Horror, we covered Hellraiser, and one of the segments on my podcast is Prop We Want to Own. My guest picked Skinless Frank.
Nice.
He wants to own a replica or you, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She wanted a Skinless Frank. I just wanted to throw that out there. I think my female co-host just wanted you. Okay, so do we have any audience questions right now? I can keep going. All right.
So, as hopefully most of us know, satellites get somewhat by the little box. If there was an object or a device that would summon you in your personal life, what device would summon you?
Puppies would summon Ashley. What device would summon you, Oliver? A Land Rover?
Not in your Land Rover. This sad part of my life, I've got a little hobby. It goes back to, I've got the hamster water Land Rover. It's a 1955 ex-military Land Rover. It's 70 next week. 3 days after my own birthday. Funny that. Anyway, it's 70 next week, and I've had it for 40 years. And it's driven, it's not just polished and looked at, it's filthy. But driven every day. It's like a bit of British engineering, a lot of that these days. So I've got a bit of a little childish thing about Land Rover. It's very boring, but you don't understand.
What device would summon?
No, it would be a device that would make Manchester City go away. Be perpetually relegated and refined out of existence as the cheating bastards deserve.
and a device that would guarantee eternal glory for Liverpool FC, even more than I'm used to them achieving. That would do for me.
Nice.
I hadn't actually realised that Doug was that deluded. That he thinks there's a chance of eternal glory for Liverpool FC. Us Chelsea boys are very different. Anyway, it came to me something. It's not a device. I think the thing that summoned me quite quickly would be a pair of really nice high heel boots, not vinyl, on the right person.
I get that. Yeah.
Very nice.
Since this amazing film that you all were involved in had its origin as an amazing piece of horror literature, do you all have a favorite piece of horror literature that you're fans of?
Lots. I would probably settle for The Telltale Heart.
Awesome. That's
and I know you all study it at school in America. We're not that fortunate in England. We don't do that. But it is, I think, a brilliant piece of writing. Not least because it's inexplicable. From those opening lines, truly nervous, very, very nervous. I have been and am, but why will you say that I am mad? And we don't know what prompted this. We never find out. We don't know who asked the question that prompted that. We don't know in what circumstances the person is who's responding. We don't even find out the gender of the individual. We assume a man.
Right, but it could be a woman.
In the story to tell us that. Who then proceeds to say, to prove to you that I'm not mad, I will listen to how sane my story is. Who then proceeds to tell you possibly the most insane story ever recounted. If you look at the details in Poe's writing, when he's going with the lantern to the old man's room, and he says, it took me an hour to open the door and put the lantern in. Go home and try taking 3 minutes to do that. And then think about an hour.
Right.
The madness, the only motivation he has for wanting to kill the old man is his eye. And every night when he goes in and the old man is asleep, he can't kill him because he can't see his eye until one night when he sees his eye and so forth. And the disposal of the body, and then he's going mad at the end, he tells us, ranting and raving and swinging his chair around while the detectives are sitting quietly ignoring him. I think there's a level on which none of this ever happened, and it's all in the head of whoever it is who's telling us the story. The unreliable narrator, it's called. And Poe used it constantly and brilliantly. I'd settle for that. But lots and lots and lots and lots of candidates.
I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel, so that was inspiration for that question. I love hearing you read literature. It's one of the things I love falling asleep to at night.
I would say Macbeth.
That's a good one,
It's a bit obvious, but the more you live with that play, the more you read around it. One of the very earliest and most brilliant analysis of what happens to someone when they do something wrong. They don't want to. They haven't set out to do that. And what's brilliant about that whole scenario is the character is drawn into the nature of evil. And what's so beautiful about it is it's not his choice. And that's what evil does. It tends to, if such a thing exists, with that power and the energies around, people can become drawn into a cycle of events which lead them to become less than themselves. And in that play, his self-analysis of what's happening to him is terrifying. For me, it's one of the most terrifying things to confront. He knows that he's no longer himself. He knows that he's no longer in control of his destiny. And he cannot understand why. And that, to me, is absolutely terrifying. And it's a brilliant piece of early modern literature by Shakespeare, who was, of course, the genius he was, but he's the genius he was because he had these extraordinary new insights, psychologically, way before Freud, of what doing something wrong will do to you. And that is the nature of the human cost of evil. If you kill someone, if you take someone's life, more often than not, you'll find people who've done that spend the rest of their lives in a state of absolute shock. And they cover it up and brass it through, but there's something that's changed in them that they can never get back. And that play absolutely nails that. So to me, that's one of the most horrific images possible, to be lost in that space, knowing you can't go back.
Right.
Can't make it any better.
Awesome, thank you.
You have one piece of horror or piece of literature. What was the question?
Do you have a favorite piece of horror literature or horror-related literature?
I've read following Sean and David. I'm not really qualified. I'm honest about it. I'm not swatted up enough to be able to make a reasonable comment. So I believe that my dear chums, they know exactly what we're talking about.
Awesome, thank you.
And don't take it personally. Please.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
For Doug, is there any iconic British character, either from literature or film, that you would love to bring on?
Did I understand the question?
Is there any iconic British character, either from literature or film, that you'd love to
That I would like to have played or would like to play? Well, most of them I'm too fucking old for now. Macbeth would be one of them. It is a wonderful play and a wonderful part. It's a regret for me because in the story of my arrival in acting that I told you, when we were doing the Dog Company, which was the theatre company I had with Clive, we were at the Edinburgh Festival, we were doing well, and we were in a play of Clive's called The History of the Devil, and I was playing the devil, and it was a wonderful part. I'm barely off stage for it, and it was somewhere in the middle of that I thought, I think this is what I'm going to be doing. I'd be about 26, 27 at that point. And I'd just been this is about 1980, I think, and I'd been swept through a decade of working with Clive. And I thought, so what do I do now? Do I stop and go to drama school and have somebody else tell me how they think I ought to be doing this? Or am I arrogant enough to think I can do this? And I was arrogant enough to think that I could do it as well as some, and better than a few, if not as well as most, something like that. Which is to say that I didn't have that conventional route into acting, which means I have never done any Shakespeare. And it makes me very depressed. Because he is God. He is the greatest practical dramatist who ever picked up a pen. He's not just someone who writes reams of poetry in complicated language, as I think is often the misunderstanding with Shakespeare. As often as not, his language is as simple can be. And I would love to have done Shakespeare, but I never have. Otherwise, to be honest, I don't spend my time thinking, could have been me. The old how many insert name here does it take to change a light bulb? How many actors does it take to change a light bulb? The answer is 5. 1 to change the light bulb, and 4 to say, I wouldn't have done it like that. There's probably only, I suppose,
Lear, well, assorted old farts.
I saw it back there.
Were there any Clive Barker projects that you're aware of that never came to fruition or anything? Or things that you
So you're saying, are we aware of any Clive Barker projects that didn't see the light of day?
Lots of them.
I'm only
Lots of them.
Because I've always said that the worst thing you could possibly do if you were on the phone with Clive would be to say, so what are you up to? Because you could go away and put your affairs in order and learn the whole Macbeth and come back again.
He's still going.
And he would still be talking about
Workaholic.
projects that he was currently working on.
Yeah.
From the first time that I knew him and worked with him, there were always projects. There was always another project. And the thing with Clive, and to be honest, absolutely honest, it was a problem with the theatre company. Some of the experimental stuff we did in the early 70s, there's one in particular, a wonderful piece called A Dream, which we improvised and put together ourselves from folk tales and bits of mythology. It wasn't a written thing. We spent a year putting that together and rehearsing it. We performed it once. Once Clive had performed something he didn't want to know about, it was done, and he was on to the next. There are hundreds of Clive Barker projects that did not see the light of day. I can assure you of that. There was his, there was the mummy project he was doing. It didn't have any mummies in it, I think. When we were filming Hellbound at Pinewood, we had the luxury of dressing rooms, which was not afforded to us on the first film. So I'm up in my dressing room biding my time, and there's a knock on the door, and Clive came in and started talking. He said, by the way, Hellraiser 3 is going to be happening. I said, oh, cool. And he started to talk to me about Hellraiser 3. Now, Clive will always sweep you up in the excitement of what he's talking about. What he was telling me was, and I think this was the prototype for the Mummy project. The basic idea of Hellraiser 3 was going to be that the Great Pyramid was the first lament configuration built to raise the great pharaoh from the dead, who was the first Cenobite. And I put that in an absolute nutshell. Clive spun this story for me over about 10 or 15 minutes. And I'm just, wow. And then he said, I should probably get back down to set. I'll see you down there soon. And I said, yeah, sure. And he left, and a couple of minutes after he'd gone, I thought, you fucker. You just came up here to tell me that there's going to be a Hellraiser 3 and I'm not going to be in it. Or at least Pinhead is not going to be in it. But nothing is ever lost. Look, Clive made a movie, which is basically a piece of juvenilia, called The Forbidden. Vast, sprawling project that went over. It started as an adaptation of Marlowe's Faustus. It was not that in the end at all. In that, he is playing with what he called his nail board, which was a block of wood, and he got 9-inch nails and painted a gridiron pattern onto the block of wood and put these nails in at the intersections of the gridiron. What he was doing was shooting in reverse, so that, he painted, well, I have this right, he painted the board black so that in reverse it would be white, and then he was swinging
and painted the lines white so that in reverse they'd be black. And then was swinging a light in front of the board to watch the pattern of the nails moving across the nail board, so that in reverse these would be white shadows. I have got this the wrong way around. This would be, he painted it white, so it would be black, with white shadows against a black background when you see it in reverse. Pinhead. Now there's probably 10 years between The Forbidden and Pinhead, but that's Clive maintaining that image in his head and then thinking, what if I put this on somebody's head? What would that look like? How would that work? Every single idea he ever has is kept on the Rolodex. Nothing is ever lost, and things are recycled constantly. Hellraiser is basically the Faustus story. So everything comes around. But trust me, there's lots and lots of stuff that you will never hear about. Even when I've been at his house at times over the last 10 years. You say, oh, this is something I'm working on. This is notes for a novel. This is this, you know. Always the ambition. Nightbreed was going to be the first of a trilogy. We wrote Cabal, filmed Nightbreed, was writing Cabal 2, then there would be Nightbreed 2, Cabal 3, and Nightbreed 3. But having done Cabal and Nightbreed, something else is pulling it. That's the mind of a genius.
Wow. Back there. Yeah, you got it. Your hand up, right?
Yeah. So, in the era of recycled Hollywood, how do you feel if they were to do a revamp of Hellraiser, a movie?
Is the question, in the era of recycled Hollywood, how did you feel when you heard they were going to do the remake of Hellraiser?
No,
Recycled.
if they were going to do it.
I'm sorry, what?
If.
They did.
Well, they rebooted it. It was a reboot, not a remake.
Not the series per se, but like just the whole
I would say it's a question that's based around a slight misconception, because there was a weird chemistry in making the first film that sometimes happens on projects. It wasn't over-planned, and it started as a very small-scale British movie that became organic, and what happened was through the casting and the chemistry of the casting, alchemy, that's the word, you know, you can, as we saw with the whole body of Hellraiser follow-ups, you can try and recreate something of that, but you'd be doing the wrong thing. The movie itself was a product absolutely of time and place. You talked about your casting, you know, you were the right person at the right time. That same thing happened for me with Clive. He knew Doug over many years, and then Oliver was available to be brilliant as the Skin Frank. You can try to recreate that. You'll get something different, inevitably. But the film is precious because the chemistry and the budget and the shooting, the lighting, all that work that was done for the makeup, nobody would do that now. So it would be CGI. And then it would be, as inevitably happens with CGI, it would be very dull, and after 15 minutes you forget you'd even seen it. Somebody who works in the tech side of this said to me once about this, and I think it's really interesting. The eye and ear, when you're watching CGI, you know you're being deceived. And you refuse, there's something in the subconscious that refuses to buy into it. You'll watch it, you'll sit there, you'll chew the popcorn, and the credits will roll and you'll go. But you won't have been moved. It's not visceral. And something about the original films is probably one of, given its budget, I think it's one of the most inventive things I've ever been associated with. And the makeup that they did for Doug and for Oliver was so extraordinarily painstaking. And when we were filming, Clive took me through to the workshop to show me the animatronics that were being built for the hand and the arm. And we knew that even though it was a budget movie, this was going to look amazing. If nothing else, it might all be rubbish, but it would look good. But that's what you have. Sometimes you just have a moment in time. It happens in the theatre, you have a moment in time where a particular playwright, a particular director, a particular group of actors come together and something happens. You remount the play a few years later, it's not quite the thing, or it's even better, maybe. But usually it's something like this is a product of time and place. And we're all very lucky that that was the case.
Brilliant. Spot on.
Well, thank you, my friend. Absolutely. He's my agent.
He's taking your money, isn't it?
There really was. It was a very warm embodiment of chums, really. We all got to know each other without actually meeting. Quite extraordinary. But the atmosphere on that whole thing, it was a good time in the life. We all are.
I just want to elaborate on it slightly to talk about the relationship between Clive and Robin Vigil, who was the DP on Hellraiser. Now, I've talked about the theatre work that we did, and we created extraordinary stuff on pocket money. And if Clive wrote in one of his plays, you know, the Yellowstone erupted and the end of the world happened, we'd have staged it for £5, but we'd have done it. And a lot of that energy came into Hellraiser. Clive didn't know his arse from his elbow. He'd been briefly on grown-up sets for Warhead Ranks and Underworld that he'd written the screenplays for. And although he'd done the two pieces of juvenilia, Salome and The Forbidden, that I mentioned, he never directed properly before. And there's a wonderful apocryphal story that he turned up on set and said, who's in charge here? And Selwyn Roberts, the first AD, there was a pause and people shuffled their feet and Selwyn said, you are. Clive didn't know about lenses and he didn't know about lighting. What he got with Robin Vigil, and in another universe, Clive would have got a job's worth DP who would have seen him coming from 10 miles away and thought, well, my life's easy, I can run rings around this guy because he doesn't know what he's doing. Clive could, and I heard him on set doing it, instance a painting, a Renaissance painting or something like that, or a lighting, a feel, a something that you want. And Robin would say to him, I understand what you want, Clive, we can do that. If you do, we have to do this, and we have to do that, and we have to do this. And then when you've done these shots, we're going to have to relight to make that work. Now, I can do all of that, but if you do, it's going to take a lot of time. And that's going to cause you problems later in the day. But he met Clive. He listened to what Clive wanted and worked out how to make the vision in Clive's head work. And I remember being amused listening to these conversations going backwards and forwards between them on set. Then Robin took Clive aside and taught him lenses. And then I remember the conversation changing slightly. Because now Clive can say, can we put this lens on it? Like, can we put that lens on it? Can we? And challenging Robin and saying, why are we using this? Can we not use that lens? And I remember clearly Robin saying at one point, why the fuck did I teach this guy? Now he not only knows what he wants, he knows how to get it.
Yeah.
And that relationship, exactly as you were saying, Sean, that relationship, you can't buy and you can't legislate for. It's that
again, that spark of chemistry, it happens. And without question, those sparks of chemistry went right through the production. All the casting, I think, well, with some exceptions, close to you possibly, were faultless, really. And you touched on Clive's insistence that he wanted an actor in the Skin Man costume, in the same way that he insisted that he wanted actors in Cenobite costumes. Would be very, very, very easy and cheaper just to put extras in as the Cenobites and the Skin Man. Stand here, do that, move here, say something, say the lines, it doesn't matter what you're saying, and then get a voiceover artist to do pinhead lines or whatever. But Clive insisted he wanted actors in those costumes to fill out the parts. And look what he does with the Skin Man. Most directors of most horror films, if they put a skinned man on the screen, it's going to be to make you all go, oh, the man without a skin. And that would be the last you see of him.
Yeah. Yeah, carry on, maybe.
No, but Clive puts the Skin Man on the screen and holds it there and has him smoking cigarettes and drinking wine and falling in love. You linger with this image of the Skin Man, and it's very, very few directors, I think, who have gone there.
About CGI made me realize why I've never liked cartoons. Even as a child, I hated them. I could never get into it. I was a puppet person. I watched those creepy puppet shows, right? And I loved those, but I hated cartoons, and I still do. And then hearing you talk, I just realized why. It's fake, and I know it.
It's interesting, isn't it? I remember having to take my children when they were young to the Lord of the Rings films, After about 17,000 hours of walks, I found myself thinking, why don't I care? Because you don't relate to any of it. None of them exist. They don't have any interior life or whatever. And when the call came, Daddy, will you take us to Lord of the Rings 63? I went, do you know I'm going to let Mummy take you? You enjoy it.
Avatar. Am I wrong that it may be the most boring film?
There was a review in England in one of the newspapers for Avatar that said, yes, go and see lots of pink cement moving around. That's how engaged I was by it.
Apart from being astonished that they'd actually stuck with the name Unobtainium, because I thought, no, that must be a mistake. It's there. You put that in the first draft, I couldn't think of anything else. In Get Back, when George is just bringing something, and he can't think of the right word, moves me like a dumb man, and John says to him, doesn't matter. Just put a word in, move me like a pomegranate. And so that's what they're singing for a while. That's what I thought with Unobtainium. I got so bored. I spent my time taking my glasses off to see what was happening at the edge of the screen where the 3D image wasn't quite.
It wasn't rendered right.
It's funny, isn't it? Because Jaws is a famous example of the fact that the shark is quite obviously rubber. Bruce. But even so, even though you know that's the case, there's a physical object there, and you know, as you watch it, you can imagine the actors having to relate to a physical thing. There it comes up, this, you'll have to move away. When you get into the whole green screen thing, the CGI thing, there is that lack of. The best example I know of recently is the Gladiator film. The first one with Russell Crowe is totally brilliant, and you're engaged by it, and you're aware that they're sort of actually hacking at each other in the arena there, those stuntmen. And then now you've got the second one, and we've got rubber sharks, but they're not even rubber. They're in the arena and the shots from above, and you're thinking, yeah, it's a drawing of a shark chasing him around a boat, Alex. And that film is interminable. This thing just goes on and on. And I was thinking, come on, Denzel, come on, just go faster. And there was a byproduct of the fact that he didn't believe the thing in it.
The sequence of the rebirth of Frank in Hellraiser is one of my favourite sequences in all of horror cinema. I think it's absolutely brilliant and extraordinary.
Disgusting looking, yeah.
It's entirely improvised, basically between Clive and Bob Keane, put together on the day. If they had gone back and reshot that a couple of weeks later, it would have looked completely different. And that's the joy of handmade special effects. It happens now, once only, captured on film. CGI is a magnificent tool. Lord of the Rings is a perfect example. It couldn't have been made 5-10 years earlier. It allows you to put 17,000 orcs on screen. The problem with CGI is it's perfect. It does exactly what you want it to do, and it does it perfectly. The great thing about actors and physical special effects is that we are sublimely imperfect. We make mistakes all the time. I think it was Jean Cocteau who said that accidents make poetry happen. And it seems to me that CGI sometimes you see an explosion in a movie and you think, I've seen that before. You were in my head.
No, I entirely agree with that. When you think back to Oliver covered in, the skin is peeled, and the reality of shooting in real time means he was always covered in huge buckets full of KY jelly. And you're shooting live, there'll be a moment when the piece drips in a particular way. You can't forecast how it will happen. You don't know what's going to, but it'll just enliven something. That's the thing. Whereas with CGI, everybody's an expert. There'll be 15 people making the choice about where a tear will fall or whatever. So we made the point, but it's just to do with, that's part absolutely of why this film, with its very abstracted understanding of horror and demonology and so forth, you buy into it because the other stuff, the street scenes, the dialogue, the sexual tension, feels real. So when it comes to having heightened stuff with monsters and dummies and things like that, then you buy that too. So, simplistic, but that's how I think it is.
Well, yeah, I've always said that the great strength of Hellraiser isn't about Pinhead and the Cenobites, and it isn't even about the box. The great strength of Hellraiser is the basic story. And I've always said that you can actually take the Cenobites and the box out of that story entirely, forget they ever existed. You have a fairly serviceable late 80s slasher movie on your hands, because the fundamental story of Frank and Julia and Larry and Kirsty is not touched by all of that. You find a different reason why you died, and that's easily done, and a different reason, but Larry cuts himself and you come back to life. That makes perfect sense. You've still got Julia bashing businessmen's brains out, which we enjoy, and you've still got Ollie as the skin man. You need to find a slightly different denouement to the whole thing, Kirsty to save the day, but you can do that too, and there it is. That's the bedrock that is the strength of Hellraiser. Clive creates all of that, and then he takes this little speck of pure Gothic horror and drops it into the middle of that, and the whole thing goes boom somewhere else entirely.
All right, got time for one more. Raise those hands. Let's go you. I haven't got you yet.
Actually, when did you realize this low-budget, independent British horror movie was a phenomenon? Like, when did you realize, oh wow, this is huge?
I didn't. I
was in a movie once. He's like, no, people love this. So thank you. I'm still like because it is in our lives. It was so formative as they were talking about that moment in the balcony and that perfect storm and the interrelationships between us and the creativity that was just allowed to keep expressing itself more and more and more as we did it. That affected my life on every single level.
It's interesting that you say, revisiting that thing about a particular time and place, because the other thing, people have been talking to me in the signings over the last few days, we've talked about this, I'll be very brief, but the film came at the right time for its subject matter. It's gothic, it's horrific, it's BDSM, and all that stuff was bubbling under in the culture. There was an underground scene, certainly in London. There were clubs that were beginning to emerge through the 70s and the 80s, but the imagery was still very much underground. What this movie did with that wonderful iconic shot of the pinhead, that went round the world, and the black collar and the leather coat and everything, and suddenly within 3 or 4 years of that film being aired, London's club scene had exploded into this sort of fetish extravaganza, and it was fantastic. But the film arrived at the right time, and if it had been a couple of years earlier, it probably might not have got a full release. Yeah, okay. Apparently she's butting in.
Don Mancini, who Chucky said that Hellraiser was like a gay dog whistle.
Yes!
Yes!
Hellraiser was like a gay dog whistle. I'm going to have to spread that one. That's good. Thanks, Don.
It's a pretty good straight dog whistle too, I have to say. Did it for me.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so to wrap us up, I have one final wrap question for you guys. And you all have had such a massive career and experience in years. It's so impressive. Can you share an important moment you learned on a set or play, any set, that has taught you something important that you still use today?
Can you sort of clarify?
Sure. An important lesson you learned on any set that you still carry with you?
I think, let me just pay a little service to this chap here and all my 3 colleagues. Just listening to them this very moment says it all for me. I feel quite glowingly proud, and so just listening to everything I've said that brought to life a real truth that I hadn't really thought about quite as deeply as that, but it's true. It's an atmosphere. Sorry, don't think of my friends like they're gods, or they are friends, like all. But it was a wonderful thing, and if I remember anything constantly, it would be this whole production. That was Hellraiser 1, yeah. So thank you, all of you little darlings.
Nice, that's nice, beautiful.
I'll further that just to say that we all talk about acting and films and plays, as Doug has done. And you can go through your formative years as an actor thinking, hey, this is what it's great, people love this, they love that, it's great. I had a lesson once about how important it is to tell stories well and be in the best material that you can be. And very briefly, I was a young actor, and I was in the National Theatre production of Angels in America in London, which was an extraordinary play coming out at an extraordinary time. AIDS was everywhere, HIV was being talked about, the millennium was approaching. So it was like doing a brand new Shakespeare play, because it was dealing with people's lives when they didn't know what the outcomes were going to be. And we did the play, and it was often quite extraordinary that people would come from all over the world to see this. They'd buy flights and come into London to see it in this little theatre at the National. And after one show, I was in the bar having a drink, and somebody came up to me, a guy came up to me, and obviously in Angels in America we were playing gay men who are confronting the crisis in their world of HIV and what it was doing to people. At that time, people were told, have have you had unprotected sex with anyone ever? Will you may be dead next year? And there was no medical evidence to say that that wouldn't happen. So people were terrified, and the play had this incredible energy. A guy tapped me on the shoulder and he said, do you mind if I just tell you something? And I said, no, that's fine. He said, well, I knew I'd hate this play. I hate gay culture, and I hate everything to do with it. He said, but you know, what I've learned tonight, and I didn't know it was possible, is that these men actually love each other, don't they? And I said, yeah, they do. And the play had taken one person's head and blown it up, you know, enlarged their life. And therefore, when we're in this business telling stories, whether they're history stories or modern stories, we have a responsibility to do the best we can with it, because if it's good, it can change people's worlds. It doesn't do that very often. You might do it 3 or 4 times in your entire career, but when it happens, you can feel it, and it's the most amazing thing. So that's the lesson I've learned about being an actor, is that with the right people, the right material, you can change the world. So that's been amazing.
I don't know that I can follow that. I could speak up and don't bump into the furniture, I think is important. Make sure your flies are done up before you... Olivier said he always had 2 thoughts in his head. Are my feet relaxed? And do I have enough breath in my lungs to get to the end of this line? I think only for me it's to listen, not assume that you know what you're doing in a vacuum, but listen to everything that's being said around you, and listen to what your fellow performers are doing, because what your fellow performers are doing informs what you're doing. Not always the case with movies, because sometimes you shoot in isolation. Ashley and I were not on set together for the first interaction between Hellraiser Pinhead and Kirsten. So there's actually quite a difference in beat between them. But for me, I think it's that listen to everything that's happening around you, and be influenced by everything that's happening around you all the time. If that makes sense.
Something important you've learned on any set that you still carry with you today.
It's exactly what we're talking about. It's love-based, it's honesty, it's having courage to tell the truth and be present for whatever shows up.
Thank you. Everyone.
Guys, check this out. We have the Screen Views Screenboat Willie. Guys, look at how dope it looks in person. I saw a film on Thursday at an early screening, and man, I can't believe how funny it was and how engaging it was. You can even create a drinking game around it in regards to Disney references. So I'm very happy to have the opportunity to check it out. It was such a great film, guys. Screenboat. Well, travelers, that would do it for Days of the Dead Vegas 2025. It's a great way to start off the convention season of 2025. I can't wait to be back next year. But then again, I will be coming back again to, I'm sure, another Days of the Dead event this year, maybe two. We'll see how the schedule shakes out for us, travelers. It was a fun time. Met some great celebrities, met some great people, new friends. Met up with some old friends again. There's always a vibe at HorrorCons, guys. So if you're new here, make sure to just hit the subscribe channel. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, I should say, and hit the notification bell so you're notified whenever I drop a new video. Like or throw one of those Ash Williams severed hands at me. That helps the algorithm get the channel out there to other horror fiends such as ourselves. And lastly, comment in regards to anything that you saw on the video. Travelers, it's such a pleasure to have you join me here on the Horror Green Book. I am your travel guide, Brendan, signing off and letting you know it is scary in those streets. So let me know that you made it home safely.